Yeah, just when you
Inquisitive
stifle the
minds
mind.
want to know.
Yeah, when you
Yeah,
stifle the
exactly.
mind and you say, no, it is what this guy said, and we're gonna run with that. And what critical thinking? What are you doing there? You're just accepting and regurgitating. There's no nothing. There's no freedom there. There's no like, how can I think about this in another way? Like, there's just you adhering to whatever somebody else says. And that's it. That's the end of the line. But what that's gonna do is gonna turn you into a fucking couch potato. You're just gonna accept everything. You're not gonna question anything. You know, and that right there must be, it's like blissful ignorance. It's comfortable, it's blissful. Okay, imagine you shut your brain off, you don't have to think anymore, let Google think for you, let others think for you, and it's fine. All you got to do is, you know just tell people that, no, the scientist knows, I don't know, you're wrong. That's it.
So now they got DoorDash, so they won't have to ever move again.
Yeah,
Be
can
right
you
in their
imagine, Hart?
basement.
When
God,
people stop working, they don't have to do anything, it's all convenience.
in a certain
What
I'll
amount of
type of
never
credits.
stop working.
what type of human is that going to be?
Well, I
1984.
guess there was a movie from Disney that they were pretty fat and didn't move, and you know,
Yeah, Wally.
Wally.
yeah, Wally.
If you, yeah, but I don't know, man. People got to get busy doing stuff, think about stuff, do something. Like, don't just fucking, even if you're making all this money and shit, just go do something, man. Touch grass, go out there and see
Yeah,
what the
be
world
so
is. Fucking
social.
hell, dude.
Go outside.
Especially if
Go
you're
in
making all
contact with
this money.
nature
Go
again.
fishing.
I'm gonna be
You
like,
make
I'm
all the
gonna,
money. Go down and go fishing on a boat, man. Just look at the water. Look at the earth.
fuck, dude.
Yeah, don't
Yeah,
play games that fish for you or you going to fish. Go outside
you,
and do it
you, you,
yourself.
you feel really old, man, when you're like, man, back in our days when people used to have a lot of fun, when there'd be like a ton of bikes in front of one house. That was like a good time, man. Kids were
That's
having
correct.
fun. Just saying, man. Like,
Hey, you knew you met one of your friends maybe or someone who knew. I know what you're talking about. Good times, baby.
Dude, you had to call your friend on the phone or go to his house.
yeah, I'll go to his house. Yeah, like,
Yep.
no two ways about it.
Yeah, nowadays if you go to a house, who are you, or are you threatening me or something? They're totally paranoid, or
We used to stay out till the fucking light became dark and shit. It was weird.
yeah.
When everybody's door was open, you just pop, the door was open, you're like, hello, and they're like, hello, and they're like, you just walk
Yeah,
in and say, hey,
the parents
Tom,
knew
you
you
Yeah,
by
that's
your
home?
first
right.
name
I
and
didn't
shit.
even remember that. Yeah, that's right, man.
Yeah, back
Our
then,
door,
20 years ago, I
Knock,
didn't even need to lock my bike or something. I could just stay it outside, Now I would steal it, but nowadays I go outside. I have to look at everything. I do know
Yeah.
how many times I've been robbed in the five years. Exactly 5 times, at least once a year.
Jeez, dude. Yeah, because this generation, bro, that's all it is. It's designed on just take, 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 take. Don't give back, just fucking take. It's there's no
doesn't matter
decency,
who
man.
you
It's
hurt.
fucked up.
Doesn't matter who you step on. Doesn't matter who you crush. Doesn't matter about anybody's feelings at all, ever.
Yeah.
Just crush them and get the most money you can.
And
Sound like
check
both,
this out,
dude.
man.
You
The
sound
guy,
like a little fucking bitch.
the guy that came in here earlier, the young guy, he's like, you guys brought some old heads in here, yo, whack, and like, he's just, imagine, he didn't even come in to have a conversation. He's just straight up belligerent. Like, fucking hell, dude. That's the state of affairs we're in right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Give him
That's
another 20
right.
years,
It's
then
not
he
a good
might
thing, man.
understand.
A good thing. Got us doing all these crazy things while they're pulling a lot of shit in the side. Look over here while I'm doing something over here. Now we got a president stepping down. He's not even. This is so crazy. The world is going mad. I mean,
It's fucked up.
it
It's
keeps
fucked
getting
up.
like everybody says it's going to end. It's going to end, but it still hasn't. I've been around for quite a bit, like watching it not end yet. Because predictions have just been multiple, at least hundreds of them in my life. That's going to end. Here's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Projecting and prophesying, and as soon as they see these things like Trump, it's shot in the head right away. Revelation 13:3. 3:13.
Oh, he's
Yeah, I've compared
saved
it also.
from a head wound, and
Yeah, exactly. They go right to that shit.
Yeah, but there's a lot of speculation on that, man. To me, I live day by day, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
You would be a fool as a Christian to jump to conclusion right away and this is a prophecy. It had been fulfilled. You know, no, you make a fool of yourself, and you shouldn't do that. Anyways, you should always observe and see what's really going on.
It even tells you in the word, man. Just be prepared. That's all you. The only thing you have to do is just be prepared. That's it. You don't have to go around making everybody afraid. That it's just fucking be prepared. Tell everybody to do the same. Just get ready. That's it.
You know how many false prophets has been around, and I've listened to. I'm guilty of this myself, you know. But as soon as you go into the matter and see it over time, you see what they're really made of, and you're not going to listen to them anymore if you're honest with yourself and not being a delusional fuckhead, you know.
I'm confused because I think I asked this question. I forget who it was, but I'm not sure why people link flat Earth with the Bible and Christianity.
Really?
Can anyone help me with that?
Oh, sure.
My God.
What do you need to know?
Hey, you know we're being trolled, right?
Yeah, probably. Jedi,
I'm telling you straight up, we are now being trolled.
I think Jedi's gonna tell him something.
I'm asking a question.
It's trying to answer. So it's to do with the creation narrative. To have something created, you've got two choices. It's either intelligently designed or nature creates itself. The ontological primitive, the dichotomy of creation, right? You've only got these two choices when asking how something has got here, how it was created. The heliocentric model comes with both answers. God created this and nature also created this. You can pick and choose which one it is. When you come to understand that the earth is flat, usually you stand on the side of God created this, or intelligence is needed to create the universe and me to exist within it. And then people start looking towards the Bible and other religious teachings that speak about the God that created. You asked.
So, more questions? Is that it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was. It sounded like the person that was responding kind of got cut off or something.
No, I just stopped talking. Finished what I was saying. It's not that deep.
What you're not taught in school is all the ancient civilizations that had a very, I think it was pretty much, they had a very advanced cosmology that we base our current astronomy on.
What has that got to do with the creation narrative?
Well, I mean, the cosmology of the Bible went along with a lot of that as well.
What in the Bible describes cosmology?
When God speaks about the thing that He created.
Yeah, but does He describe, how the planets rotate and shit?
No.
Say again, what?
It just describes the stationary Earth beneath the things that are in the sky.
Orion and Pleiades are both in the Bible.
Good, so the things in the sky that are above the Earth.
Yeah, the cosmology. Yeah, written in the Bible. Not all.
But what does the Bible specifically say about that?
You'd have to look.
Your best bet is to, your best bet is to do like download eSword. And you could get every single answer by typing it in.
Yeah, this isn't a religious server, dude. If you want to talk about science, and then we can do that. We gave you kind of like an overview. Hold on, give me a second, space. we gave you an overview of you. I mean, you can read Genesis and go from there. But I mean, we're not gonna get into too deep into the Bible here.
Well, but that was my original question.
Well,
Is
I'm glad your question.
why are flat earthers typically linked with Christianity and the Bible? And people
There's a
started
lot of people that
describing-
are not. There's a lot of
people
people that are
started
not.
describing why they believe in flat Earth, and it was due to the Bible, and then they started going down that
Who
path.
said that?
I was just asking the question. I didn't
said that?
Who said who?
I
Yeah, who
didn't
said that?
want-
That
to get into
yeah, I don't think anybody here mentioned that
specifics of the
that a
Bible.
bunch
I
of
was just wondering why people often
He wants to know comparisons of like
yeah. We don't get
corners,
into
four
that.
corners, cornerstones, pillars, foundations, stuff like that. That's what he wants.
I don't
to
think
know.
I've ever heard anybody in here say, "Yeah, I became a flat earther because of the Bible."
Yeah.
No,
What
it's
are you
usually
talking
the
about?
other way
Dude? You're
around.
the one
Yeah.
linking those things together. It's you.
I mean, you could ask the same question at Glover's.
well, dude, I'm sorry. All I did was ask a question, and someone
Yeah, but then you had a bunch of assumptions of
someone
it.
responded.
Yeah, somebody gave you an answer, and then we told you it's about the creation story, and then you made a whole bunch of assumptions that many people came to flat Earth because of the Bible. And that's nobody ever said that.
No, I did
It's
not
absolutely reversed.
make that assumption.
I mean, you just mentioned it, like somebody mentioned it in
You
here.
just literally mentioned it. I was trying to tell you, it's literally the opposite. People go to the Bible because they realize the Earth is flat, and they've been told that there's
Really?
things in
Can
there.
I can I
Really?
give a
Yes.
can I give my answer,
Absolutely.
please?
That's your-
Can I quickly
Absolutely.
give my answer, please?
Bible
I told you he's
described.
going to.
I-
He's throwing it.
people
In
people
2012,
go to the Bible
Can I-
because they find out
Hello,
about flat
you
Earth.
wanted an answer, right?
That's your fucking argument right
He's
now.
trolling us. He's trolling us.
No,
I told
you asked. He asked a question. I would like to answer it.
It's already been answered.
Okay, well, I just want to give my answer.
Please
All
do.
I'm saying is, in 2012, I found God. Well, I should say God found me in a dumpster.
This isn't
Right.
a religious
And then
service,
pulled me out
bro.
of that
We ain't-
dumpster. And then in 2016, I found flat Earth, and then linked it to the Bible, and found out, holy shit, the Bible actually says all the same shit.
Sweet, but we
And
we're-
then
in this server.
follow-up-
That is
and then
pretty,
my
that's
follow-up
pretty
question to
important.
that was, what about the Bible describes cosmology? Because someone else brought up cosmology in the Bible.
Tell you. So
I
the
answered that for you too. I told you go download eSword and check it out. It's Orion. They talk about Orion. They talk about Pleiades. It's an Isaiah. I don't know. Just go read it.
when the
Well,
Bible,
I mean, I don't even know what program. Or
If you Jedi's aren't trying to answer you, dude. Can you calm down?
if you read the Bible and the way that the Bible describes the Earth, God describes the Earth as flat and stationary. Now, that doesn't mean that you read the Bible and you believe that the Earth is flat and stationary. When you come to the understanding that the Earth is flat and stationary, and a religious book also describes the Earth as flat and stationary, then people get inquisitive. So that might be another reason why people who ascribe to flat Earth cosmology also become Christians, because the Bible also describes a flat Earth cosmology.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
So, two reasons. Flat Earth
I'll have to
cosmology.
link the eSword in there for you, so you can go download that anytime you want to, or not.
I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
And
Pro-
just for reason for thinking, he started with the light first and then created the firmament. You can find it in Genesis 1:5-8.
Light first, sunshine, sun later. Yeah.
Well, it's one of the only sources I can find that vividly describes ancient cosmology not many other sources are around. So that's why the Bible is useful.
Yeah, it would kind of. I can see how that would jump out to people. Like let's say that there was, like, I don't know, some kind of like scientific discovery or whatever that went on, and then I don't know, dinosaurs or something. And then you open this one and only book that claims to be the Word of God. Then you find out that it's the only one that describes dinosaurs or whatever, or something like that. I can see how that would be effective.
Yeah, and then another important point is when God created Adam and Eve, he let Adam name all things around him, animals, trees, and such, all to his bidding,
What does it
all,
have to
all
do
to
with the
his
Earth being
understanding.
flat?
I think we've answered the
Yeah,
question.
what
dude.
does all that have to do with the Earth being flat, dude? Like, what's...
Yeah, we've answered the question. We don't need to go any more into it unless it's on the flat Earth subject.
I was just going to jump into cosmology, and then that's
know,
why
but-
we name things how they are nowadays.
I know.
That's all.
How about we talk about the physics of water?
I know, Ripcord, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, like somebody else, I asked them, like, what's holding up the globe? Like, nothing, right? But then there is, examples where I can show you like a table holding up a vase, and then I can show you the foundation of a house holding up the floor. So, I mean, everything seems to need a foundation. I mean, I guess I could ask, what's holding up the globe? Why isn't it, I don't know, falling?
Wait.
Gravity.
Holding up the globe from what?
From falling.
To where?
Falling means
Where is-
Is this like a secret? Like, was I like cryptic about it? Like,
You're asking what holds up the globe from falling. And
yeah,
you
what holds it? What's the foundation?
And then I asked you from falling to where? Where is
what
the
is it?
fall to?
I mean, what is it like? Listen, does it really matter to where? Like, that's not really relevant.
You made the claim or the question that what holds up the Earth from falling, and I'm
Well,
saying,
do you understand the Earth is fall according to your cosmology? The Earth is falling all the time.
okay, where is the Earth falling to?
Let's not get confused.
It's falling around the sun. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and moved through space.
I'm asking for someone to clarify their statement. Is that a crime to ask someone to clarify their statement?
I should shut up and let you do it. So yeah, you can ask a clarifying question, dude. Of course you can.
Okay, so where is the Earth being held up from against what it's falling to?
Yeah, so I don't know if those are relevant questions exactly, right? But in the paradigm that the Earth is in space and it's moving, right? I don't imagine anybody's in the globe model saying it's being held up by pillars or a foundation, unless you are saying that. So then what's going on with this? I can demonstrate tables and chairs and foundations and rocks and cement. What's going on with this globe model?
No, I asked you a specific question. Where is the Earth falling to, and where is it being held up against?
I mean, these are just points, arbitrary points in space. It's moving from A.
You made the claim. I'm trying to ask you to
from A,
clarify your claim.
He's trying to, but you're not letting him answer it.
From A and then to B.
Where is A and where is B?
Yeah, they're just placeholders. I'm asking you. You're
redirecting. I'm asking you to define your statement.
So, all right. So I'll start it over from the beginning. So people do describe this book where they describe firm foundations and pillars and east, north, south, east, west, and the circle of the earth, and it makes sense because I can demonstrate pillars and I can demonstrate a table and chairs and whatnot. But then there's other people who have this idea of a globe. So what's holding up the globe?
Gravity.
Against what?
Falling invokes a direction because of a reason.
He doesn't even know why his Earth is doing what it's doing. You know?
No,
So
I
the
think
globe is still expanding through an ever expanding universe. Hello?
no, I think answers and questions got caught up in a specific
It was all
way that
stupid
things
because
are
it's an
being
ever
held up
expanding universe
by
according to the
specific.
globe.
No, let me explain. I think the holding up of our Earth in general just applies to the creation story, you know.
Oh my God,
But
what are you
to
doing?
let me explain, please.
Excuse me, sorry.
Space Booted, you gonna answer?
Sorry, I didn't actually hear a question.
Listen, Spades, it's okay. Maybe you don't think it's
Oh,
reasonable
nonsense. This is
that the
baseless
Earth is free
nonsense.
falling through
And
space.
I would answer. I didn't hear a question.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, listen. What's holding up the Earth? I can't say it again. I feel ridiculous just saying it over and over again. But maybe you don't subscribe to the idea that we're free to fall
I cannot answer the question about what is holding up the Earth because I'm asking you to define what is the Earth being
It's a
held up against.
nonsensical question. Space Booties. It was a nonsensical question that you should have known was nonsensical because according to your globe.
No. I'm not defending the globe right now.
Thank you.
I am not defending the globe right now.
Yes, you are. We're
No.
talking about the globe.
What I'm asking is the other person asked me, "Oh,
What holds up the globe?
what is the Earth being held up against?" And I want to know that answer.
Yeah. Like, what are your options? Space time, I guess.
What, like there's a bottom to the universe and the Earth would go down to the bottom of the universe, as in fall downwards? What's stopping the Earth from falling downwards to the bottom of the universe?
What
the question is ever
makes the
so
Earth
very
fall down, and what is the bottom of the universe?
Do you understand that I'm pointing out how the question is now becoming ridiculous? Bottom to the universe?
Yeah, but I didn't claim anything about the bottom of the universe. You guys are. I'm asking why do you think the Earth needs to be held up against anything? And now you're claiming that why doesn't it fall to the bottom of the universe? What the fuck does that mean? What is the bottom of the universe? That doesn't make any sense.
Hold on. I don't need this guy interrupting. I'm with you, mate. I realise that the question is nonsensical. I'm pointing it out. What would the Earth be why would the Earth be falling downwards, and what would be needed to keep it up? Seems ridiculous when you're talking about the heliocentric paradigm. That's what I'm pointing out.
Okay, I'm sorry for getting heated, but like people are, it feels to me like people are accusing me of trying to misdirect when I'm.
Yes.
I feel like I'm asking questions.
Like a man now.
I feel like I'm. Hold on, please let me finish.
No.
Please let me finish.
Stop being a
Please let me
victim,
finish.
bro.
Please let me finish.
Please let him finish, dude.
Gonna rinse and repeat.
I felt like I was being genuine in asking legitimate questions.
So did I.
And then I was attacked for asking those questions, and that upsets me.
I thought
you were being.
I'm sorry we hurt your feelings, man.
Well, I would like to know more. And when I ask questions and then get attacked for asking questions, I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, well, I mean, many people come and troll us over here, so that's what we get. A little bit aggressive. Don't take it personal.
We could definitely move on now, though, right? I didn't disagree with your statement. I thought you were being honest.
All right, since you're being truthful, let's and not being trolly, let's have a conversation then.
I would love to, please.
Sweet. All right. So what can we answer? What can we help you with? Or what do you need help with? Answer.
I don't understand where this this thought about the Earth falling to the bottom of the universe. I don't understand. I don't understand that.
That was
I would like some help in understanding.
It was
where that comes from.
Okay, so that was a nonsensical question they asked you because it wasn't really anything to do with anything. Just we could skip over that. In your paradigm, the Earth falls around the sun. That's about it.
Well, I mean, it's not my paradigm.
Well, I mean, okay, so you're not a glober. All right. So what do you believe the shape of the Earth is?
I don't know. I believe there is some sort of roundness-ish to it.
Roundness-ish. Love it. Roundness-ish. So
Awesome.
a globe then? So a globe.
Well, no. A flat Earth can also be roundish.
Circleish.
I'll give you that. If you're talking about,
I
mean, like I don't know. I don't know. I've never observed the entire Earth. I don't know, but I believe it's probably roundish.
So roundish in what way?
What is it the roundishness? Yeah, explain the roundishness bit of it for us.
And how did you measure that, if you can?
He hasn't seen it.
A lot of people have measured the Earth in different ways. I'm not claiming that the Earth is round or flat or globish. I'm saying it's probably roundish. But even in a flat Earth model, it's pretty likely that it's roundish, right?
No, we don't know. We don't make a claim to it.
Yeah, if you're talking about this.
Yeah, and I don't know either because I've never measured it.
Sweet. I mean, we could definitely
if you're dealing
agree.
with circuits and going and compassing, you're probably dealing with a circle. That's that's common sense.
I just
Yeah, but can you actually be 100% sure of that, Harp?
No, it's just common sense. Common sense
Sweet,
doesn't
but
always
okay.
work.
Sweet.
Common sense is
So
not
why would
always
you
work.
want to make a claim?
Because when you're talking about using circuits, circles, it's most likely a circle. When you're talking about compassing things, you're talking about going around. Circle.
Well, something could work on a circle, but the place is moving over it. Doesn't have to be roundish. It could be moving a circuit around.
Correct.
Okay, so you don't want to make a shape claim then? We don't know what the Earth is because we don't.
Probably round. I could be wrong. It's my thought.
Okay, so why make a claim then, Harp? Why say it? We simply don't
I
know.
didn't claim it though. I did not claim anything. I said from common sense.
Yeah, you say
what
you're
I
pretty
think-
sure.
Yeah. I didn't claim
Yeah,
it. as a
but you're
fact.
not pretty sure because if I ask you what percentage are you sure about that?
Probably 75, 80.
That's a big room for doubt.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
All right, so I mean, you can't
trying to pick me apart.
no,
It's
I'm saying
very
you can't
annoying.
you can't
You're
even
very annoying right now.
you can't even stand on that 75%.
Whatever, dude.
Okay, so awesome.
I'll try
So
to
we
pick
don't know
me
the shape of the Earth, bro. So I mean, we could definitely tell you
I
that
never fucking
the
said
Earth-
we did I?
you said you're pretty sure. We're
I
not even
said
pretty
I was
sure.
pretty fucking sure.
Yeah, but you're not even
fuck
really
up.
sure.
Stop putting words in my
I'm
mouth.
confused.
You can. I was talking to
Stop
Space with you, dude, and
putting
Harp.
words in my mouth.
My position here.
Stop putting words in my
What's-
mouth, you fucking asshole.
Dude, I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to Space Booties, bro.
No, you're talking to Harp.
Yeah, but right now I'm talking to you, saying when I said, oh, dude, Harp, will you please stop? When I said, yeah, we're not, Harp, will you please
You're
calm
a troll,
down?
bro. We don't need
I'm about to
Don't
mute you,
fucking
bro.
tell
I
me
don't want to
calm
mute
down.
you. Don't want to mute you, Harp. So when I said, yeah, so we don't know what the shape of the Earth is, Space Booty, and then he piped up thinking I was talking to him. I was actually talking to you.
Yeah, that confused me as well.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problems, guys. Okay, move along with the conversation since the detractor is silenced now. Go ahead.
I think I'm actually not sure who it was. There's a lot of people in here. Who was engaging in that other than Hart?
I mean, I was around.
To some degree.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to respond to because Harp was being engaged.
You're not
Say
supposed to
something.
respond, bro. All you're supposed to do is say, "I don't know the overall shape of the Earth," which is exactly the position we're all in. So there you go. Fair is fair.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that's really respectful to tell me what I'm supposed to say. What I will say is that
Well, dude, to be fair, hold on, friend. To be fair, you asked what you're supposed to say, right? So what do you expect nobody to answer?
No, I did not.
Oh my goodness, dude. Okay, let's play a game. Let's play a game called If I'm Correct or You're Correct. So I'm going to go on mute. You could keep talking, and I'm going to go check the recording and find out who's right. Okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, gambling man there, Mr. Spade of Diamond Hearts.
What are we talking about?
Spade of Diamond Hearts.
Making some money.
I like
I
this
mean,
guy.
you're a red spade with a star in the middle.
Spade of Diamond Hearts.
He's a poker star.
In outer space with shoes on.
Gotcha. So we were originally talking about what do I think?
I'll tell you what you're thinking.
Well, can I actually engage in this conversation or just be
I
overwhelmed?
really do wish you could, mate. I really wish you could.
I don't think you got it in you.
Thank you. I was originally asked before Harp jumped in with his bullshit what I believe the shape of the Earth is, and I said that I don't know. It's probably roundish. I don't know. I've never measured it, and I don't know why this is such a contentious thing to say that
Round.
I don't know whether it's flat or globe like or completely round or whatever. I don't know. I've never measured it. Some people in here have said that we have taken measurements. I have not. I don't know.
Okay.
I just want to hear
what should I say?
What you guys think the shape of the Earth is, besides because flat is not a shape.
Right. Yeah, I don't know if you said like listen, like if you asked me and you said, "Hey, no tanks, what do you think the shape of the thing you never measured is?" I'd be kind of roundish, and you'd be like, "Why do you think that?" Wait a minute, I don't know. Actually, I never measured it. So it wouldn't make sense to say it's kind of squarish or something if I never measured it. But yeah, flat's not a shape. I think Earth is Earth shaped, like it goes up and down.
Wait, Earth is Earth shaped?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
I mean that is actually correct. Yes.
Get my vote.
So, like a lake is lake shaped, or a mountain is mountain shaped. The Earth is Earth shaped. It's not. It doesn't have to be a geometric shape, right? It doesn't have to be a sphere. It doesn't have to be a triangle or a pyramid. It doesn't have to be a square or a cube, right? It can be lake shaped or Earth shaped.
Absolutely, I would agree with that.
Cool.
I just because I've never measured it, I'm wondering what measurements there are to describe the shape that you guys
I'm just finishing up at work,
want to espouse.
If you can hang out, yeah, I got you. If you can hang out for about an hour, I'll be back in an hour at 6:30 Pacific time. I will be back to walk you through it. If you can wait that long, I'm just.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if I'll be here in an hour.
Dude, you answer. Look, you're already screwed up, and you answered your own question. By the way, you were correct. You didn't say what I thought you said. You said, "What should I respond to?" Not "What should I say." So I said you shouldn't respond to anything. You should just say that you don't know the shape of the Earth, which you went on to say you don't.
Exactly.
However, you then went on to say.
Thank you very much.
Yep, fair enough. Fair enough. So you then went on to say, you guys think the Earth is flat. So what measurements inform you of the shape? Which is, you already said that flat's not a shape. So how could measurements of flatness inform us of the shape?
Okay, so what is the shape?
We don't know.
You already were told Earth shape. That's the shape, bro. It's like this. I got a question for you. Are trees broccoli shaped, or is broccoli tree shaped?
They're both cauliflower shaped.
Yeah, exactly. They both share a similar shape, but you really can't define the shape except by the object itself, right?
Okay, sure, I'll agree with that. But so are you arguing that we don't know the shape of the Earth?
Ding, 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 ding. I think he's got it, you know. We're only making a claim to the surface description. The surface is flat, it lays horizontally, but the overall shape of the environment is unconfirmed by anyone.
Gotcha. So it would not be inaccurate to presume that the Earth is round-ish. It could still be flat and be round.
Yes, and this is one of those.
Thank you.
This is just for your future reference. One of the trigger words is round, because rounds can invoke a sphere or rounds can invoke a coin, right? Slightly different things. One can be flat, like you pointed out, but the other one most definitely should have surface curvature. But round, sometimes you have to be a little bit more specific. Sometimes people jump up and down just because of that word. What do you mean, round?
Well, no, I totally understand that people always try to come into flat Earth VCs and try to do gotchas and stuff. I just I felt that I was trying to ask legitimate questions and then got pounced on.
It's fine. It's fine, buddy. Don't worry about it too much. You also jumped into a conversation earlier, which was a bit weird because the question itself was a bit non sequitur. The Earth falling, for example. Why would the Earth fall in the heliocentric paradigm? Where would it fall to? Why would it fall there? It's nonsensical question, mate, and you jumped in to answer that as well.
Well, no, I didn't jump in to answer that. I was actually curious about where that conversation was coming from and where it was going.
You are correct. Yeah, you didn't try to answer it. You asked more questions about what he was saying. Yeah, you are correct. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I very much appreciate. Thank you.
It's all right, mate. No worries. Noticed how I went back and checked as well, and even though his first claim was incorrect, he did come back, and we're as honest as most people, mate. Sometimes conversations just get a little bit lost. And other people are a little bit hot as well.
Can you guys see my stream?
Totally fair. No hard feelings.
Can anyone see my stream?
Not looking at it at the moment. Why? What's important about it?
Oh, anyone there?
Yeah.
Can you look at my stream?
Why?
Because I built something amazing.
What is it?
It's a house.
Okay. Is it
castle?
Is it about the flat Earth, or are you just trying to get attention?
Yeah, it's flat. It's very flat. Look, I'll show you the Earth is flat. Look, look. Stream. I'll go proof.
I do believe that this is the best argument that the Earth is flat. Actually, he came up with.
This is weird.
Minecraft. This is where we at.
My castle.
Okay, no one cares, dude.
It's flat. Look, it's flat.
That's awesome. It's Minecraft. It's made that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't reify Minecraft into the world, dude. What are you talking about? Why would you do that? Anyway,
Is this like the best house ever? I think this is the best house ever.
yeah, no one's interested in your Minecraft house, dude. If you want to talk about the flat Earth, then you can let us know in the side chat, and I'll unmute you. You can talk about the flat Earth, but apart from that, dude, it's just Minecraft.
Bro, I love to see the correlation between low education and people believing the Earth is flat. I think there is a correlation.
Really, I'd like to see a correlation between people who are fucking stupid and also believe that the Earth is a ball. I guarantee there's more stupid people in the world that think the Earth is a ball, but doesn't mean it's because they think the Earth is a ball, dude.
Can we get him to show that correlation somewhere?
Yeah, let's do it, bro. Like Jedi said, the majority of people in the world believe the Earth is a globe, right? So, of the majority of stupid people, there's globe believers.
Very simple.
However, you did tell on yourself because you said low education, so that means that you're being taught something. So if you're told and taught the Earth is a globe and you believe it because you have quote unquote education, which is just being told the Earth is a globe, then what does that say about the person who believes that proposition? That they believe the Earth is a globe because they were told so. Is that the mark of intelligence?
Yeah, we call it standing on the shoulders of giants. It's this concept that you can learn from people before you. Is that a stretch that you should learn from people before you?
Depends what
Yeah,
you learn.
I call them shadow giants because you can't even prove that they ever existed.
What are you talking about?
Of course, no, they are all fake, and the world was invented yesterday, and Australia doesn't exist, right?
What the fuck? We can always learn from the people before us because quite recently they started writing stuff down that we could read later.
Yeah,
Oh, hang
so
on.
when
You
you
let
were
him
at,
go to absurdity. No, hang on. You guys let him go to absurdity right after my statement. You guys let him go to absurdity.
how did we let him do that, dude?
Yeah, what do you mean let him? What are you on about?
Here, okay, since you want to critique,
Address his.
okay,
You didn't
hold
address
on,
what
bro,
he said.
stop talking. Now's your opportunity to address it. Go ahead, take the floor, take command, and show us how it's done. Go for it.
I'm sorry, AI. I'm trying to finish up at work. I said I'll be back at 6:30. I just wanted to say you guys let him get away with that. Didn't address it. Australia does exist.
Well, obviously, everything that he said was stupid. That's why my response was sarcastic.
Yeah, by the way, Australia doesn't exist as a legitimate political movement, in case you guys didn't know. So, yes, it's lampooned by a famous flat earther who did it in a quip that said Australia doesn't exist. However, predating that is a idea that Australia is an illegitimate state. In other words, it has no right to be called Australia. It's actually, because of provincial and the fact that it was like a penal colony and all this stuff, that it didn't come into existence in a proper statehood, right? So maybe I was giving him the benefit of the doubt that that's what he meant. Of course, we know he's not that smart.
I believe somebody said that scientists didn't exist, and they couldn't prove that they ever were. We call them shadow giants or something.
He didn't say they didn't exist, dude.
Shadow giants.
No, he said there could be drawn doubt that maybe they didn't exist because who have met Einstein, right? He could have been a conspiracy invented by the U.S. military to nuke people, right? Obviously.
Who cares, dude? Who cares? Einstein. What is Einstein's contribution, dude?
Well, that's an interesting discussion, but then we go into particle physics and shit like that.
Okay, let me ask this question: Who's Galileo, right? Obviously, you should, right? It's a very famous name. Pretty much everybody knows him. Now, what about Ptolemy? Do you know Ptolemy?
Why have you shut up?
Oh,
Why are you not answering the question?
yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's like you throw out the name Einstein, dude. Like Einstein's one of the most famous scientists in the history of antiquity. It's like knowing about Einstein is highly irrelevant. It's like they literally push Einstein.
Relevant antiquity, dude.
So antiquity happened a little bit earlier than Einstein. A few years.
So when did
Holy
antiquity
crap, dude.
begin and end?
Dude, I thought we were talking about the shoulders of the giants that proved the Earth was a globe.
Yeah. You mentioned Einstein. Einstein would be one of those giants. Why you mention antiquity?
Yeah, but fair. But Einstein didn't have anything to do with proving the Earth was a globe. He already
No.
assumed it.
But he did other things.
I think I have a very good argument why the Earth is round.
Yeah, he did although he did prove that he was a incestuous piece of shit.
Yeah, so we're not going to play this game anymore. Here's your challenge, homie. Homie, this is your challenge. Your challenge is to name 3 giants that were responsible for the formation or the promulgation in any way, shape, or form of the heliocentric model. Okay, so go ahead, name 3.
If he can't, I can.
Yeah, go on.
No, you've really got to try.
Like I'm not an expert in why the Earth is.
I know, but the question is to you. Whatever your educational knowledge standard, the question is to you. So answer it. Give you a fair crack at the whip, Sunshine. Don't use me as a crack in the door to not answer it.
Yeah. Your claim was that you learned all these giants that people are standing on from the past, and it's because of them that you know the Earth is round. But then you couldn't tell us anything about it. So what's up? Is it just that somebody at school told you the Earth was round and that there was a bunch of giants?
No, I think that wasn't the thing. I think it was I said that high education meant that you didn't believe the Earth would be round, right, or flat, right, or whatever, right? And you said that no, education is stupid, because you just do what other people are telling you to do, right? And I said, yeah, that's standing on the shoulder of a giant. You're learning from people of the past, and then you disagreed about that, right?
How do you know that? How do you know that's what you're doing?
Right. So they could be shadow giants, and they were just inventing fake.
Yeah, that's my point. How do you know? How do you know that your teacher was telling you accurate history and not just blowing smoke up your ass?
Exactly, bro. You're so right, bro. He's part of it, bro.
Dude, I am right, and your sarcasm is irrelevant,
actor, bro. He's like the evil actor, bro.
So now that you agree, where are your counter arguments?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that the counter argument would be that if you hire an entire staff of university teachers and they all have to agree on a conspiracy theory, I think it would slip up at one point, right?
Dude, do you have any clue? Do you have any clue like what a syllabus is? What an academic standards packet is? All these things that are institutionalized that they just follow. They don't have to be involved in any coordinated conspiracy. They just follow what the university has already decided, dude. I mean, do you not know how education works? You think they make up what they're supposed to teach the children, like live as it's happening?
Well,
how do you think you get your degree?
I linked a model at one point, right, about the trajectories around planets, and somebody said they were cartoons, right? But I said that these models are used to correspond with the gyroscope and the fins of the rocket, right? So how do you do that without, you see?
What?
No, but like that would be like a scientific thing, right? Like you do a model of the trajectory
That's
of the rocket
a
around.
freaking idiotic claim. Idiotic.
Why? Why is it idiotic?
Are we going again into rocket science? Please no.
I think the rocket science is perfect, right? Because
Sorry, what?
No, it's you have a system, right, with a computer, and the computer knows all the time where it is, right? and it always correlates with where it is in the world, and also how it like rearranges the fins and the gyroscopes, right? So if you're saying the Earth is flat and not a sphere, then how does that work, right? Then the rocket is a conspiracy.
What do you
That's you believing their nonsense that they frickin' told you, man. Once again.
That makes no sense. Just because rockets exist and can know their location above the Earth, it doesn't mean that the Earth cannot be flat and stationary. It's quite simple for a rocket to exist above the Earth if the Earth isn't doing anything.
But I'm telling you that they do calculate that it's round, and they do calculate.
They do calculate. Okay, so what measurements do they base that calculation on?
Well, these pictures that I put in the side chat, right? So I'll put it again.
These pictures.
Yeah,
We're talking about mathematical equations.
Yeah. So do you know that a trajectory can be calculated as a graph, right?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm asking you where the measurements that the calculations are based on is taken from and how.
Well, it's based on the mass and the circumference of the Earth.
I know. That's what I'm pointing out. Yes, it's based on the math, and that math will have formula, and those formulas will have numbers attached. I'm asking you how the numbers were measured to be true to base the calculations on.
Because of the circumference of the Earth.
Oh, because of the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah.
How was that measured?
In length.
In length?
Yes.
Okay, obviously I'm trying to get a distance from you. It's not exactly what I'm trying to get, but we'll go the long way around.
You want the exact number, right?
I'm asking you again, maybe the word isn't getting through to you. How is it measured? What it is, I want to know how it's been measured to be true. So you said circumference.
They calculate it as a globe, right? And I'm telling you, if it wasn't a globe, the rocket wouldn't work, right? Because then it would crash, because the math is off.
Yeah, where does it crash?
Is that a stretch?
Most math and navigation needs to be corrected for whatever model they're using. This one's just being corrected to a ball so it works. I'm asking you how it was measured to be true to base the calculations upon.
Bro, what are you saying, bro? What?
How was the radius? Yeah. Dude, if you're not going to listen, I'm not going to engage. It's very simple to understand. Fifth time, I'm asking you how it was measured to be true to base the calculations upon.
Asking you how they came up with the measurement.
Well, I guess it's a machine learning process of trying out rockets and seeing which rockets are not.
I didn't exist back then. Start again.
Oh yeah, you can definitely do a machine learning process. That is like fail and error, right? So if the Earth was not a globe, then the rocket would work differently, right? It had to.
How big is the Earth?
What? Why would I know that?
No, for these calculations to be based upon, I need to know how big the Earth is, right?
Okay, so if I go Google the number for you, will you be happy or you don't care, right?
It seems like you don't know and you have to go away and figure out the answer on Google because you don't even know how it's poignant to the conversation yet.
Why would I know how fucking big the Earth is, right? That's just like a fucking number. Like anybody can Google that. It's been.
Okay, once you get that number, once you've Googled that number, brother, tell us how they came to that measurement. That's what he's asking you. How did they obtain that measurement?
Oh, okay. So how would you do that? Let me think.
You
just go on the equator, an entire round. Yeah.
Where's the equator?
How do you know that the equator is the equator?
What is the equator?
So the equator is where the sun, when it moves in winter and summer period, it is like the mediary place, right?
So the sun then, not the Earth. This is what the sun does above the Earth, and you translating that to a ground position and calling that ground position of the sun's path the equator.
But even you must believe the equator is a real thing, right? Like there is a tropical lane about it.
I just told you what it is. Just told you what it is.
Yeah, it's a
You're not listening, are you? You're clearly not listening. You've got far too much ego
like,
involved.
come on, Jedi, stop with the insults, bro. Like, you're an adult. I'm an adult.
Being an
You should
idiot.
speak
Bro,
to me
he's
nice.
not insulting
Not an
at
idiot, bro. You're actually all idiots, right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. But it's
There
okay.
you go. So there comes the bigotry. The ego that I was pointed out in your responses to talking to a flat earther. Yeah, I get it. I've just told you what the sun is. The equator, to be more precise. And then you go and say that I don't believe in the equator when I've just said what it is. You're an idiot, dude.
Which of the ice
You muted
continents
me,
are
bro.
the wall?
Like just when you mute me, you kind of prove how
I
wrong
haven't
you are. You
muted
realize
you.
that, right?
I haven't muted you. That was
Oh yeah, I
somebody
was
else.
definitely mute. No, but you
No,
see, like, that
definitely me.
proves how
Hold
stupid you
on.
guys are, right?
Hold on.
No, I don't care to
Definitely
talk with
me.
you if you mute me all the time, right? It's like silly. It's
Definitely me.
It wasn't Jedi, it was me, because you keep talking over him. And this is a great conversation, but I'd kind of like to hear it, which means I'd like to hear
No,
both
you keep
sides of
asking me
it.
these silly
Now you're
questions that he
talking over
knows I
top of
cannot
me.
answer.
You
He's
see
like,
how?
oh,
You
what
see
is
why
the
I
Earth's
muted you? 'Cause
circumference?
you're
Like, I
talking
don't.
over top of me. Jesus, wake up, buddy.
If you
You're
don't
talking
fucking
about
know, then
food.
why are you going to establish your point in trying to defend it? What rocket science and such is. It doesn't make
Yes,
sense.
it does make sense if you know about it.
If you know about it, and
Yeah,
I'm
then
asking
tell
questions
us.
about it.
I'm telling you that these vehicles depend on the Earth's orbit. It depends on the globe.
Okay. So that orbit, would that be a distance? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and would it be poignant to know the radius, diameter, and the circumference when navigating across that surface at altitude? So you come back to where you started in the right amount of time with the right amount of fuel.
But you still need to have what?
I'm
Right?
asking you a question. Is it important to know the radius of the Earth when navigating on a globe model?
Possibly, yeah.
Possibly, most definitely. You're going to need to know the size of the terrain that you are traversing before you come back again. So this is why I asked you how the radius of the Earth was actually measured so you could use it within the calculations. It's very simple, very poignant to the discussion.
Okay.
So, how is the radius of the Earth measured?
By taking the center of the planet and then drawing a line out to the surface of the planet.
So we have physically gone down to the center of the planet and drawn a line from the center of the planet out to the outer edge of the Earth, the radius. Is that what we've done?
Why is the method of hold on? Why is the method of measurement important?
Hold on. I'm asking him how we've measured the diameter, circumference, or whatever of the Earth to put it in the calculations. He said we draw a line down to the center of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the method is irrelevant since the figure's been proven.
Dude,
just let Jedi talk, please.
It's just ridiculous, man. I'm asking you how the dimensions of the Earth have been measured to be true. He said we draw a line down to the center of the Earth. Obviously, you can understand, which is probably why you're jumping into White Knight. And that's not a satisfactory answer. It's ridiculous. I'm asking how it was physically.
But you see, you can take assumptions, right? And then you can do a lot of different assumptions. And if they all match together, then... No, but like, think about it, right? Like, how do you calculate...
You don't know how it's measured?
I do know how it's measured, right? I just told you how it's measured.
Tell me then.
So you can measure it with the longitude, the altitude. You can also measure it with the mass of the Earth and the gravitational pull, right? All these things correlate to the same idea that the Earth is a big, heavy ball in space.
So how is this being measured?
It's being measured in circumference, in radius, in mass, and in gravitational pull.
How is it measured? Yeah. And who did
these
it?
are different metrics.
Yeah, how is it measured in circumference?
You're pretty much just saying that you just draw it on a piece of paper and then write it down. That's all we've come up with so far.
I'm not picking up what you guys are pointing at.
If I wanted to know how big my table was, I'd measure it, right? Because I'd probably want to buy something to cover it, a tablecloth maybe.
Okay.
So it would be
Imagine
important.
it's
So
a bit
it would be
different to
important.
calculate a planet. It's a
Hold
bit
on.
different. It's
Calculate a
not the
planet,
same thing as a table, right?
dude. But I'd want to measure it to understand how big it was. Correct?
Yes.
If I wanted to navigate across it, I'd want to measure it, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So how are these measurements done?
They're done with the stars. They're done with the
Stars.
circumference.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
so the
with
stars,
the
right?
stars specifically, how is the Earth measured to be a ball with stars, which are angle measurements from the surface of the Earth?
Okay, so on one side of the planet, there's a whole different set of stars than on the opposite side of the planet. It's almost like you're literally standing with a fucking 180-degree difference, you see?
But we don't measure that when we measure the angles to stars, do we?
Oh, was that not a good argument? I think it actually was. Oof.
The fact that you can't see the other set.
Just because
You can't see the other side of the planet, you can call on a cell phone to the opposite side of the planet, right? And you can see at the same time there's different stars.
That's the best argument I've ever heard.
Right. So the Earth is fucking a globe. So shut the fuck up, right? Like, fucking hell.
How do we measure the angles to these stars we can and can't see?
Why don't you see them? That's the question.
Well, if you have a big box, and in one side of the box
I'll
there's
tell
the
you.
star, and in the opposite side of the box there's a different star, right? If you're in the middle of the box, you see different stars on fucking what side of the planet you're on.
Yeah, that's your presupposition that the Earth is a planet and is the only reason why we can't see things that are not above our head. And it's
But the
only
thing
due
with the
to that.
stars is right? Like, how do you
You see
explain the
different
stars?
things. It's
I want to
relativistic.
hear how you explain the stars as a flat earther.
But the stars are above our heads. And as we
Yeah, why
move
do you see a
along,
different set?
why is it every single time I try to answer the question, this guy's got to jump in?
You keep dodging, bro, obviously.
I'm trying to answer it, bro. Do you know what the celestial sphere model is? Do you understand that within the celestial sphere model, there is a dome of observation portrayed around every single observer at any location on the Earth? This dome of observation points out that the stars that this person can see within this dome of observation at any locale at any time on the Earth. This is a dome of perspective, only observable by your location on the Earth. This is a celestial sphere model. It doesn't invoke a geometric horizon because the observer is standing on a horizontal plane. He's doing this so we can measure the elevation angles to stars. Elevation angles require the intersection of two straight lines. One of those lines is the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. The other line is the elevation angle above the horizon to that star. So within the celestial sphere model, we have a flat Earth with a dome of perspective above us. Now, your superimposed presupposition that the only reason why we can't see stars in the night sky is because they're on the other side of the planet, whilst talking about navigation, specifically celestial navigation, which requires elevation angles, demonstrates that you don't know what you're talking about, dude. To navigate across the Earth using celestial navigation, you're going to be talking about elevation angles. Within the celestial sphere, you have a horizontal plane below an observational sphere of perspective.
But you realize how far away the stars are, right? Like there
That's
is
got nothing to do with you measuring elevation angles to them.
Why would you assume you know how far away they are?
We are assuming nothing.
So yeah, now we're in light waves and how light waves are calculated and how they traverse through space, right?
It's all irrelevant because you're using a flat horizontal baseline. You don't need to know how fucking far
So
away they are.
I
If
still
you can
don't get it.
obtain
If
an
you,
angle.
yeah. But if you're on a pancake, how does it make sense that there are different
Yeah,
stars
fuck.
wherever you're standing on the pancake?
Because above different locations on the pancake are different stars, and as you go to that location and look up, those stars are observable to you. The place that you were, that you left behind ages ago, those stars are still above that location. They moved over time because that's what the stars do, but you're not under them anymore. You've moved to a different location where you are now under stars. This
But doesn't that
different
require the
location is
stars to be pretty
south of
close to the planet?
This different location is south of the equator derived from the path of the sun.
But that does require the stars to be very close, right? Obviously. No?
Location to stars is not important. How we measure them in this instance is
It's not
requiring
really
the
measuring. It's more like looking up at the stars and you see, oh, I cannot see these stars because they're on the opposite side of the planet at this point. But for you, it's like, oh, they're just on a different place.
When I say measuring, when I say that the sun is 90 degrees above my head, is that a measurement that I can utilize with vertical and horizontal? The answer is yes. So when I describe the sun's elevation angle above the horizon at 45 degrees, is this 45-degree measurement a measurement?
You look in the side chat 1 second. This is what you're saying, right? No, I mean, I'm not trying to, like, this is what you're saying, right? You're saying, like, guy 1 cannot see the other star because it's too far away from him on the opposite side.
That's a little bitty circle.
Big ass people.
What happens when you move away from something? If you're viewing
That's the
something,
smallest flat Earth I've ever seen.
Yeah, but
when
my
you're
point is
viewing
just that the
something and you back away
stars,
from it, what happens to it?
yeah, it
When
gets
you're looking
smaller
at
and you cannot
something-
see it at one point. I agree with you.
Okay, and also what else happens to it? Does it get lower to the horizon?
Yes, it would
big
do
building.
that. Yeah, yeah.
You move back away from a big building. Okay, you're standing up against it and it's huge. You look straight up, your neck is tilted to look up 90 degrees to the top of the thing. And you start to walk away from it and slowly you get to tilt your head back down. And if you continue on, you'll end up having that building way out there on the horizon. And you'll be looking at it straight out on the horizon.
It'll become a focal point, just like a butterfly, a bee, a moth, a fly. Anything that flies
realize
in
that
the
It happens to the stars.
But you see, the distance from one side of the planet to the opposite side of the planet, right, is so minimal compared.
Distance.
I'm calling me a faggot. Who said
So
that,
you have
bro?
a
Come here.
belief.
Bro, come
You
find
have a
me, bro.
belief.
You bitch.
The distance from one side of the planet to the other is so minimal. What?
Yeah, compared to the celestial stars, obviously, right? Like the stars
Compared
are
to
many
celestial
light years
stars.
apart, right?
You do understand that
belief.
you do understand that every celestial star has got a geographical position on the Earth. You understand that, right?
On the Earth, they have a
Yeah,
geographical position on the Earth. No, they don't.
Yeah. So, for
Yeah,
example,
it's fixed.
For example, when I'm standing out in the night sky and there's the sun directly above me at my zenith at 90 degrees, I'm at its ground position, vertical line down from that star to where it intersects the Earth. So every star is a geographical GP ground position. Every single one of those ground positions is at 90 degrees with the Earth. And 90 degrees with respect to every other ground position, every other star, and every other observer. Because that observer is going to be measuring elevation angles to those stars, which requires a horizontal line between the observer and the ground position of that star when they measure the star at, say, 45 degrees into the sky. 30 degrees, 25 degrees as the person moves away from that star, receding down to the horizontal plane. Doesn't mean that the star, though, has touched the fucking floor. Brought up navigation.
It's not true, right? Like,
sorry, you brought up navigation within celestial navigation.
no, but I get it, but
the ground position of a star. What do you mean?
It requires you to have the stars kind of close. If like there is no like it's
Distance
so
is
irrelevant
sorry,
how where you're
distance
standing
is
on the
irrelevant.
planet. No, I'm telling you the distance between
irrelevant.
two stars, right, is so great that it doesn't matter where you're standing on the planet. It should be looking the same because it's minimal movement compared to the ginormous movement between two stars, right? So it's bullshit to say, oh, I can only see this star on this side of the plane, but on the opposite side of the plane, I can see a different star, right? That doesn't make sense.
You can prove it. You can just get your own latitude, and then go outside, look at Polaris, and measure an angle to it, and you'd be like, "Damn, yeah, it all lines up."
You know that there's a northern hemisphere which is actually the celestial dome for the north. And there's also one for the south. There's a celestial dome for the south that has the stars that you see down in the south. That does exist. There are different stars over different parts of the earth. If you can't comprehend that, that's a very personal problem.
Yeah, I agree 100% with you.
So, for example, Polaris.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, there is a sphere on one side of the planet, and there's an opposite sphere on the opposite side. It's two half spheres put together into a globe.
Yeah, but you've measured a horizontal plane when you've described the elevation angles to the stars in the first place. That's what you've used. So to do whatever you're doing, you're going to be utilising a horizontal plane to measure angles up from. However you conceptualise it in whatever model after the measurement, that's down to you.
Yeah, I mean, so what did you mean, Tessier, when you said that, you know, you were saying this whole thing about the stars? Like, why do you say then, when you move away from like Polaris or any star, but just Polaris because it's stationary, and you move away from it, you're saying we can't see it because of what? Or it starts to decline, get lower and lower. Why? What's your reason?
Because you're going on the opposite side of the planet, right?
I don't know. I mean, like, what does that mean?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I really just see it as we're in a big box, right? And if you're standing on one side of the planet, you can see some stars, and when you go on the opposite side of the planet, you can see some other stars, right? That makes
I'm just saying I say we're standing on the ground. Like you get an elevation angle up to the Polaris, and you're like, all right, it's 40 degrees, and then you back away from it more and more, and it seems to get lower, and then you measure a new angle after you've gone like 60 miles away, and you're like, okay, it's 39 degrees. Why is that happening?
Because if you go around the sphere, you see?
No, I just went backwards. I went so the Polaris is at the north, so I just went 1 mile south. Like I just went straight south. I got the compass, and I just went straight south. Why did the star Polaris now seem to go down?
Because of the angle while you're looking at it, right?
Okay.
What's an angle?
I mean, honestly, this is like too complicated.
What's an angle?
Maybe I'm just stupid. I don't know, but I just
what is an
don't
angle?
understand why you guys cannot understand. Like,
what is an angle?
What's an angle?
Yes.
Oh, how do we explain to you what an angle is?
If you could, that'd be great.
Just try.
So that would be the degrees that one object is bent on a axis compared to another object, right? It's about drawing two lines that are rotated on an axis, and then you say the degrees on which.
2 lines.
Yeah, 2 lines, right? So you have an angle difference.
These lines, are they straight lines?
They're straight lines, yeah.
Awesome. So an angle is the intersection of 2 straight lines. For example, 90 degrees, 45 degrees, 179 degrees. Angles, right? So when we measure angles to the stars, we understand that, first of all, we're standing on the Earth and measuring the elevation straight line from our position on the surface of the Earth to a star. That's 2 straight
but that's
lines.
because you're thinking there is only an X and a Y axis. There is actually also a Z axis. It's a 3-dimensional calculation we're doing. It's not a 2D calculation.
No, when we do the measurement using a sextant, that's exactly what it is. An elevation of the sun, moon, or stars above the horizon. 30 degrees, 45 degrees, 70 degrees above the horizon. This is how we describe sunrise.
Jedi, I'm really sorry, Jedi, to cut in. I just want to let you know that he's wrong when he says that celestial navigation works on 3 planes.
Okay,
It only
how does
uses
that?
2.
No, it's not true. Look inside chat. This is how we calculate space, right? This is 3D space.
Is that celestial navigation?
No, but that is calculating angles compared to different bodies, right?
Then you're trying. That's a false analogy you're drawing, because that's not how celestial navigation is done. Sorry to cut in, Jedi. I'll give it back.
You're fine, buddy.
Okay, why is that not true though?
At least you could say on what we're talking about instead of bringing a red herring up and asking why the red herring's not true.
No, I'm just saying it's not an X and a Y axis. It's also an X axis, right? Like a Z axis. There is 3 axes, right? It's not like you could just draw one line up and then one line horizontal.
But the line straight?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. So that's what we're pointing out. If the surface of the Earth was curved, your line that you're measuring your elevation angle up to, from, wouldn't be horizontal and straight. It's a curved line.
Could you imagine that something seems flat when you're very close to it, but if you go away, that it actually curves?
You understand that the line that you understand that the line that we're talking about after we've measured our elevation angle to the star is between us and the ground position of that star that I mentioned earlier. That's the straight line that when you draw your chart, you're either going to draw a circle around the ground position or a straight line with a ruler from your ground position on a bearing to it. That's going to be a straight line because you're going to want to know the distance. That line also must be horizontal between you with your angle measuring device and the ground position of that star. It's got to be horizontal because underneath that star, it intersects the Earth at 90 degrees and must be 2 straight lines. And you're measuring an elevation angle up to that star from that line, that surface, which also must be a straight line at 45 degrees, for example, because you're literally, relatively, conceptually drawing a triangle.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but that still means that when you're standing on one side of the planet, you can see different stars than on the opposite side.
No, it means that you've measured an elevation angle up to the star from the surface of the Earth, which must be a horizontal, straight, flat line for you to even accept.
Okay, but it's an elevation angle, right?
Yeah.
But you say if you go on the opposite side of the planet, if you go on the opposite different place on the plane, you go on a different place on the plane, right? Now the star related to you because you're on a, what did you call it? It's an elevation level, right? Now it's closer to the horizon, the star, right? Wouldn't that incline that the star is a bit close to the planet?
No.
Okay, let's say that the star is infinitely, almost impossibly conceptible far away.
I'll give you an example.
Can you imagine an object is so far away that no matter where you stand on the plane, because you do know the size of the plane, don't you? We know where all the countries are, right? So no matter where you stand on the plane, the elevation level, right, would almost be the same. Like it's so far away that you couldn't see the movement of the star. Like, fuck, bro, this is dumb logic, bro. It has to be so close to the planet for your thing to be true. And we know for a fact it's not.
We know for a fact it's not. These are just weird claims that you're pointing out. Have you ever
so you don't believe that the stars are far away? You believe the stars are close now?
Dude.
Just admit that's what you believe to make your logic true.
Dude, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to point out what you said. Did you make the claim earlier that the star off in the distance is closer to the surface of the Earth, or did I mishear you?
You said that the elevation level on the star is changing wherever you're standing on the planet. It's like, oh, now it's closer to the horizon, now it's further from the horizon because...
Yeah, optically. Not physically.
Yes, because you're moving around on a plane and the angle of the star is different wherever you're standing on the plane. But I'm telling you, it doesn't matter because it's so far away that the angle of the star will always be the same if you're on a plane.
That's not true.
Why is it not true?
Have you ever been out on the street at night and noticed as you look down a road, the lights above your head with distance appear to go downwards towards the horizon? There's a street light above your head, you can call that 90 degrees if you want. And the one that's halfway between the horizon and you can call that 45 degrees. And the one down the horizon you can call 0 degrees. Because this is how we observably observe the world. It's called perspective, dude. This dome with perspective is based on perspective because it's based on the observer's point of view and how the world appears to that observer and how we utilize the surface that we're standing on to measure this perspective view. It's like having a protractor above.
So if I have a ball that is 10 meters above your head and I have one 20 meters above your head, you realize that the angle, it will move closer or further from the horizon depending on how close it is to you, right? If it's very far away,
you just said.
the
You said that
okay,
they were both
I'll
above
do a
my
drawing
head.
for you. I'll do a drawing for you, bro. I'll do a drawing for you.
Just talking weird now.
I am, bro.
Yeah, you are.
Because I'm arguing with people that actually believe that the Earth is flat, and that's why I get weird.
Because it's measured to be that way. What we're talking about is one way that it's measured to be that way. It's just going straight over your head.
Like, here, I just shared that picture to you, Tess, right? So, like, in that picture, if you're standing there and you got an elevation angle to, like, a point on that bridge at one point, but then you wanted to get an elevation angle to the end of the bridge, it could be a different angle. Does that mean the bridge is actually going down in that picture?
No, but that is what is exactly the point, right? Like that is right. Like you do change your perspective, you do change your angle, right? Like I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that it's a sharper angle the closer you are to the fucking thing, right? Like. Okay, so look! I made a drawing now for you guys as well. So you see, on the first star, it's very far away. That means that the angle is not that sharp. It's kind of straight, almost. But on the different drawing, the second one, it's very much closer. So the angles are much sharper, you see? So for your logic to be true, the stars have to be kind of close to the planet. Because I'm saying they are so far away that it would be almost irrelevant where you're standing on a plane. They would still have the same angle. Because we do know how big the plane is, right?
How do light years revert back to the size of an object?
We're not talking about the size of an object. We're talking about the angle.
yes, your picture does talk about it.
We're talking about the angle of the star, right?
Every time we talk about angle, that's utilizing a horizontal point to measure an angle from.
Yeah, you had mentioned just a second ago, maybe you had it backwards, or maybe I heard it backwards. You said when something's at the same elevation but closer to you, you're going to have a sharper angle. Do you mean like from the zenith to the object, or could you parse that back out?
Yeah. So if you're like your angle related to the star, right? It does change on the planet. So if we're in Australia right now and we look at a star, it will maybe be just on the horizon. But if we go to
have an angle from a planet,
huh?
You don't have an angle from a planet.
Yeah, because you think that the curvature is not a straight line, so you cannot draw an angle because you do need a triangle. I'm telling you that the Earth obviously feels like a plane when you're standing on it. Right?
The distance between, let's say, the equator and the ground position of Polaris is a horizontal straight line. For you to describe Polaris at 90 degrees above that ground position and your minuscule elevation angle up to it, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 degrees, so close you get to the equator, because that's how one of the reasons of how the equator is derived. The minimum elevation angle to Polaris. So this distance between you and the ground position of that star is over 3,000 miles. That's a 3,000-mile horizontal straight line between you and the ground position of that star. Has to be this way for you to conceptualize this idea. The Earth has to be flat for you to take this measurement. That's how latitude lines are derived.
Yes, it's flat when you're on the planet because it's a big body.
Yeah.
So
Flat when we're on the planet. Yeah. So it's flat. Let's replace planet with Earth. It's flat when we're on the Earth. Yes, it is. Yes.
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 But it's still not flat when you
it's
look
still
at
not flat. So between the ground position of Polaris and you at the equator, even though that is a flat horizontal line for you to measure the elevation profile to Polaris, this horizontal straight line is a quarter of the circumference of the Earth, according to you.
Okay.
So what it is, right? The half of the distance between the pole and the equator is quarter of the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this a trick question? I don't know.
Yeah, so this is a curved line and not a straight line. One, you're not going to be able to measure any angle within this triangle. So two of those angles within this triangle, if your baseline is curved, you will not have 90 degrees underneath the star, and you won't be able to measure an elevation angle up from that curved line.
Just, I don't know, like, did you actually like look into the argument I made, or did you just like run over it and just like start your own logic again? Because I feel like I did a pretty good fucking point, right?
Yeah, you did.
Can I get a mic check?
Yep.
So you see,
Thank
like
you.
when the body is closer to the plane, the angle is sharper.
Closer, right? Do you remember the street lights? And you could measure, like with the bridge, the elevation angle with distance along that bridge.
Yeah, so
and
the elevation angle is so important, right? It's so important.
Good. So we understand that the bridge hasn't actually changed its altitude above the water, much like the street lights haven't changed their altitude above the surface of the road, 15, 20 feet, all of them across the length of that road. But as you look down the road, according to the laws of perspective, they appear to go downwards towards the horizon. They optically change that distance because it's getting smaller the further you look away. This is like looking at the stars. Things above your head, away from you, closer to the horizon, you can describe them 5 degrees above the horizon. Doesn't mean that that actual physical distance is closer to the surface, though. This is just perspective.
Yeah, I test. I don't. Maybe it's again. I'm just not hearing you right. Let me just walk you through. Like, so we're standing in front of a tree, right? Like it's right in front of you and me, and we're going to then, get our protractor out and draw an angle to it. It's going to be, it's going to be pretty big. It's going to be a big angle, right? And then we're going to walk really far away from the tree, and then measure to the top of the tree, using our protractor. It's going to be a really small, acute angle because we got further away from it. It sounds like you're describing the opposite, but I might just
No,
be hearing
that
wrong.
makes 100% sense to me. But I'm just saying, if the tree is really like high up in the air, it almost doesn't matter if you walk 10 meters or 20 meters. You have to walk like 100 meters for you to change the angle of perspective to the tree.
Yeah, you have to walk, I think it's about 69 nautical miles for you to change a degree. But the Earth is big. The further south you move away from Polaris, you will reduce the angle. 90 degrees, 89 degrees, 70, 60, 45 degrees. Halfway between the ground position of Polaris and the ground position of the equator. That's how we derived our latitude lines. By measuring angles from the surface of the Earth to the stars.
But if you can see a star straight above your head in Australia, and it's like super angled in Africa, that must mean that on a plane, the star is closer or it's more above Australia than it is above Africa, right?
Yeah, it has a ground position. If it's 90 degrees above someone, looking directly up, you're standing on its ground position. If it's at 90 degrees above your head at your zenith.
Just feel like the star have to be kind of close, and otherwise it wouldn't make sense. If it's too far away,
yeah, that's awesome. You still have this idea that the universe is comprised of objects that are light years, hundreds, if not thousands, millions in some places, away from you.
Is that a stretch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just flat Earth. It's also like flat Earth and fucking fake stars or whatever, or fake star distances.
Well, I don't know. Like in the globe model, the stars are like flat, right? But like what Jedi's talking about is that there's like they're not. There's like an elevation change that occurs. But yeah, in the globe, when you describe it, it sounds kind of like, well, they're just so far away that they're right here, like on the ground, and they'll never change. Like no matter how far away we get, it'll never change, as if it's like it's flat or something. But like we know that in reality, we can move away from stuff, and it goes up and down. But like in this other model that I'm hearing, it sounds like they won't go up and down because it's like it's there's no change in elevate. Like there's no up and down.
What are you being confused about?
Come on, is there any other globalist here? The globalist.
I understood what you were saying.
Yeah, like I don't know, like when you look at the stars, Tash, like do they like the sky? Does it seem like one star is higher up than the other one, and another one's lower, or do they seem like they're all at the same level?
Right, that's a good question. I guess they do feel like they're all like on the same level, even though they're not, right?
Yeah.
Like they could be set in a firmament.
But
I know
mean,
that's
you
blasphemy
do
to you
know they're
Globers, but
no. Listen, right? Even the ancient Greeks, right? They named the 6 closest stars, right? The planets. They named them after the gods, right? That means that they were looking up at the sky forever, and they realized some of these bodies are circulating faster around the planet than other bodies. That means that they realized that some things
so
are
they
closer.
just had a different path.
Yeah, and the path is way faster, right? Like it maybe takes a whole year for a star to circulate around the planet or something, but I don't know, right, about that, but it's faster for the planet because it's closer, right?
It's retrograde. The planet exhibits retrograde motion. So planets were named basically for wanderers. They're called wandering stars because they didn't follow the same path as other stars through the sky.
So they are closer than others. So even though it might
not,
first
it's not
seem
because of their distance.
No.
It's not because of their distance.
It's not distance.
It's not their distance, it's their path. They take a different path than all the others.
So
all the
for
other
example,
stars seem to move in a circular pattern.
Yes, all the other stars move in lockstep.
I'm
Planets will move sometimes along with the stars, kind of, maybe faster, maybe slower, but then they'll actually back up and move the other direction for some part of the year. And it was so irregular that the Greeks couldn't make sense of it.
I don't know. They had that anti-Cathera mechanism.
Doesn't mean they're farther away.
Like, wasn't it a Greek guy who made the Antikythera mechanism that simulates the planet movements, etc., on with wheels and planes and cogs?
Yeah, it was a computer of sorts. I didn't know it could do astronomical calculations. I'll have to look at that.
It's basically what it was. An astronomical calculator.
Yeah, it's like it's like a computer in the way that it computes the position of the planets in the sky according to like a cycle, repeating circles, like and circuits. Yeah. So I guess it has circuits, so it's like a computer because there's circuits. Maybe, I don't know.
I mean, if you want to go deeper into this, in Jude, it talks clear about wandering stars and such. So if you're ever interested, you can read about that.
Wait, Ripcord, you're European, bro. You shouldn't join them, bro. Too smart for this.
What?
I'm serious, bro. Only the English-speaking countries are flat earthers.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not true. So there's quite a population of flat earthers down in South America, both Spanish and Portuguese.
Yeah, especially in Brazil. I think there's quite a few.
Yeah, that's it. Especially Brazil.
They don't even know how to brush their teeth. What are you talking about?
They all still live in the jungle, mate.
I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
so it's like
I think there is a point to that. It's really hard to explain why the Earth is a globe, but I just do believe that there is like a million reasons why it's a globe, right? Like,
Right, give us one, because you didn't do so the last time. You just
I think the best one is
Go on.
that you do calculate rockets with gyroscopes, and they have fins that actually do need to adjust when they're flying. And they do fly orbits around the planet and shit, right? And they have data points that show exactly where they are in 3D space. And that is literally the model.
Oh, wow. I wish to have that software that shows me exactly how far it really goes. No.
But that's a gyroscope, right? That's the point of a gyroscope. It's supposed to know where it is.
No, I'm talking about simply software.
Yeah, so a software that takes a vector free. So you have an X angle, a Y X axis, a Y axis, and a Z axis, right? These three numbers are a vector free. The vector free determines your position in 3D space. Yeah.
Yeah,
Still have to believe what you're seeing on the computer. You got to believe what they've programmed in. You got to believe that the rocket's where they're telling you it's at.
There's a straight line horizontal coordinates in a three-dimensional frame. X, Y, and Z, vertical and horizontal. Okay. So a gyroscope does what? Maintains what in three-dimensional space? Aeroplanes and things that fly above the surface of the Earth that utilize gyroscopes are maintained in a horizontal plane. That's what they're designed to do.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah, so horizontal then.
Mm-hmm. But what about a rocket that has to fly around the planet, take the gravitational pull, and then do another orbit, right?
That's everything that leaves the surface of the Earth that flies above a curved surface. But the object, whether it's a satellite or a space rocket, if it uses a gyroscope like an aeroplane or a helicopter or a drone, then it's maintained in a horizontal plane above the surface of the Earth. That's what they're designed to do. You can't say, but rockets that use something that maintains a horizontal plane now, because they're in space for some magic reason, because they orbit using a magic word, that they are actually going in a circular path, but that means everything would be, but gyroscopes don't do that.
But
Horizontal
they
plane.
go circular, right? Like, don't they?
You can fly around in a circle, but we're talking about change of orientation. Horizontal.
They use the gravitational pull of the planet to kind of sling themselves around. That model only makes sense if the Earth is a globe, right?
No, because it's just maintaining a downwards vertical vector. Vertical intersecting and being perpendicular to horizontal. Horizontal above the Earth. If you're talking about anything that flies, then we just can point to NASA and other aviation authorities, excuse me, that point out that when we fly above the surface of the Earth, we treat it as a horizontal, non-rotating reference frame. So horizontal, flat, and not moving, non-rotating. That's what aeroplanes and gyroscopes are designed to do. That's what our IRS system is designed for. Maintaining horizontal.
But it's just when the rocket lands on one side of the
So it goes
plane.
from one place to another. And you're saying on the other side of the ball because it's the other side of the equator.
So you think it spins around in a circle above the planet?
It goes
not on a globe, like.
Yeah, it just goes above the Earth from one location to another.
But how do you use gravity to slingshot yourself? Right, like that doesn't make sense.
We're slingshotting ourselves now.
Yeah, so they do that, right? They use the gravitational pull to boost the rocket to like fly around in a circle, and then they will fly off, leave orbit, and then they will slingshot themselves around the next celestial body. That's how rockets do work.
So your first point of rockets, because they use gyroscopes, now we're using some idea of slingshotting because of the gravitational.
No, the thing with the gyroscopes and the fins was that the rocket had real data points of where it was around the globe at a given time, and I sent a picture in the chat showing the data points on how the planet was moving around in circles around the planet, right? So I will find that picture again if you guys don't care.
You watched Armageddon too many times, dude. All that slingshot and bullshit.
No, I had a girlfriend. She was like studying fucking astrophysics, like a million years ago, honestly. But
Did
yeah,
you
she was
marry a
probably
god
part
or
of the
something?
conspiracy. What?
I mean, if she apparently millions ago studied something, then she has to be of some age, right?
Yeah, she was going to college. Yeah, see, so this is what has to be true. Like, they all have to be kind of lying or like believing a common conspiracy.
Just within a mathematical framework.
Hey, Jedi.
I just don't get it, right? Because if you do have a plane and you do have like a fucking rocket, right? Wouldn't a rocket very fast figure out that, oh shit, it's on a plane and there is what is the boundary of the plane?
What, the rocket is now asking what the boundary of the plane is? What are you talking about, dude?
Right, so if I have a rocket and it returns data points to me all the time with its sensors, right? Wouldn't I very quickly figure out, oh shit, we are on a plane and there is a boundary, and but you see, there is you guys, none of you can tell me what's at the edge of the boundary, can you? Can you say what's the edge of the plane?
Why is this rocket talking about a boundary?
Because it flies around in orbit on a globe, but you're saying there is no globe, it's a fucking plane, right?
Yeah,
so what happens if you fly to the edge of the plane? What's at the edge?
It's programmed to go wherever it goes. It's not going to the edge because it's only going where it goes. What are you talking about?
But you would go to the edge if you're flying in orbits and circles around the planet, right?
Circles? No. You wouldn't go to an edge if you were flying in a circle.
No, but if you're flying in an orbit all the way around the planet,
right,
globe,
orbit all the way around the planet. So let's say 24,000 miles around the circumference. We're going that direction. Okay, so that's just a circle around North. Why are you reaching the end of the planet? You're just flying in circles, dude.
So nobody ever reached the edge of the planet.
I don't know about nobody. I definitely don't know anyone. I'm not saying that nobody hasn't reached the limitation of their environment.
Okay. I just don't understand. Like, it's like, wouldn't somebody be like, oh, fuck, we hit the wall, you know? But nobody did that ever.
Who would do
Anybody
that?
with a ship, anybody with a rocket, anybody with an airplane. You can just fly to one edge of the plane and you'll be like, shit, we at the end of the plane, right? Because there is only the countries we know, right? Are you saying there's more landmass now? Maybe we haven't discovered more landmass? Is that like...
Possibly.
That could be, right? You see, like, this is the kind of length you have to go to make your point true. But it might just be that the simplest explanation was the truth all along, that it's a globe. Yeah.
Tessier, what is your universe expanding into? It seems to be expanding into nothing. Can you explain the nothing? What is your paradigm? You've got something expanding into nothing.
The medium of the electromagnetic space. It seems very boring and kind of like nothingness. So that's, yeah, a fucking electromagnetic space fucking expanding itself doesn't seem that surprising to me. It's just like...
So your universe is defined as big as it is. It's one universe, and this one universe is expanding into something. What the hell is it expanding into?
I think that's not... I think there is always the electromagnetic spectrum, which is infinite, maybe. I think the expansion idea is that all the celestial bodies and all the objects and mass and materials, they are like moving away from each other because of the Big Bang, right? That's the idea.
Yeah, but it also contains a specific amount of energy. So if it's infinite energy, is it still infinite energy, or is it maybe in contracting and not expanding anymore?
I don't think it's infinite energy. I think it's the problem of there is no counterforce, so it will keep expanding because there is no thing to counterforce the movement of the objects.
What was it expanding into again?
The electromagnetic spectrum, which is
The
like,
electromagnet. Sorry, what's that? That's the thing that's been created.
no, that is
Yeah.
just the space, the medium where things are moving in. The actual things that are expanding are all the planets and all the materials, right?
All the materials, all the energy, all of the radiation, everything, including three-dimensional space and time, came from a specific point. We're asking you what it expanded into.
No, I think that in my conception, I'm not an expert on this, but I think that the electromagnetic space is infinitely big, but the matter is what is expanding.
So you've got your own cosmology then.
I mean,
Sure, if maybe I'm wrong, that could be it, but that's the
No, you
point,
are,
right?
'cause
I don't
I've-
have to know this, right? Somebody else studies this, they did this for their entire life, and I
You
trust
don't have. You
their
don't have to know.
science, and you don't, right? You don't trust their science.
So
Yeah,
you
why
don't
would
have.
we?
You don't have to know. He just said, "I don't have to know." Somebody else thinks
No,
about
I
these things.
trust the institutions, right? Like I'm a programmer.
You don't
I
even know what they
believe that-
say.
But I can. It's a public knowledge, right? I can go learn about how space is expanding right now, and I don't believe that all of the people that wrote those articles are all trying to conspiracy theory me into anything, right? They're just. This is just what. It's the best guess. It's the best guess.
Well, I mean, I just wanted to point out that it was definitely a false equivalence. We're on the Earth. It's a much better question if he's asking for the edge of the Earth here. We can go probably to the edge of the Earth, you know.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about all along, and I feel like
Comparing
nobody.
Comparing
Can
the
you
expansion
travel-
of the
can you-
universe is completely different to, you know, talking about what's here on Earth that anyone can go to.
Off you go then.
Have you ever been to Antarctica? I haven't.
Nope.
Okay, but I've never been to Australia, but I still know it exists, right?
And you can book a flight to Australia as well, right? So
I think you can book a flight to the fucking. If you go on an expeditional force, you can also go to
like
the
$1
ice.
million. Yeah.
Oh, it's not, bro. You just have to like be an archaeologist or something. I don't
Oh,
fucking
I'm
know.
talking about like
Geologist.
I thought you were mentioning a space flight. Kind of.
Bro, it's not about space. It's about the planet Earth, right? On the planet Earth, if it is a plane like you guys suggest, then obviously there must be a boundary,
Well,
or there
they're
must
already
be.
flat earthers. There are already flat earthers planning to go to Antarctica. If you're mentioning that, that's
Yeah,
already
but
been
how
happening.
like it should take a weekend. What the fuck? Go do it, man.
They're gonna do it in I think December.
Take a weekend.
Wait, so
Yeah,
in
it's not-
December
it's
they
not
go to
simple, dude.
Antarctica, and then you guys will all fucking be
Just to be
open-minded
clear, I
for
don't
the
think
fucking
it's
result. Like the thing is,
just
like
to be clear. I don't
we-
think it's. Hold on. I don't think it's just Antarctica. I think they're going to travel to the pole. Correct?
Which one?
They're going to a specific
this-
location.
Yeah, going to a location. It's not just getting out of the ship and going to the shore and seeing the penguins and getting back in the boat. It's not that. It's a little more. It's a little more extensive.
You're going there to see whether or not the 24-hour sun is a thing.
Yeah.
but you guys really are hooked to this idea that the Earth has to be flat, right? Like as a globalist, right, or glober, we don't really believe that. We just
Nobody gives a shit what you
Yeah.
believe. It's not about belief. It's about something you can prove. And if you can't prove it in
okay,
the forum,
right? So
then you
if
don't
if
know.
somebody came here and
Yeah.
proved you wrong, then you would change your
Do it.
diet.
Fucking do it once and for all. Are you able to?
I feel like it. There's been a lot of good arguments tonight.
Muster up
right?
the fortitude tonight. I haven't heard shit. I've been here for 9 years. What do you mean?
Maybe you should clean your ears then.
No, maybe you should bring a better argument then.
I bet you were the one that was calling me a faggot before.
I don't need to call you that, you dumbass idiot.
Joe, just a very quick warning: if you use that particular term again, you will be removed from the server in entirety.
And I hope you do say it again
yeah.
so we can fucking remove your dumbass.
No, but like somebody was calling me that, right?
Yeah, who?
You.
No, Alpha.
Okay.
Sounds like his voice.
Hold on.
Now-
You might be mistaking
Alpha
him.
would say that is a moderator on the server, and he's well aware of the server rules. He enforces them. He doesn't break them.
Well, I think that.
Now what? Are you a liar?
Am I a liar? I thought
Yeah.
it was you that was
No.
saying
Are you a
first.
liar?
Globalist snake.
Are you a liar?
Bro, it's not. Bro, look
What?
at yourself.
Are you a liar or not?
It was a mistake. What?
I'm not a liar. I asked if that.
Are you a liar? Admit it. Just admit it in this panel if you want to stay here. You want to stay here, don't you? Just admit you were lying.
Why
Nah,
does
bro, I'll just go, bro. I don't care to argue. It makes me just as stupid to
Fucking
try
leave.
to argue with
Then
you.
fucking leave. The
No,
door's that
because
way.
I'm
Go.
I'm streaming.
You're not. Who gives a fuck about your stream? All the people that are looking at your stream know that you're a dumbass. And you are the one that's been lying, not me. So they can see that too. Yeah.
Tessie,
Yeah, I
at
was
best,
being
you might
attacked
be
left and right, and you were also calling me an idiot. So you're not better,
Yeah.
honestly.
So what? You
So
are
what?
an idiot.
Okay. Well,
And
you're an
everybody
idiot
on
as
your
well.
stream can see that.
Nope. They
Well,
think
yeah.
you guys are hilarious.
All right, check this out. For all the people that are listening to, what's your channel? Give it to Matt. Let's prove. Here's another
Just go
streamer.
Google my name. Just Google my name.
Where?
On where? What platform?
Where?
Kick.
Kick.
Another kick.
Another kick.
fucking-
Alpha, another kick.
Yeah, we've heard this one before. All right, give us your name so we can go all check you out.
Nah, bro. You guys just gonna
Yeah.
Oh,
See?
but you already
I'm-
said it's your name, so let's just look
bullshit,
up your
dude.
name. Make sure you're on kick then, right? Let's look up
Go
your name.
find
make
it.
sure-
Go find it, bro.
Alright,
Test your
bet.
ass.
Tessie,
Wait, nah, just
There
wait.
you go.
We're gonna see if you're actually streaming or not.
Let's see.
Time
Look,
to really
I'll send
call
a
this guy out.
screenshot. I'll send a
All right,
screenshot.
I'm on kick. Oh, no one's live with your name.
I
Interesting.
mean, if I give my name, I will just be a retard, obviously.
But you just gave your name though.
You're already
you just
giving
said
your
it's
name
your
on
name.
Kick.
I have a different name, obviously.
Well, what name is it?
So before
What
you
name is
said it's the same name. What name is it then?
Listen, I'll just put the screenshot and then maybe.
Nah, we want
Nah,
the
I
name
don't-
so
we
that
don't
we
really
can go
care
check
about-
you out because we're calling
look,
bullshit
hmm.
on your stream.
Yeah.
That was a little bit dishonest. Jeez.
I hate when grown men stop. Like there was another guy that came in here like I'm on kick with 150 viewers. What's your kick? Oh, it's my real name. I can't put it here. What? Wait, so you publicize it for everyone to see on Kick, but you can't tell people on Discord? Like what the fuck's
You
going
will
on?
troll, bro, if you join. You cannot
So
join.
you have 5 viewers, okay?
Nah. Does he have 5 viewers?
One of them's your mum.
He doesn't have any viewers because he's not live. Ripcord probably just said that because he's saying like he probably has 5 views at best.
Tessie,
Look
why
in
you
the
gotta
side
lie,
chat.
dude?
Just look in the side
Why are
chat.
you're a grown ass man. Why are you lying about streaming on Kick? We think you're a cool badass or something?
Bro, just check side check. I am streaming on Kick.
Oh, you are.
Yes, of course I.
What's
I
his
wouldn't
name?
lie to you guys.
So what's your
What's
name
your
on
name?
there?
I don't have to tell you guys. You'll just talk the chat.
Oh,
Dude, then how do we know you're live streaming?
I sent a screenshot. For
So
fuck's
what?
sake.
You could set up your stream, but you don't have to go live.
It says
I've
I'm
seen that
streaming
before.
live.
I have Kick.
Literally
I know
says
that.
listening to Flat Earth
Yeah.
live.
Well, then let's post it. Why? Hey, if there's anybody, listen. If anybody's listening to him, or well, out of the 5 people that are looking at your stream, I want you to come into here. This is a politics server in Discord. Come in here and the 24/7 Flat Earth room channel and tell us who he is. I'll give you the floor. Whoever comes in here first, I'll give you the floor.
Bro, I'm a beautiful
Give me a
man.
free
by the way. This
bag of
guy
coffee.
leaking my picture, bro.
No one
I
Give me
love
a
that.
free bag of coffee if you come in.
Nah, I'm not gonna.
yeah, he's
Exposed.
hiding his name. He's hiding his followers.
So what, dude? Who cares
Bro,
about?
I'm a
like,
successful software engineer, bro. I make money, bro. You
who
guys don't.
cares, dude?
Now this
What's
dude's
your
putting
argu-
him. Like, now this dude's sending pictures of himself in the section.
No, he
like,
was
that's
starting
totally-
sending pictures of me, right? I will just join
So who?
in.
Like really, who cares? Because you
Go
don't
connect
have an
with me on
argument.
LinkedIn, guys. Go connect on me. Oh, wait. Oh, you don't have a LinkedIn profile because you're not in the industry? Oh, shit, bro. That sucks, bro.
What are you
What?
talking about?
This guy's weird, dude.
What the fuck?
All right, first of all, you don't want to put your Kick stream. That's sus. Second of all, you're posting pics. We don't know that's you or not. Who gives a shit if it is?
No, somebody was posting my picture first, so I just joined in. And that is
Yeah.
the second time somebody screenshot my profile and put it in
Yeah,
the
then
side
post
chat.
your
too.
post your. Listen, if we already see your face, why don't you just post your stream? Why don't you just do that?
Because you'll troll the stream, bro.
It exists.
Troll
somewhere.
You can DM me the stream.
DM
I'll give
the,
it to Beetle
the person.
Brush.
Yeah, give it to Beetle Brush.
Beetle Brush, you don't.
Nobody's
I don't trust
fucking
this guy
gonna
either.
watch
I feel like he's gonna fuck me up.
Nobody's gonna go watch you.
Dude, how does it? Listen, I don't understand this
I don't
idea.
get how a
You-
streamer.
I was just gonna say that, man.
Yeah.
Dude, you fucking. I'm like, he's a streamer. He's public. He wants people to like join his stream, fucking subscribe and all this shit. And then he doesn't want to tell you his stream. Like that's sus, dude.
If anything, you'd want us to know where his stream is. He'd get more
Yeah.
views. Right? He
Yeah,
probably doesn't have like 100 views or something. No one cares.
Don't you want to
He's, like,
grow? You
I
know?
think he's embarrassed because
Exactly.
he's like five people looking at his stream.
And what about
That's
the
what I
five?
know.
What about the 5 people?
Why are you
watching?
Why are you guys
They're
shitting on
enjoying
him because he doesn't have viewers? You guys don't have viewers either.
No, it's the fact that
It
Like, you're
doesn't
also
matter if he
irrelevant.
has or has not viewers.
What are you
That's not
talking
the
about?
point.
The last
That's-
been on YouTube.
it's the fact that he's like, oh, I'm streaming right now on Kick, and then he doesn't
We're
want
on
to give his.
YouTube.
Oh yeah, Kick is kind of shit. I can't lie. You should switch to Twitch.
Well,
We're
not.
on-
It's not even about that, man. It's the principle that he said he's streaming and he doesn't want to share the stream. It's like people that are like, streamers. They share their stream. Doesn't give a shit. Or like people are gonna troll them. They want the views. Every
Fuck
click,
you, bro.
every
Just,
view.
bro. But you're all just gonna scream, "Oh yeah, he has 5 views." So
Man, you're
like,
really not somebody that people even.
No one
care
is
about,
even
dude.
gonna type in your fucking chat,
Fuck.
dude. We don't give a
I'm
shit.
serious,
that
dude.
much.
Like, I don't even think people care about you like that. Like, what? in
if
the
you
fuck?
all follow me, I will fucking post a link. But if I don't get like a few
How the fuck are we
followers,
gonna follow you if you don't like, dude? Just post your
What
fucking
the
shit,
fuck?
dude.
I'll follow you and I'll be the biggest supporter ever.
There you go.
would you?
Oh
Yes.
my god.
Yeah, post your shit.
I
Man.
stream too.
I'm just curious why this guy's worried about his streaming if he's a successful software engineer with a
Yeah,
LinkedIn profile.
Oh no, man.
It shouldn't bother you at all since you're.
You
Oh, I
know,
don't do it.
It's
for
the
money. I
streamer,
do it
you
for
know. You
fun.
can
Dude,
ban
if
us
I were you and
we
I was
troll.
streaming, I'm like, yeah, guys, look, these flat earthers are coming in my stream.
Yep.
Like, I don't get how it's like offending you so much.
I'm not
And then let's just
offending.
think of
I'm
link-
cautious because I feel that you guys are fucking attacking. Well, you guys are posting my personal picture in the chat, right? Like I'm actually like a little bit
man.
afraid of you guys.
All right.
Yeah, last
well, I
time
mean,
someone went to
if
my
you-
shit, they immediately just started making fun of me for it. So I totally get what he's saying.
Yeah, but
Sure,
we're telling
I
him
mean-
straight up. We're telling him straight up. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit about this guy's stream. He can.
Whatever,
He's
man. I mean,
the one that
I'm not
came in
gonna
here.
give his
Let it
fucking
go,
word.
then. I'll fucking
Whatever,
mute, bro.
dude. Whatever, dude.
And worst thing, if the guy was not, astute enough not link his Kick stuff with a pseudonym to his public personal LinkedIn profile, I don't know what kind of software engineer you are with no OPSEC. That's a side issue.
Ha.
Yeah,
So
but his debate skills are whack, bro. So it's like not like people are gonna search him out, dude. We want to debate. Nobody cares, dude. He's whack, anyways.
Sure, bro, but that doesn't make the Earth flat. You realize that? It doesn't change the fact that the Earth is a globe. And just because you guys all have a community together saying that it's flat doesn't make it flat either.
Yeah,
It just
so
makes you
is that your
commonly
argument?
stupid.
Is that your argument? Is that your argument right there?
No, but
Is
that's
that it?
just the truth.
Then
right?
what's your
That is the
argument?
truth.
Then what's your argument for the
Here's
Earth
the
being a
thing.
globe? Right now, what's your argument for the Earth being a globe? Just say it.
Oh,
I want to hear
cool.
it. Go on.
AB's argument is rage bait, by the way. He's trying to upset you.
No,
But
I'm
it's like,
trying for
what's
him
your
to state.
argument?
I'm
That's
trying
your
for him to state his
argument.
argument, Beetle. Can't you see what I'm trying to? I'm trying to give him the floor and the mic so he can say what his argument is. Because right now, at this point, no one knows.
I'm telling you that you cannot have that fucking rocket slingshotting and doing orbits without the fucking model with the fucking thing running around the planet 100
He
times,
doesn't
right?
even
Like,
see. Look at his argument, dude. It's shit.
The fucking,
Why would
See, he's
anybody
just gonna
wanna
rage
argue
bait you
with him?
until you leave,
Yeah,
and then
bro,
he's
it's
gonna
like-
say "Victory, flat earthers." He's gonna give you the dumbest arguments ever, yo.
bro, go
Dude,
prove
That's all
the
they do.
DNA
How is
exists.
that
Go
not?
prove the
How is
DNA
that
exists, right?
not? How is that argument not fucking stupid? How is it not stupid?
It doesn't matter if
Yeah,
it's
so-
stupid, bro.
Rockets
Because
that
he
go
doesn't
around the
believe in
Earth.
it.
Well, Alpha, why do you think it's stupid, Alpha?
Armageddon too many times, and he has a globe Earth argument about slingshot.
Turn your mic down, please, for the love of God.
Yeah, Bear Pelagic, you're coming in fucking hot, bro.
Yeah, and Tessie, don't
Serious
think that
business.
anybody here actually thought that this last part of the conversation, the last 5 minutes, was at all an attempt to actually argue against your non-points.
All right. So who
Right.
thought that was a good
Yeah,
argument from the
yeah.
Globe side? Hold on. Let's just take a consensus here. From the Globe side, who thought that was a great argument? Just go ahead and say it. Because I'm gonna whoever co-signs on that shit, all you're gonna be lumped into the same.
I do. I think it was an amazing argument.
I thought it was
that
valid.
rebuttal.
But you're a non-human, so we're just gonna skip you. Anybody else?
Okay.
Really?
I thought it was valid.
Really? How was it valid? Can you steel man his argument?
Well,
Let
hold
me
on. We
see
had the
how-
argument. What's the rebuttal?
Not
What's the
gonna
rebuttal,
talk to
Alpha?
you. Not
What's the
really gonna
rebuttal?
talk to you. Shut up.
Come on, Alpha. Don't be
I'm not
afraid.
talking to you.
Mez, he's
Have
trying to
some
rage
balls.
bait you. Just don't feed into it.
Yeah, Mez,
That's their
Mez
argument.
can't
Is they just get you
Mez
as
can't
angry as
even think.
possible.
Mez can't even think. So steel man his argument, Beetle.
All right, I got you. First of all, my name's not Beetle. You can't read. Second of all,
What the fuck is
his biggest point was that
Birdie.
we sent something
Yo,
into
fuck.
space and then we sent it around the Earth 100 times and we brought it back.
He did not
Right,
say
which
that
is suggesting
shit, dude. Did he
that-
say
That
that?
is literally what I
Yeah,
fucking said.
that is what he
No,
said,
you
man. It's
fucking
really not that
idiots.
hard.
Did he? Anybody? Fuck,
And
dude,
the
let's
biggest
get
thing
it.
you can rebut with that is you're going
Shut up, dude. Did anybody hear what his argument was, and was that it?
That was fucking it.
Not you.
Wait, say it again. Say it. I wasn't even paying attention.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's basically what he was saying. It was saying that rockets have little
Jesus,
fins and steer that
Bear
can steer the
God damn it,
rockets
dude.
on the Earth. I'm sorry, I'll whisper.
Fucking
Is your
shit, Bear.
is your shit like nuclear powered or some shit, dude?
My God,
I'm
bro.
sorry that rockets have little fins that can steer it around an orbit, and that because they do that,
Bear,
the
but
Earth's a
I
globe.
was asking the Globers to steel man him, dude, not a flat earther, bro. Like, for God's sakes, I'm trying to get these Globers to realize no one can steel man his shit argument, and you come in here with as a flat earther, like, dude. Can you see what I'm trying to do here? First of all, I don't know if you get it or not, Bear. I'm trying to get the Globers to see if they can replicate it, steel man his shit. They can't do it. First of all, Birdie's is fucking failing.
Sorry, dude.
And second,
Birdie
like,
said in the chat that they can't do it if they're muted. So
yeah, but they didn't do it when they were unmuted, right? So now back to you. You weren't paying attention, Matt. So which Glober was? I'm trying to get somebody that's honest in here who heard his argument who can steel man it.
I don't even know what they said. So
That's cool because nobody's paying attention to him because basically his argument shit anyway. So once again, any other Glober that's paying attention could steel man his argument. I'll give you the floor on the mic. I want you to steel man what he said because Birdie's failed. He did not say that, and Tessier was just like, "Yeah, he said that." No, he didn't. Anybody else? Globers? No. Let me unmute the guy. All right, what did you say, Tessier? I bet you forgot what you said. Go on, Mr. Kick Streamer.
Mr. Kick Streamer is now putting his kick in.
Oh, guys, go boost the algorithm.
Go on. What was your argument?
Go, guys, go. Channel, funnel.
Dude, you're weird. Dude, what's your fucking argument?
Yes, one viewer right now. It's me. Oh my
Seriously?
God. Yeah, it's me with 2 followers.
Because I got fucking muted, so everyone, and I was screaming, so I lost my 5 viewers.
Jesus, dude.
Stop.
I mean, bro, I'm
What
also
is
drunk, bro. It's not
what
fair,
is your
bro. I,
argument? Shut up. What is your argument?
but you cannot tell me to shut up and then.
Yeah, I can. I can even put a red mic by your name, which means you can't speak. So what is your argument? Go on.
What is your argument? Proceeds.
Yeah, yes. Go ahead. Your argument, please.
You don't see that?
I don't see what.
When you mute me, I win the.
No, you don't. You just shut the fuck up. That's all you do. You don't win shit. Where did you get the idea that you win when you're muted? You can't fucking speak. You ain't winning shit. Now, what is your argument? Go ahead.
Bro,
If you
you're so
have
dumb,
one-
right? You're so dumb,
Nah,
right?
you're so dumb. That's not an
No,
argument.
but
Go
it's
ahead.
not me only. You muted all the.
You have the floor and the mic, and you're wasting it on saying dumb shit. Can you just give me your argument? Go on.
Yeah, so my stupid argument were that the fucking models that you guys called cartoons, which was rockets moving around the planet, slingshotting themselves through these celestial bodies using the gravitational pull of planets, right? That was made from data points, right? That's actual science they need to do, actual computing, actual fucking things. Is that a good argument for you or not?
Panel, what do you think?
I think this guy's so drunk he's stringing as many multisyllabic words together as possible.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, I had this conversation with him earlier. He started off with the gyroscopes, and he just got further and further away from the Earth, and now he's talking about slingshotting through fucking planets. So every time I point out what he's talking about, he moves on to something else.
Yeah,
Wait, that's
very
not.
insincere
That
and
is real.
inconsistent.
That is real. That is true.
Go ahead, Q.
Very insincere, very inconsistent, hard to listen to.
Okay.
Press
Anybody
more.
else? We're critiquing his argument because it seems like he thinks he's the man. And I said he had a shit argument, which he actually does. So, can you understand what you just said, Tessier?
Yeah, I was saying a bad argument, apparently, right?
Well, can you understand? Can you parse out what you said and give us examples of what you mean? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about that you have a rocket.
Yeah.
The rocket understands the Earth in its computer as a globe.
What? Oh, it's a being?
It has a computer program that steers its
Which
fins.
one? Which computer program is that?
Yeah, go
So it's made in a programming language called Ada, and Ada is only used for military software and trains. It's made by a company
Therefore,
called Lockheed Martin.
Therefore, it
or Donald
relies on the
Buckman's.
globe because it's only used by the military.
Yeah, well, you know what?
No, it's free. It's open source. Anybody can use Ada.
Okay, post it in the chat and let's see how it proves a globe.
I want to see this.
Yeah, find the software library or whatever that's
On what
open
rocket-
source.
The API.
On what rocket is Ada being deployed on?
All the rockets. This is the
Which
most.
one? Name one. Name one rocket. Name one rocket right now.
So if I cannot
Name
mention
one
a
rocket.
fucking rocket, but you keep
Name
asking me
one.
new questions. Now you asked
Name-
about the computer program.
This is the line of questioning that you're going to get if you say that you know something. We're going to ask you how you know what you know. Obviously.
I'm a
And if you
software
don't know-
engineer. Of course, I know about the programming
well,
of
then
rockets.
that's fine. Then what rocket is it deployed on? Which one?
All the rockets, bro.
Yeah, which name one rocket?
Okay, I'll name one rocket for you.
And did you say that because
Hold
you
on,
write
Mick,
code?
Mick.
Go ahead.
So I'm
Atrium
drilling down.
4.
Did you just look that up? I need the answer to what I just asked. Did you just look that up?
No, I'm so smart. I know everything on top of my head.
So then, if you're an engineer and you're designing a system that this rocket is going to be using, then how do you not know what rocket is going to be using this system? How do you not know that?
I did know that.
How did you not know it? You just looked it up.
No, I just said I knew.
Are you lying? Because I heard your fingers typing on a keyboard. You were looking it up.
But I told you it's
and your excuse was that how am I supposed to know all the information about this rocket? That was your excuse when I asked you if you're looking it up.
But isn't that retarded?
Are you lying? Did you just now look it up?
I did just look up which specific.
Excellent. So that means that you do not know what program, or excuse me, what rocket that program is being launched on. You're just guessing, it seems.
No, I knew that.
Oh yeah, you didn't know. You're just making this claim, and now you just looked it up and you saw something that was relevant to what you're saying. That's interesting. So first lie, argument's already garbage, but you're saying that the program is being deployed on a rocket. So what does it do for the rocket so that utilizes the information that's adhering to the Earth as a globe? What is it doing?
I'm not doing.
What is it doing for the rocket to adhere to the Earth as a globe? Make the correlation for us.
So the Earth is flat if I don't know every.
No, it's just that you're wrong in what you're saying, and your argument's not going to stand. You have to withstand scrutiny if you're going to be in this forum and claim that you know something. Got it?
Yeah, and I know that
Okay.
rockets.
Yeah, you don't know that because you just looked it up. So you don't know that. So now I'm going to question you on how you know that the rocket is using
Hey, have you guys ever heard of a FakeOTube? Kind of like YouTube, but FakeOTube.
No.
Nope.
Right. Yeah. And they got this video. He's pretty cool. His name's Tim or something. Yeah. He's on like Monday through Thursdays or something like that. Ecology. Taken until proven real type of thing. Very good podcast. They got this thing on there. It's a video called Newsbenders. It was made in 1968 or something. There's a famous actor in there. It was British. It was on BBC in the 60s. And the whole premise is this guy comes into a new job. He's a newscaster. Like, hey, dude, you got a new job now. You're going to cast the news, but it's 5 years in advance. So basically it's about faking all the news. You know, this is back in the 1960s. They had the whole moon landing thing. Like, yeah, you're gonna talk about the moon landing. It hasn't happened yet. It's not gonna happen. You're just gonna talk about it. Guy's like, no, I can't do that. My ethics. Like, well, we got a chip in your head, and we can explode your head anytime. Yeah, it's really creepy. You gotta watch it. Newsbenders. You can probably find it on YouTube or any other movie YouTube channel type thing. Newsbenders. You won't believe it, man. That was like in the
There
60s.
you go. There's Adam with the link.
Pretty good stats out of it. Still got to ask me to work.
Is it like a show?
It's like a short skit almost, you know.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably like 20, 30 minutes long. It's very it's like, oh my god, they knew about this stuff like 60 years ago. Kidding me? Pretty surreal.
I have an uncle who thinks I have an uncle who believes in Joe Biden still. I think that's equally as crazy.
I was just in another server earlier, and what was his name? I forget his name, and he said Joe Biden did the most of any president in modern U.S. history, and he believes it.
Did you tell him name one thing?
Oh, and he named all the stupid CNN bullshit. The the Inflation Reduction Act and this and this,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Inflation reduction.
Oh, it was Steve Mackey.
Scott Mackey.
Scott's Steve.
Oh my god, bro, he is something special. He said it. Well, if the Earth is flat, why can't you see forever? Fucking dumbass.
Oh, it figures that douche would be a Biden fan or believe in government at all. Like you can actually vote.
He fucking loves him.
Holy.
So I said, of your list that you said that Biden did, you forgot that he mobilized true international depression. And he goes, what? What? I go, are you kidding me? You never heard that? It was Biden's most famous gaffe. One of them, anyway. One of thousands.
Thousands, yeah.
He never heard of it. No shit, he's watching CNN.
Probably got that shit on 24 hours a day. Wakes up to it.
You ever
Falls
heard
asleep to it.
Doug Casey? Doug Casey said, if your vote actually counted, not be allowed to vote. Something like that. I think that's
Was that
true.
Edward Casey?
Oh, Doug Casey. He's like an economist. He's like America Screwed. He lives in like Peru or Bolivia or somewhere, South America. He's got some money, He just does a little podcast. He does the Anarchapulco. He's giving a speech out there. Kind of semi-famous, not really. It's kind of cool. He get up there on a podium and smoke cigarettes, give a speech. He knows what's going on. All fake and gay.
Anyways, got a QE live tomorrow. That should be good. Then after we got
Who the fuck is that guy?
I don't know, the guy who always eats fruit.
Comes on and chews loudly, eating orange slices. I know that guy.
Is that the same guy that always leaves to eat wingies?
Yeah, the guy who gatekeeps his recipe.
Yeah. But he demands you repeat your recipe now.
Citation.
Give me your recipe. It's like, dude, you never give up your recipes.
Actually, I've heard him tell you how to cook a ribeye, which isn't really a recipe. It's just a method. That ribeye method.
What's his method? Just curious.
I don't know, dude. He literally, but I don't think he uses any seasonings. Just like butter. And dude, I'm all about pepper. I'm not really a salt guy, but I'm all about pepper.
Yeah.
Like, pepper's going on my freaking filet mignon, no matter what, dude. And if I got some freaking gorgonzola, like, dude, you ever seen a restaurant do like a gorgonzola like schmear on a fillet? Yeah, dude.
What's that gore?
Like
The frick?
well, it's like blue cheese kind of. And when I heard about it, I'm like, no way. But then I tried it. I was like, dang.
If I see it on a menu next time, I'm gonna think.
CB, you're in the whole cooking thing, dude. Anybody doing gorgonzola schmears on freaking fillets, dude? Where are you at, CB?
You know what he's doing? He's chatting up the lady girls.
Cheese on flat mignon? No way.
Yeah, I'll put some cheese on like a shitty steak, but if that's like a T-bone or up, hell no.
Dude, you don't cover the thing like barbecued wings or some shit. It's not a pulled pork frickin' barbecued sandwich. It's just a schmear, you know. It's and it's not just the gorgonzola. It's gorgonzola with some other kind of.
Yeah, but give me a cracker cut.
It's a reduction. It's like a reduction sauce with the gorgonzola in it. Dude, I can't even freaking fathom what the hell it is. It's freaking amazing, though.
Fuck, I'm hungry now. You got me googling it now. Gorgon. Oh, it's cheese.
Hey, cheese.
This blue fucking moldy cheese stuff. Yeah, I know what this is.
Yeah, dude. Whoever thought that letting cheese get old was a good idea? Like some guy. That guy. Who the fuck is that guy?
Bro, they put it on a filet mignon. Gosh. No, I actually cooked a T-bone a little whiles ago, and man, I was surprised. I thought filet mignons are the best. The T-bones are right up there, right next to it. And the filet mignons are too expensive now. Like I only get them when they're like 30% off.
The closest thing to what Paraplegic is talking about is I had Parmesan steak and shrimp, and that was badass. Pretty good.
You ever heard of an Eisenhower steak? They rumor has it that Eisenhower liked his like a regular steak like pressed into salt and pepper, like where it just covered it, right? And then thrown into a freaking fire, into a damn campfire, you know? Like get it all black and then just scrape it off. I was like, no, not doing it. Sounds like some nonsense story.
No, it's probably the best sear directly on the red hot charcoal.
I was told that by an older, my buddy's mom. She told me that story when I was like 15. So, it's hearsay, so don't go Googling it. It might not be true.
I Googled it, and it looks like he chucked it on some freaking charcoal. Direct sear.
Oh, Jesus, direct sear.
You know what I mean? Like directly on the freaking charcoal, like direct contact.
I don't know, dude. I don't want burnt stuff. I was in Costco yesterday. They had some things in the cold section. They're called burnt ends, and I'm like, people are buying burnt ends? Are you freaking kidding me, dude? I don't know.
Well, anything brisket is good.
Hey, Timbo. Have another go, you reckon?
What's up?
What's going on?
Oh, not much. Just finished work. Driving to another work. Never ends, mate. Never ends.
Tell me about it.
Going on?
I was just having a listen in, and it's gone quiet. But yeah, I'll just. Hey, Bino, aren't you another Aussie? Oh, don't talk to me then. All right. I was
He
just
would have
about to.
gone. He would have gone. Yeah, mate.
Sorry about that. Audio options were on.
What?
Were you guys talking to me?
I was going to say, we'll get his attention the easy way. Oi, cunt!
Oi!
That got my attention.
Yep, we know where you're from.
No, that's it.
Are
Did I interrupt anything?
Not at all. Are you a flat earther or a glober?
Flat earther.
He already got slapped by QE earlier.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, I did,
Yeah.
man. I did.
Oh,
Yeah.
don't take it personally.
Nah. Why would I?
He means well.
He just QE's goal is to harden people up, so when they get out in the real world, globetards don't scare you. That's all.
Yeah, that's true. I can see it like that. Yeah.
I've been slapped a few times by QE as well, so don't worry about it.
If you don't get muted by QE, you're not having a go.
That's all right. Yeah, so I joined this server yesterday, I believe. And I had a long chat with T-Dub. Not sure
T-Dub.
if you guys-
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I spoke to him for like, I don't know, 2-3 hours.
That would have been pleasant.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, T-Dub's pretty chill. But every now and then he has a moment, especially when baltards go stupid on the politics server.
Oh yeah, right. Yep.
When did you realise the truth?
I would say probably around 2016.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I kind of jumped on board when everything was new. And then, I made my decision after about, watching a year's worth of content and studying and whatnot. And then, yeah, so I took a little bit of a break from, the knowledge of things. And yeah, I just want to kind of refresh my memory a little bit on it.
Sounds like me, man. I did the same thing. I just took a break recently as well.
Yeah, nice. Nice.
It took me a while too, man. Like, I saw the first video I saw was 200 proofs. 200 proofs.
By Eric Debate? Yeah.
Yeah, I just woke up. I woke up the next day going, what the fuck? I need to look at some of this shit.
Yeah.
So I started looking and looking and looking. I'm like, no, surely not.
Yeah.
And then
But see,
one morning, it just all made sense. I was like,
yeah,
fuck, bang.
yeah.
On his
I
second
mean,
mouthful of wheat bix, it just clicks in.
I mean, I'm in a bit of a different boat. You guys on this Discord, you guys know like the itty bitty gritty stuff of it. Like, I think that admin was asking me questions, and I had no idea what he's on about. You know.
Yeah, okay. Who was that?
I don't know. I was getting verified. You know what I mean?
Oh,
They
yeah,
were
okay.
like,
Yeah.
what's the circumference of, you know, this and that, and how do you calculate this? And I was like, man, I have
That's
no
all right.
idea.
Right, yeah. The reason they do
Yeah.
that is so you know the ball tart argument better than them. So when a
Yeah,
baller
yeah,
comes up to you
exactly.
and starts grilling you, all of a sudden
Yep.
you can throw it back in their face. Do you even know the radius of your own belief system? And they'll start stuttering,
Yeah.
and you know damn well you've got them straight away.
True.
Yeah, you got to turn it back on them because they're the ones making the claim. Yeah, the claim is that the Earth's a ball that's spinning in the vacuum of space without any containment. Now, you know that's the claim. Like you don't experience any of those things, so the claim is that, and you don't experience it. So they're the ones that have to prove to you that the Earth is a ball. You don't have to prove anything because all of your experience tells you it's a flat stationary plane. They can't even argue with that. Like even if you ask them that, you would agree that the Earth looks flat. I go, yeah, okay. You would agree that you don't feel spinning. Yeah. Oh, and Earth's supposed to be an open system with gas pressure next to a vacuum. Now, how do you have gas pressure without containment? Because you can't demonstrate it. So
Yeah.
it must be a closed system, you know.
Yep.
So then you got to push it back on them. They're the ones that have to prove the ball to you. You don't have to prove shit, man.
That's right.
Unless you make a claim.
Yep.
Best thing to say, I don't know. You just go, I don't know. If you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Yeah. Because you sound like an idiot if you don't know what you're talking about. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and you'll trip over yourself, and then all you're going to do is start backtracking, and then you start trying to cover your tracks of where you were wrong when you can just admit that you don't know.
Yeah. Yep.
And what are they going to argue with you if you say you don't know? Look, there's no argument. You just go, I don't know. Explain it to me then.
Boy, how many times, Timbo, have you heard them have a meltdown when they've asked some far-out question and you just go, I don't know, or I've never been there, and they have absolute spastic attacks because you're the flat earther, you're supposed to know. What's on the other side of the ice wall? Well, fuck, mate, I've never been any further south than Melbourne, so what the shit would I know?
Yeah.
See, shit like that. And people will have an absolute meltdown because you can't give an answer to some stupid question that they probably can't answer themselves.
Yeah, you don't have to replace if you take something away from them, you don't have to replace it.
Exactly.
Hey, dude.
Here we go. Comedy hour just kicked in.
Yeah, you don't have to replace their globe with your own globe, flat globe.
Yeah, that's how we got in this mess in the first place.
Exactly.
Making up stories and then making stories on top of the story that no one ever confirmed, and then we ended up with a fucking sphere floating in space.
Shooting through space,
Yeah, because we believed what people were telling us and we never checked anything. So now we just go, I'm fucking checking everything.
Yeah. Hey, it's in the school books, man. It's a globe. I saw it in a book. I got a piece of paper here, man. It says I know about globes. I got a globe. Certificate.
PhD in globology.
Globology.
Globology. It's a mixture of globe and biology. It's a living globe.
My Renee, he's flat earther. He's like, I'm gonna give you a globotomy. I was like, I like that. I could use
Yeah,
it.
that's a good one.
It's a kind of an old one, but it's a goodie. You guys can use
A
it.
globotomy. I'm going to use that. You need a fucking globotomy.
You do. You need a globotomy, bro. Let me take you to the beach. What do you see? Well, it looks flat. Do you feel like you're spinning? Well, no, I don't. I don't feel like I'm spinning. All right. You got it. You're done. Next.
Yeah, and then even if they say, well, you wouldn't expect to feel the spin. Okay, so your evidence of the Earth spinning is you wouldn't expect to feel it, and you don't feel it. Yeah, great evidence. Thanks.
Dichotomy, man. It's the craziest dichotomy to find yourself in.
So-
To lie to yourself like that, go, well, the reason I know I'm spinning is because I don't feel like I'm spinning.
So check it out. Is it like the horizon? It's apparently spinning.
Apparently, it's flat and spinning. It's curved and spinning. It's curved
Yeah,
and spinning. It's curved.
Because the sky moves.
The sky moves. That means the ground is round. Duh. Everybody knows that.
You hear
And
that?
then
When you
it gets
when you
way
say it
worse.
like that, it sounds so fucking ridiculous, doesn't it?
It's ridiculous. That's why I like to make laugh and fun out of it. I'm just like, let's laugh about this shit because
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
I know it's a globe because it can't be flat.
I like that one. I've heard that one. What else have I heard?
Everything coalesces into spheres. Okay, can you show me that? Well, Jupiter and stuff like that. Oh, great, thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, as a vacuum, good one, dickhead.
Here's the problem, man. Here's the problem. When they say like everything turns into spheres in outer space, well, what about those weird shaped fucking comets that are meteorites? They got like all kinds
Yeah, they
of
look
them
like tadpoles.
shaped like this or shaped like that, you know.
Well, most of the galaxies are flat anyway. They show us disks.
Yeah, the universe is flat. That was
And they call them protoplanetary disks.
oh yeah. What a mess.
So your evidence that things coalesce into a sphere is you're going to show me a disk.
Mm-hmm. Crazy. Again, crazy.
Well, you can't even show me that. That's an artist rendition too. So no one actually sees this. They might see something in the sky through a telescope, but
I mean,
yeah.
I'm getting here's my fuck the 3 questions. I'm like, answer me one question honestly or we're not talking. And I just say, have you ever seen the globe from outer space with your own 2 eyes? And if they answer some shit or well, blah, 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 it's like, dude, you're not even worth talking to. Get out of here. Go away. I'm done. Because nobody has. So.
I like the other one. Well, you look in the sky, so you see spheres. So Earth must be a sphere. Oh yeah, you ever seen a fucking tree or a lake on those things?
Oh, dude, I was
There
saying
are no similarity. Yeah, I got it off you. No similarities whatsoever.
I was saying that like in the 90s, dude. I'm like, I had this girlfriend, man. She's all into like Stephen Hawkins and fuck all this shit and crazy stuff. And I'm like, dude, there's no fucking trees out there, bro. Not a lake.
Yeah, why would you want to go anywhere?
Where are we going? That was always my question. We're not. There's nowhere to go, man. I kept saying that for decades, bro. Before I was a flat earther, I was like, we're not going anywhere. This is no. We're not. There's no trees, bro. No tree. I ain't going. You ain't going. Nobody's going.
No water. I can't go for a swim. Fuck that.
No swim. No waves. No trees. No air. It's raining.
Red. Why would I leave a place that's blue and green to a place that's rusty and red? Why the fuck would I do that?
because they want you to believe the most ridiculous stuff. I think, and like, yeah, we're gonna terraform the planet and add oxygen. It's gonna be great, man. It's only like 250 in the shade, and minus 250 in the shade. I mean, and then it's plus 250 in the sun. So we'll find a nice balance. We'll find a nice balance. It's
yeah, you just have to wear a suit all the time.
Right.
That's fine. Yeah.
Sounds like a great existence. Can't wait. Crank up the heater, crank up the air conditioner at the same time. That'll work. Okay.
Grow rusty potatoes.
Rusty potatoes, man. When did that movie come out? I'm curious.
Matt Damon, that one.
Yeah, when did I'm gonna look it up. Hold on.
Was it called Martian?
Yeah, something like that. How come, out of all these movies, this dumb shit's gone up into space? Haven't they learnt just to leave the fuckwit there? Seriously. Like, Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
All right. The Martian. Let's see here.
And say 2005?
2015.
Oh.
August 2015.
It was a pretty boring movie too.
Yeah,
low budget on
cast. I wasn't flat earther in August, man. It was more like December. I think I got my first whiff. So I might have seen that movie before, but looking at it now, man, it's ridiculous. Really?
Yeah, I think I was early 2015.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe at late 2014. Maybe.
Because I wanted to deep dive into it, and once I realized there's no satellite pictures, I was like, oh shit.
Oh shit.
What the hell's going on here? What are they pulling?
I went to the moon landing after I became a flat earther.
Yeah, that happens.
It was like in conjunction, because then I really got into the moon landings while I was transitioning. And then I spent a lot of time on the moon landings.
Oh man, I saw like a little bit here and there, and I'm pretty sure I saw a funny thing happen on the way to the moon, and
yeah, and that was when YouTube was throwing videos at you.
Throwing it out, man, and I was like, wait a minute, they're faking the picture shot halfway to the moon through a window with a piece of cardboard. I'm like,
yeah, when I saw that, I went, all right, it's all over.
Okay.
I'm done.
What the hell's going on here?
Yeah.
Just another nail in the coffin. Do we have a new guy that's an upside down antipodal alaponder?
Yeah.
Bino.
What's his name?
Bino 47.
Hey guys.
Yeah, Bino.
Upside down out of fun.
I'd like you to introduce you to Flat Earth Dude, also known as FED. And he calls us upside down antipodal out of ponders. So get used to it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we all came up
That
with that.
makes more sense.
All of my upside down ponder people, we all agreed that that's what we would call the people in Australia. You guys agreed to it. You're Australian. I didn't. I was the outer ponder guy, and then you're like, no, I'm upside. You're upside. And I would always come in and I go, what's upside down, boys? Instead of saying what's up, what's upside down. And because you guys are on here, when I'm get on, it's my late night. It's your early
afternoon. Yeah. Afternoon, early evening. Yeah.
And it's just perfect for you guys to jump on when you get done working or whatever. And then it's like before I go to bed, I'm like, I got to jump on and see what's happening out there and what are people talking about, man. I love it. I love
That's
hearing
it.
But I don't like
you listen during the day though, don't you, dude?
pretty much all day, every day.
Yeah.
I'm listening. I'm catching the arguments. Have you run into our friend Flat Earth Math Charles yet?
Yeah, I had an argument with him on Sunday.
Well, him and I go back like 2016, man. We were in QE. Fucking, there's a bunch of us out there just listening to his fucking bullshit. But
Yeah, he was going around in circles with me about accuracy of the Autolots. I was like, yeah, well, okay.
He's a
not like
weasel.
Matthew's a different breed. But that guy, yeah, he can get stuck in like a little loop. And
Yeah.
it's
Beat,
okay.
repeat.
Man. You got to snap him out of it. You got to make him laugh or something.
Yeah, I disconnected him.
You got to disconnect. I don't know, but anyway.
Yeah, that was on politics though. So
right.
He's been coming in there. Same with Platypus has been swapping between here and there as well.
Yeah. I've been running into Platypus, and he's cool. He's much cooler than Charles. I mean,
yeah, he's all right. I've had a few run-ins with him, but
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. You know, he's called me on some stupid shit, like, you know. He's made it personal. He gave me a couple personal attacks. I never personally attack anybody. I mean, that's just my style, but you know, to each his own, man. To each his own.
He did that to me too, and I played the old. Oh, why are you saying that to me, man?
Right.
Why are you being mean?
Don't be so mean to me. You're so mean.
Yeah, you don't need to say things like that.
I've been called every name and fucking. I've been doxxed. People put my phone number in chats. I mean, I've had everything up with me at one time or another. You calling me, whatever. It's not going to do anything to me at this point, man. I'm like,
oh, some of those DMs you get from fucking politics,
yeah.
pretty bad, man. I get called fucking everything.
Ignore that shit, man.
Yeah, I find it funny.
Some of it's funny, yeah. Some of it's
funny. I'm obviously hitting a nerve sometimes.
Oh yeah, you're hitting a nerve.
I've been trolling a bit lately, just going, well, what do you mean? Like they go, oh well, yeah. They start saying, well, how do you explain boats disappearing bottom up? And I just go, refraction.
I love it. Yeah. Hey man.
They go, what do you mean refraction? I go, well, light bends. So light bends before and dips before it goes to your eyes. So you don't see that light. So therefore, the boat disappears bottom up. Refraction.
I love it.
See how you've got what's his name, Matt Mooney, rattling on about refraction. This is how the Black Swan is debunked because of refraction. Blah blah blah.
Right.
I'd like to ask him one day, and I got muted yesterday because my microphone was having a full spaz out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was horrible, man.
I don't know what happened, but for some reason it just exploded. Anyways, I'd like to ask him if your claimant of refraction allows us to see further. Why is it when we use devices like infrared that reduce refraction, we see further?
Yeah, we should see closer. You know, it should cut out the refraction and we should see closer to the curvature of the Earth. So you see less far. The distance would decrease. So
his stupidity debunks itself. As soon as you throw an infrared camera at him, all of a sudden, broken.
Yeah. I love
it. Well, he's doing this circular argument at the moment, saying, okay, well, the Black Swan is a really bad argument because you guys are trying to debunk the horizon, which is always a apparent horizon anyway. So you're just debunking the apparent horizon. I said, what are you talking about? The Black Swan talks about a geometric horizon. Should always be at 1.22 miles. Now, you know, that should be the case if the ball is that size, right? So it will always be there whether it's refracted or not.
Yeah.
I think he's missing the point, you know. And I say, well, how do you know it's there? How do you know that the horizon is at 1.22 miles if it's never in the place where it's supposed to be?
This is getting too easy, boys. This is getting too easy.
No, it's just they shoot themselves in the foot.
Yeah, let them tie their own rope, man. Here, go ahead.
Yeah, and they go, oh well, we're not talking about the geometric horizon. We're talking about the apparent horizon. I was like, okay, well there is only one horizon, because if you look at the fucking definition of horizon, it's where the sea appears to meet the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an apparent position anyway.
So
there
it's
isn't a geometric
apparently
position.
Geometric or geometrically apparent?
Ooh, write that down. That's pretty good.
And even if you're saying it geometrically it is the curve of the Earth because it makes boats disappear from the bottom up, then where is the original horizon and how do you know it's there?
Well, where's your model, bro? I'm sorry. I just had to throw that in there. So geometrically apparent is it's apparently a globe geometrically because the boat goes over the curve, but yet when we add infrared, it takes out a lot of the refraction, and we
can see further.
We can see the boat again. Yeah. But wait a minute, is it refraction? What the dude? I'm confused, and I've been looking at this shit for years. This is a complicated little thing run around here, man. Think about it. So,
yep, this is what we've been dealing with in politics, going round and round in circles.
Round and round.
And then when you finally nail him on something, yeah, but explain why boats disappear bottom up. It's like, dude,
yeah, you just don't understand
every day for the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, you just don't understand Matrix.
I've heard it today, man. There was a guy. He invoked one of his globe proofs is that things disappear bottom up, and it wouldn't happen on a flat plane. And that's a standard argument, man. It's been going around. That's like in their top fucking 2 or 3 fucking things that they bring up, man. It's
so what's really handy, FAD, is when you've got that little GIF image of the boat on the lake, the little toy boat on the lake or the pond.
Yes.
I'll be back.
And when you throw that at them, or you ask them, okay, what's the distance that boats disappear on their apparent horizon? Give us a number. Oh, but it's apparent. You can't give a number. Oh,
right.
So explain why boats these little ones disappear only 10 yards away. What's going on there?
Right. Or 100 feet away.
And the other really good video, someone got a mobile phone and filmed vertically looking up the side of a building. And as they put their phone closer to the building, the top section of it disappears.
Oh.
So, So now it's not only in the horizontal plane, it's in the vertical plane. The same thing happens. So they can't call refraction because of this layering system when we're now doing it vertically.
Dude, that's a bust, man. I love it. I love that one. Damn, why didn't I think of that? That's fucking genius. Who came up with that?
Don't know, but it's awesome. Loving it.
I can't wait to do it, man. I can't wait. Can't wait to do it. Next time I'm near a tall, flat, straight building,
Yeah, just get your phone and just hold it closer, and film upwards.
There you go. All right, where's the top of the building, bitches? Oh, it's refraction for sure. Okay, it's refraction. Things don't disappear bottom up at a distance. Man, why are we still talking about that, man? We should be way past this by now. This is not a thing, man. In my opinion. In my opinion, this is zero fucking burger, bro. We all know you could take a penny and walk away, and you fucking ain't gonna see that shit. Fucking, if I get like, a 1/10 of a mile down the road, you're gonna see the fucking penny, bro. It's that simple, and they don't want to get their heads around it. I don't get it. They won't concede, man. They never concede. People that are dug in, man, will not concede because it'll cost them their livelihoods. We were talking about this last night, man, that this is their livelihood. This is what they went to school for. This, they learned all this math. They learned the earth. They learned a lot of shit. And they're just not going to give it up. I get it, man, because it's going to cost them money to do it. And most people are willing to do that. At least in my opinion.
You know, it's funny you say that. It's almost worse than that because it's not even about money at some point for many of them. I was talking to. I was in the room with the politics server earlier, and everyone knows the young gentleman of Matt, right? Matt.
Matt
What's
Mooney.
his?
A1 Kennedy.
Matt Mooney. Yeah, there you go. Right, the guy's 17. You know.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
And he comes in here. He comes in here often and makes, you know, very aggressive arguments and stuff like that. And he's very articulate now, right? For a young lad, there he knows the globe position.
Yeah, I went around.
And yeah, Scott Mackey was in the room earlier, and he was doing. Many of you guys were probably there. He was doing like a full presentation as to how celestial navigation works on a globe, and he had all the math, all the diagrams, and everything. Right, a really thorough presentation, and showed like, oh, on the globe it works, but on a flat plane it doesn't. And it was pointed out to him. It's like, oh, well, there's one underlying assumption is that everything is seen orthographically or whatever. Anyways, long story short, it was a very long-winded back and forth or presentation plus back and forth. And in the end, they're like, oh, well, isn't it just so elegant? It's just so beautiful. And they were creaming their pants, dude, over the math and how simple it is, you know, and how perfect the math works out. And, oh, it's just so easy. Right. And it was pointed out. It's like, look, you know, you guys have some underlying assumptions here. Being, we see things orthographically. So right out of the gate, there's something wrong with that. And then Matt kind of came out and said, oh, well, isn't it just so like boring if it's a flat plane? Like, or he just threw it out there. It's like, for many of them, there's like an identity crisis or like a bias toward it being a boring thing. Like we were all raised like, oh, there's space and it's just so perfect and fantastic that we're on this spinning ball and everything. And to give that up is to give up a kind of either a sense of identity or B, fascination for the world that we live in. It's not about the argument of this is correct, that's correct, incorrect. It's about what is boring or fantastical enough or interesting.
Hollywood. It's not Hollywood enough, bro.
It's like that. Yeah. So like this is the foundation upon which they build all the arguments to support this fantasy land being the foundation.
Yep.
Right.
Great point.
You know, it's a very interesting insight that we finally kind of cracked open.
Yeah, we're cracking stuff open, man, left and right. We're only 8, 9, 10 years into this, man. We're kicking ass. They had a 400-year head start. I get it. You know, if we had 400 years, it would be just awesome.
Yeah. And all along, man, I remain open. Right? I could be totally wrong. I guess we could all be totally wrong on this. I guess, you know, people say, oh, we're still waiting for the proof. If that one day it comes in and says, oh, yeah, this is the proof and we're wrong, I'll take it. Man. You know, I have no attachment to any particular, you know, and I'm sure a lot of you guys are like that too, you know.
Absolutely. I'm just going to go with my objective reality senses. You know, if a car's coming towards me, I'm getting out of the way, right? Those are my senses. If I know I'm moving, I know I'm moving. And if I'm stationary, I'm pretty sure I could figure that out as well. But, you know, objective reality is just awesome. And people were like, well, you know, Timbo and I were laughing about it a minute ago. We were just like, well, it's the reason you don't feel like you're spinning is because you are spinning. And that's like the craziest position to take, bro. That's crazy. You might as well be in a loony bin. What? The reason the car's not coming towards you is because it's coming towards you, or it's not. Yeah, I mean, help me out, boys. You guys are awesome. We got some good stuff tonight, man. Really good. I love it. I can't wait to stick my camera up the side of a fucking straight, tall building, man, and watch the roof disappear, bottom up. I just can't. I might do that shit tomorrow, man. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yep, that's a nice, easy one you can do. What are the
Easy
Globers
one.
called? An experiment. There you go.
It's observation, man. I'll give you an observation. Wait, if I put my camera here and I can see the top of the building, and then I move it closer to the building, I can't see the top of the building. What's going on, man? I thought flat earthers could see forever, man. What happened?
Can't even see the end of the hallway.
Dude, when I first got into this, man, I just put some nice floors in my house. Anyway, it was flat because I laid them. And I was like, I took like a penny and a nickel, a quarter, and put it on the other side of the room on the baseboard. And I laid down on the ground and my eye, right there on the, and I couldn't see those damn coins to save my life, dude. I had to lift my head up a bit to see them. When I laid
there's a fun, easy experiment you can do. It's a lot of people say, if the sun's not going down, like how does light like go so high up on a wall or something like that? We'll just take a flashlight and a desk and just start walking backwards from the desk, and the further back you go, and like if your light's strong enough, you literally see that light creep all the way up.
Yeah.
I don't know, like I haven't actually tested to see if it can go far enough back to the
Yeah.
point where the light will
Try.
actually go onto the bottom of the desk.
Yeah, there was a guy, Rob Skiba, man. He did a bunch of stuff back in like 2016, like that. He had flashlights and boxes.
Fresnel lenses and showing how that
Yeah,
it
he
bends
was
and
showing, like,
can light up
different
the underside
lenses.
of archways and shit.
He did a
Will it actually like start lighting up the ceiling if you
Yeah.
go far enough back?
Yeah, there's I don't know. I don't know. It's been a while, man. It's been like 5 years.
So, you know about the moonlight experiment then, if you've seen Rob Skiba?
Like hot and cold?
Hot, cold?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen about 20 of those, actually.
Okay, Roger.
We did one at a flat earth meetup. We did a couple of them. Yeah, same results.
Nice.
Moonlight's colder than moon shade. Weird, man. What's up with
Yeah,
that?
man. Yeah, so it produces its own light.
Check it yourself. Don't believe us. Yeah.
Oh,
We
I
did it.
have. Yeah.
It's for sure, man. Sometimes it's more than others, but it's definitely a difference.
Yep.
I've heard a lot of arguments for that, like it's the humidity under the tree, and it's because the tree is like an umbrella, and it produces. And I'm like, well, if I just put a piece of paper or some black paper over here and block out the moonlight and make it a shadow, I mean, it's not. There's nothing
Yeah.
above it, but yet it still makes the same. It's at different temperatures in the shade and in
Yep.
the moonlight. It's crazy, man. Anyway, it's a great thing. I wouldn't use it as like my top 5 or 6, things to bring up, but it is an interesting one that people can check out for themselves. Kind of like
Yeah,
water
that's right.
level at the ocean. Water's level at the ocean.
Well,
Pretty sure.
yeah, water's level everywhere, regardless of the ocean.
Yeah, but the ocean's so big, man. It's so massive. Some lakes are that big. I've been to Lake Michigan once. It's pretty damn big, man. Damn, can't see across it. But
Did you see a mirage when you tried looking across it?
don't remember, man. It was
I'm just taking the
But yeah,
piss. Yeah.
the mirage thing. That's a whole nother topic, but I don't think it proves
Yeah.
anything either way, man. We all know mirage is created through heat and evaporation, water. I mean, there's a lot of things involved, but not
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
I'm going to bring up, man.
Yeah.
But I will bring up the
I
fact
think
that none of us have ever seen the globe with our own 2 eyes from outer space. And if anybody says they have, man, I'd love to talk to you. That'd be great.
Yeah,
As long
absolutely.
as you're not in Bellevue Mental Hospital, that'd be great. Or whatever mental hospital. Hey, you guys got a bunch of mental hospitals there in Australia, man. I heard that there was like a bunch of them back in like the 1800s. Just like beautiful palaces that are like mental hospitals. You
Every
guys are-
single country is the same. All of our
Right.
old mental institutions have been turned into some kind of government building or destroyed because they
Right.
were all from Tartaria and stuff like that. But
Yep.
yeah, there's a lot of really weird stuff when you start looking through our history, and a lot of history that's been deleted because of whatever reasons.
Oh man, it's getting deep. We're digging deep on that too. That subject. I'm
Oh
all
yeah.
in. But World's Fairs. Dude, you got even Australia had a World's Fair, right? Didn't you guys have one?
Correct. Yep.
Oh yeah. I think World's Fair for you, and a World's Fair for you, and a World's Fair for you too. Yeah,
We
everybody
had
got
our own crystal. We had our own Crystal Palace too in Sydney that they knocked down in the Botanic Gardens.
it burned to the ground.
There
Well,
was
they
some oddities when that got built. Apparently, the glass for it wasn't actually made here; it was made in England and shipped across.
Oh.
But yeah, the timings for it were all out. So yeah, some really weird stuff about something to do with the glass and when it was produced and how long it would have taken to be shipped over here and
Right.
all the timings to do with it. Yeah, some weird stuff in it.
Yeah, the narratives need to be continued to looked into. I found a few people that look into them really good. I've looked into them myself. I'm like, okay, what's the narrative? The oldest building in my city, that's like what's the narrative? Well, it was built in this time, and it was like this old it's a courthouse. They call it a courthouse, and it's like I walked around, I went down in the basement. I'm like, okay. Is there any construction pictures? And they gave me one, man. It was the whole building's built, man. And I think they might have been redoing the top of the building, but the whole building's built, man. That's the only fucking picture I could find, man. And there was some guys standing around with some dirt, and it's just weird, man. My own town, bro, which I live near Disneyland, which is all fake, bro. The whole thing's a big fake fuck all. But Disneyland, you guys, that's all Fantasyland. That I think that when Mel he brought up the greatest point, man, is that they cannot let that fantasy go, man. They just can't let it go. The fantasy of the globe and outer space and NASA and Mars and all of it, man. They just can't let it go, right? That's a great point. It's a psychological game out here, boys and girls. Or is that the wrong pronouns? Should I say something else? No, anyway. But yeah. Yeah. NASA's got caught hoaxing some shit, bro. Oh man. So much. It's funny.
How's it go? What's NASA's motto? Fake it till you make it.
Fake it till you make it, baby. So there's a clip where an astronaut, she's talking to like some kindergartners or first graders, I don't know. And she grabs a doll out of thin air, man. Little fluffy little doll thing. You guys seen that little footage?
I've seen quite a few of those bloopers.
It's
Some of
not
them
a
are brilliant.
blooper. I mean, they kind of did the magic on purpose, Hollywood kind of style, and used the virtual reality or augmented virtual reality or one of those. And she grabs this doll out of thin air, man, as one of her presentations to some kids, like live, And I showed that to Scott Beach, man. I'm like, dude, if they can fake this, bro, what else are they not faking, bro? Talk to me. And he laughed it off, man. I fucking nailed that Mongo, bro. I was like, dude, he knew. I knew I got him. It was a wonderful day. I'll never forget it. And I'm like, If they can fake that, what makes you think they can't fake all kinds of shit? And you really didn't have an answer, you know. Anyway, that's a lot of fakery, a lot of misdirection, a lot of stuff going on, man. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on in the world to distract you from thinking about where you live. Because there's television, there's sports, and there's, you know, family, and you got to go do the birthday party. And now you got to go ahead and try to figure out where the fuck you live. You don't give a shit. You're just trying to, you know, pay the bills, get some food on the table, get your fucking car fixed. You know, that's all we're doing. That's all I'm doing out here. I don't know about the rest of you. But I still find time to think about where I live. And I'm, you know, maybe I'm different. I think we're different. But most people are not like that. I've found they're just like, "Hey, how'd your team do today? Yeah, it was good. It was great. Oh fuck yeah! Let's get a beer, man. Let me try. Fucking what's going on?" Yeah, they're gonna be all over the place. They're not gonna be wanting to talk about fucking refraction or some shit they're spinning on a globe. They don't give a fuck all, man. They don't give a fucking shit. And that's just the way it is, man. And you guys experience this every day as well as I do, man. The checker at the grocery store don't give a shit if the earth's flat or not. She's like, she's trying to get through the day like the rest of us. And fortunate that I ran into what I ran into when I did and been able to stick around long enough to verify most of it. It's like, and it's fun to watch other people try to defend it. Because once they try to defend the globe, man, they kind of put themselves in the corner. And they have to account for all kinds of shit with their little spinny 3959 globe, bro. Yeah, you're toast. Because you can't prove any of it, really. At the end of the day, bro, you got mathematics and equations, which, you know, can be manipulated in any which way you want them to be, bro. That's just a fact, man. It depends if you add it or subtract it or divide it, or there's a million ways to do math. But in reality, man, you look out and you see the airline pilots are flying over a flat stationary plane, and that's how they're trained, and it's in the fucking manual. Okay, well, deny that then. Well, I'm going to deny it because it's in the manual. That's how ridiculous it gets sometimes. Because it's in the manual means it's a globe, dude. That it says it's flat and stationary in the manual actually means it's a globe. And you have to account for curvature and spin and rotation and all kinds of crazy stuff. You know, you got to account for that. Well, you don't have to account for that. You have to not account for that because it's there. If you had to account for it, you would be in trouble. But you don't have to account for flying over a spinning, rotating, curving ball. You don't have to account for any of it because it's magical. It's like gravity and refraction. You know, I haven't come up with a name for it yet, but I'm going to come up with one. Give me a minute. Somebody jump in, save me. I'm dying over here. You guys aren't laughing. There's no comedy. There's no speculation. Nothing. I got.
I'm still laughing from the text channel.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm chuckling behind the mute.
All right, just so you know. Hey, I'm gonna gaslight you guys. No, not. Just Bill's gonna do that. Okay. All right. So the world is not what it appears to be. I've pretty much got that much figured out. That was cool.
So apparently it's not real. That word apparently is going to get slapped on everything.
It's real, bro. I'm no brain in the jars here, but yeah, it's real, man. I'm a tree hugger. I hug some trees. I live in a place that has the biggest trees in the world, man. Or The redwoods, man, they're fucking huge, dude. You stand next to them, you're like an ant compared to a fucking tree.
That's like
It's
you've got some
crazy, bro.
pretty gnarly forests over there. One of them's got Hyperion in it. There's a couple of redwoods that are just like crazy big.
Oh, it's so big, dude. Literally, when you stand next to it, you look like an ant, like on a hill next to a bush. You're like, it's nothing, man. It's weird. Anyway, giant trees, giant people, potentially. I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't see them, but giant steps. There's all kinds of giant stuff, man. Damn. But going to space, man, we're gods. We're the gods of space. NASA here. We're gonna tell you what's out there because we know, man. We checked it out. Sent some probes. Sent a couple of cameras. We looked, and then we know. We're like, dude, we sent stuff back in the 70s, way out there, man. It's like past our solar system, bro. Like all the way past, like Pluto. All the way out there, man. Little Pluto, little teeny Pluto that doesn't exist. No, Pluto's not a planet this year. Oh, it is. Wait, it is a planet. It is, dude. I've been through so much of this stupid NASA globe shit for decades. I watched all of it. I read the fucking science magazines. I did it all. Like, went out camping. We're out there looking at the fucking stars and Milky Way, all kinds of cool shit, and going, yeah, shit's awesome. And then, find out that, yeah, no shit, the Milky Way's awesome. If you've never seen the Milky Way, man, right on. You need to figure out how to go see it. It's like one of those things. I mean, I'd like to go see the Northern Lights, but I don't have the finances for that right now. But I would go. I mean, I would like to see it. But my neighbor went, and she said it was okay. It wasn't like the videos and pictures that you see on, and that's all she said. It wasn't like when you see the wavy lines waving around. That's a time lapse, bro. That's not the lights just kind of sit there, man. They don't wave around while you're looking at them, bro. Time lapse, yeah. Kind of like clouds, man. If you look at a cloud, yeah, you can kind of see it moving a little bit, yeah. But if you time lapse a cloud, man, it looks like it's doing all kinds of crazy shit, right? But the Northern Lights are kind of like clouds. They don't really wave around right in front of your face, change colors and shit. Nah.
I still think it'd be pretty gnarly to see them first.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah! It'd be like, what are these beautiful colors doing in the sky, man? What is it? I don't know, man. Rainbow kind of colors. Rainbow, light, water, rain. Could be water falling down from something, and it just the way that water spreads out, man. As it picks up speed, it kind of becomes like a mist, and then a mist, if you light it up just right with the sun. I did this in my front yard, man. I was like making like what looked like the Northern Lights right there with me and my hose and the sun. You can do it. Check it out tomorrow, man. Get up in the morning, just take the hose and like wave it around like near some bushes. Just shoot it back and forth, left and right, real quick. You'll create a mist, and it looks exactly like the Northern Lights, man. You can see the water changing colors as it's falling to the ground. It's like a rainbow kind of Northern Lights effect. You can do it. I've done it thousands of times, and it just looks like what the Northern Lights look like. But I've never seen the Northern Lights in person, so I'm not the one to put the ultimate claim on anything when it comes to the Northern Lights, but I can create the same effect in my front yard using the hose. early in the morning.
Well, I'm going to take your word for it. And the reason I'm saying that, early in the morning, well, it's not even early, at 8 o'clock when I go to work and I'm
Yeah.
hosing ice off my car, I am not waving the hose around because I want to make pretty colours and shit. I'm
Right.
that thing as minimal as possible because it's so freaking cold.
Yeah, you're not gonna want to spend more time out there, but check it out next summer, man. When you get up in the morning and wash your car, you know what I'm saying. Check it out then.
Yeah,
Don't check it
I'll
out
suss it
while
out.
you're freezing your balls off this winter. Forget that. And so what's your Celsius, man? Where you at right now?
Hold on, I'll have a look.
All right.
I'm over here hoping T-Dub and Twad have a conversation.
T-Dub. Well,
T-Dub and Twad. Dude, they sound so similar to me. I don't know.
I used to call them. I think I called you guys T-Dubbo or something at one point or something like that, right? You guys do sound a lot alike. I gotta give you that. But they're in the same room at the same time. Oh shit. And that proves they're not the same person. They're not. They're definitely not.
No, it doesn't. Have you ever heard them talk together?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Oh, well, you've done all right then, because I thought they were the same person for a while there.
You guys crack me up, man.
So at the moment, she's about 17 degrees over here, so it's pretty nice day, which works out about 62.6 for you guys.
All right. I'm at 72 right now, roughly.
But
Maybe
in saying that, it's
74.
17 now, and what is it? It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's
but
almost 11 p.m. 11 p.m. here.
nice.
1 hour to Tuesday. It's still Monday for me, bro. For 1 more hour, exactly.
Playing catch up. That's all it is.
I know, it's weird.
But in all honesty, if someone hadn't have told me that, hey, it's Tuesday, like, I wouldn't probably care what day it is. Like, are we behind you? Are you behind us? Just because someone drew a line in the sand over there, therefore we are in front or behind.
Hey, Matrix, can you hand me a cup of time by chance? Come on. Hand me a cup of time. That'd be cool.
I've got a bucket full of distance.
Bucket full of distance and time.
No time. I'm fresh out of time.
You're fresh out, but I have no distance. So if we put our time and distance together, man, what do we got?
Go fast.
We're gonna go fast. I get it. We're gonna go zoom. Yeah. I don't know. I heard that argument today, man. Somebody hand me a fucking cup of time. Might have been Democ. Yeah, he's kind of crazy, but
Yeah, I heard that. That was wasn't that Gregory against like some English guy?
yeah, it could have been. I don't know, man. I was trying to work and listen, but I heard that and I was laughing. I'm like,
Yeah.
hand me a cup of time. I thought it was Democ, but I could be wrong.
Oh, the cup of time. Maybe it was Democ. Yeah.
Yeah. Hand me a cup of time. Come on.
Yeah.
It's really aggressive.
But, yeah. The overall conversation I heard was between with Gregory and some guy.
Well, Gregory's eloquent flat earther, man. He's a different breed, man. He's different than me. Love him to death, man. Brings up great points. I don't think I've ever heard him get destroyed ever. I've heard him get frustrated with many people, but I don't think he's ever lost, in my opinion. I just like, wait a minute. I think he's batting 1,000 at this point. I mean, he's run into some, I don't know, anti-flat earthers. You know what I mean? But when he talks to like just a newbie or something, man, yeah, he just like crushes. I'm like, holy crap, man! All right, keep it going, man. Keep it. Everybody's got their own style, man. I got mine. You guys got yours. Pick your poison. Yeah, I like to hang out with the surfers, man. Mostly.
FED, a
Yeah.
sledgehammer swatting flies is not a style.
Oh, yeah, it is. What are you kidding?
It's just chaos.
It's, it's a Mongo style, but it is a style, bro. It's a little retarded, a little Mongo. But yeah, it could be bad. You don't want to use the sledgehammer to smash the mosquitoes on the wall, man. That could be bad, bro. Okay. But some people have done it, man. I know it for sure. And they might live in West Virginia or Oklahoma. I don't know, man. Anywhere in between. But yeah, we got some crazy Mongos out here in America, man. They do stupid shit. Yeah. The world's funny, man. Make sure you guys laugh at it because it is awesome and fun. I miss my bear, Pelagic, man. I don't know. He's probably roasting some coffee or something.
Hey, Paraplegic, do you roast globe tards as good as you roast coffee?
Oh, that'll wake him up.
No, I do not. I suck at freaking debating. But can you hear me?
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, finally. I can hear you. You must have your good headset on. Oh, goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking, what the hell was I thinking? Damn it.
Well,
That I was going to say, son of a bitch.
Anyway.
I don't know. I had something to add to the damn thing, but I have no... Oh. You know, it's a really good idea. If you're eating fried dough with a lot of powdered sugar, make sure you inhale real deep when you're doing that.
Yeah.
Works out well. Yeah, it works out well. Yeah,
Okay.
breathing into powdered sugar. Oh my gosh, dude. I don't know. What just made me think of that is because I just put some powdered sugar on something. So
On some pancakes or waffles or something.
I want some freaking some crappy strawberries that aren't good enough to freaking really eat. So yeah, it kind of sucks. I hate when I was a kid, we used to go pick strawberries, and they were real strawberries, man. I swear, the ones you get in the store, they're not real. There's something just wrong.
Well,
Not the same thing.
Things have been, I don't know, they call it modified to grow better, faster, bigger. And yeah, they're different than some of the organic shit that we grew up with, like plums. We had a plum tree, man, every summer, man. This thing would produce these
Dude.
stupid ass plums.
All right, I got a great thing. This is the best thing that Walmart has right now. They're called cherry plums. They're about as big as a golf ball.
Yeah.
And there's some kind of hybrid. The only plum that I've ever had that's better than that is a Potawatomi plum. It's after some feather Indian, I'm sure. And I ate it. It is in southern Utah.
Yeah.
Some guy's front lawn was covered with them. And I was like, dude, these are amazing. He's like, take as many as you want. I went and got a carry-on. I took a carry-on on the plane back to Maryland full of Potawatomi plums. Not kidding.
That's awesome, man.
Not kidding. Yeah, they were the best plums ever.
I've done plum shopping in Utah, actually. And yeah, man, that stuff's amazing there. They just have this really good climate there. It gets freezing in the winter, plum tree, dormant, and then it comes back in spring, early summer, and you're like, what the fuck?
It's also home to the best pomegranates I've ever had in my great grandmother's backyard. Small, ugly looking pomegranates that are not big and beautiful like the Palm Wonderfuls. But man, they're called arils. They're not seeds. They're called arils. and they're like just little pockets of juice. Like the Palm Wonderfuls and a lot of stuff you buy in the stores are like mostly seed, and they get on your nerves. But I'm a big freaking pomegranate fan.
I love pomegranate myself too.
I love them, dude. You gotta take your time to pick them right and get all the little white stuff out.
Yeah.
But once you have it, dude, yeah.
I like persimmons. Have you had those?
They're wild. Those
are wild, bro.
They're not. A lot of people don't know a lot about those.
Yeah.
They're wild.
Actually more of an
They look like a little orange tomato almost.
Yeah, but
They
you
dry
break
the
it up
shit
and-
out of your mouth.
Yeah, nasty, bro. They're nasty. Persimmons. Pomegranate, persimmons.
You like them or you don't like them?
I do, man. They're amazing.
Not a fan.
bro. They taste amazing. That's all I know. They're messy as fuck, man. When they hit the ground, they just kind of explode. They're fucking juice and shit everywhere. It's like disgusting fly. It's
Now, that's a proper persimmon.
Yeah.
A lot of them are picked too damn green. Story with most of the crap.
Yeah,
You
gotta be like mushy and gooey. Yeah. Hey.
Dude, you ever seen a cider farm? Have you ever been on a real cider farm?
Yes, I have, man. There's a place called up here. I think it's.
When you see all those rotten apples, they throw them in the press.
Yes.
Worms in them and all, Man, dude, it's the best cider. It's the best cider ever, dude. It's weird. It's like, you're going to put all that rotten shit on there? Like, what? But it's, it's getting pressed through some, like, bags. I guess the worms don't come through, just the worm guts, whatever. It's really good. Yeah.
I like to think about how people lived, 1,000 years ago. And according to our history, man, they lived like in, some rough conditions. They were, the 1300s were a bitch, I heard, man. But,
Dude, I got a buddy that says you shouldn't eat anything unless it has a face. He's opposite of the vegans. Unless it has a face, dude. He's like, we didn't farm. He goes, you weren't supposed to eat corn. He goes, the only thing you might have ate walking around is a wild fig from time to time. Other than that, you were freaking stabbing something in the head or hooking it and killing it and eating it. I was like, what? He's like, you shouldn't eat it unless it has a face. I'm just like, what? That's interesting, right? You shouldn't be eating anything that's farmed. Anything that's farmed is bad, is basically what he's saying.
Wow.
Which is kind of good to stay away from, these days,
These
Interesting.
days, it's so hard to figure out what's going on with our foods.
Nah.
It's dude, I remember like back in the day, it was like you go, all of a sudden they started having like, well, this product has low sodium in it, or this one has.
That was bad, dude.
low fat.
How the hell do we, dude? I grew up healthy as all get out, bro. And now I grew up eating from the garden, but I'm not, dude. I also had Kraft macaroni and cheese like once in a while, and we had the crappiest pizzas ever. Chef Boyardee pizza kits. Holy crap, dude! They didn't even have real cheese. You got what'd you get? A little packet of shake cheese and some tomato sauce with some nasty ass crust. Remember those?
Dude, Bear. Dude, let's talk about TV dinners. Can we talk about TV dinners?
Swanson, dude, it was revolutionary, dude. Get a little bit of Salisbury steak. You have got a little dessert in there for you. Yeah, revolutionary.
Oh man,
that's like same thing. Same thing. The astronauts are eating, dude. Same thing the astronauts are eating.
That's right. I mean, these are called TV.
Almost.
Dinners. Look them up. And they came in an aluminium.
Surprised they didn't say
upside down
space dinners. Space dinners.
Space dinners, and they were a thing, man. My parents fed us that shit all the time, and it was disgusting.
The only thing space I remember was oh gosh, I forget. It was this dehydrated ice cream at the Science Center. Freeze dried ice cream. They called it astronaut ice cream.
But didn't you have Tang? Come on.
Yeah, we had Tang too. Dude, I'm not sure who it was. Somebody in the Flat Earth server grew up in a Mormon family in Oregon.
Yeah.
He said his mom fed him so poorly,
Right.
such garbage, that he would sneak out and walk like 2 miles to the store to steal food so he could feed himself real food. I was like, dang, man. I grew up in a Mormon family, and there was a lot of Mormons using like powdered milk, you know?
That's next level
Like,
shit.
powdered milk's freaking hardcore, dude. Yeah.
You know, I've only used it a couple of times to put it in my coffee. Tell you the truth.
Dude, you know, wait, are you sure it was real powdered milk? Because I ain't talking about some powdered creamer. That's way better than powdered milk.
I've used that a million times, probably. But
It sounds
powdered
nasty
milk,
stuff,
yeah.
but it's very handy to keep in the cupboard for that one-off chance that your milk's
Yeah.
just run out, and you can bet money parts that if your milk's run out, someone's coming over for a cuppa.
Oh shit!
For a cuppa. For a cuppa.
Hey, have y'all seen
Hilarious,
how
dude.
flammable? Have y'all seen how flammable the powdered?
Oh shit! It's totally
cream
flammable. Yes,
is?
yes, dude.
Right? Yeah, I remember that.
It's you take the powdered like coffee whatever, and you throw it up in the air, man. You put your lighter under it, man. It turns into a big giant puff.
Right.
You see
Yeah, dude.
what was it? Myth
Flammable.
filled up a 44-gallon drum full of that shit, and
Oh.
it put out a mushroom cloud. Man, that shit was huge.
You know, it's probably in the anarchist, little cookie book. I'm sure. You know, like, what can I make out of my kitchen? Gosh.
Oh, shit. Oh, your coffee
Powdered creamer.
Your powdered coffee fucking creamer is fucking explosive, bro.
Yeah, dude, I thought you needed ammonia and all kinds of special stuff. Nope, powdered coffee creamer.
That's hilarious. And I'll bet you anything that's why they don't sell, or they don't put coffee creamers in the baking section, right?
That's funny.
You guys are cracking me up. So yeah, man, there's a bunch of stuff out there that we grew up with that's not here anymore. I mean, the food production, it's so damn industrialized, man.
QE was talking about Fiber One when I was talking about grape nuts and like 100% natural
grape nuts.
cereal, like granola cereal in the morning. Dude, if you filled like a regular bowl full like you would do your Cheerios,
yeah,
you'd get like halfway through it and you'd be like, oh, I'm so full. Like the 100% natural. He was talking about his dad. QE, I think he was talking about his dad eating the Fiber One, and I was like, I don't remember that. I remember shredded wheat without any damn freaking powdered sugar on it. That gnarly shit. And grape nuts, dude, that was gnarly. Ugh.
That was tough on the teeth, man. Damn, that shit was tough. Yeah, grape nuts are bad.
What was that? What was it? Was it just was it seeds from grapes dried up?
I think so, man.
Made you chew on grape seeds dried up. That's so funny, dude.
The seeds, what can we do with them, Bear? I mean,
grape nuts.
Let's make
grape nuts.
Okay.
Dude, how do you get the grapes to freaking give up their little nuts? What the hell's up? How's that happen? Oh, dude, do you know how cashews grow? I just found out how cashews grow.
Go ahead.
You know how cashew grows? On a freaking tree, but it grows. Every freaking nut is grown out of the end of a freaking apple. It grows out of the end of an apple. It grows out of the end of an apple. It's crazy, dude.
It's a bean.
Dude, I ain't never seen anything like it.
It's a bean.
The cashew, well, I guess they could consider it a legume. Yeah. But, dude, if you see it, the tree grows an apple for every cashew. So think of how many apples you have to. So when my niece first told me this, I was like, "You mean they graft a vine from a cashew tree onto an apple stump? That's what you mean?" No, she showed me the tree out back. Look at it. Google it. It's a freaking apple for every cashew. And it hangs out the bottom. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Who the hell knew that? I didn't.
I didn't know.
I didn't know a cashew came from an apple. And you're from California, dude. Where the hell have you been? Where have you been?
At the beach.
Who knew cashews came from apples? Who knew it?
Wait.
Anybody? Anybody in here?
Like an actual apple, or is it like from an apple-sized?
No, that's what I thought. But yes, it looks like an apple. You can actually eat the apple, but they're not very good, apparently.
Okay.
So they're not real apples. It's not like you plant a freaking golden delicious tree and then like somehow cashews are growing out of the bottom of them. Not like that, but it's a very apple-looking fruit. It's a fruit. It definitely looks like a fruit. He's saying it's a bean. I don't know how beans. I don't know how beans can grow on trees. How do beans grow on trees? Tell me that, Matrix. What the hell do you know?
Holy shit.
Explain yourself.
Why am I getting called
Beans.
Don't call it.
Because you said it was a bean, and I don't believe you.
I haven't spoken for the
Where'd you
last couple of minutes.
Oh wait, who said it? Who said it was a bean?
Anybody?
Oh, Timbo, get in here, you son of a bitch. Where's your freaking citation?
Hold the fuck on, man. I got something. Hold on, I'm like researching this.
You're gonna ask a kangaroo for a citation?
The fruit of the cashew tree is, it's shaped like a. Yeah, it looks like it grows out of an apple, man. That's fucking crazy, bro.
How can that be a bean then?
I don't know.
Beans grow, or a
hold on,
legume of sort.
That would explain
Yeah,
why
it's a
they're so
legume.
fucking
Sorry, not a.
expensive.
Yeah, but legumes are beans. Yeah.
Damn, I got you and Matrix. I got you and Matrix freaking mixed up. How did I do that? How did I do that?
Hey, the same with peanuts. They're not nuts.
Oh, peanuts are also bean. Wait, legumes? Is it a legume?
Yeah, it's a legume. Yeah, the only nuts.
Wait, what the hell?
Almonds.
Wait, what is this? What nuts do grow on trees? Almonds do grow on trees. That's interesting.
Oh, I got one.
Do you know?
Coconut.
Wait. I got one. Do you know that if you grow an apple, like let's say you take a seed from an apple, you put it in the ground, and you let it grow up to a tree from seed, you can name that apple a new strain of apples because you grew it from seed. Because all apples are grown from grafts. They graft it onto an older tree so that they can produce fruit real quick. Isn't that interesting? You can name your own apple. You grow one from seed, and in 15 years, if you got apples, you can name that the flat Earth apple if you wanted, or you could name it whatever the hell you wanted to.
Wait,
Isn't that
quick
interesting?
question. Yeah. Well, quick question. So you guys use the word legumes, right? What? Because for me, a legume. Well, in French, a legume is a vegetable. So is there like a differentiation between a legume and a vegetable? And
Legumes are mostly beans. I would consider a navy bean a legume. But they call peanuts nuts, but apparently they're not. Wait, is it a bean? Are you telling me a peanut's a bean also? Technically not a nut? The same way a cashew's not a nut?
I think that was an Aussie.
Is that what you're saying? T-Dub? Where's your citation, dude? I just never heard of it. I want to hear what you're figuring out there, Kenny. You finding out anything? Why it's a legume? How can a legume grow from a tree? I mean, how can a bean grow from a tree? Doesn't that sound a little bit fishy?
I don't know. Maybe that's what differentiates. They're like vegetables, but tree vegetables or something.
Yeah, like a legume. I don't know where a split pea grows. I know what a snap pea. I know what a snap pea is. I know what a flat crappy pea is. That's what I don't like. I don't like those little flat peas that they put in Chinese food. I like a big fat peas that you put in the garden that you can eat raw.
Cashews aren't legumes.
Uh-oh. Okay, but they are beans. Was T-Dub right?
No, it says fruit. It's not a nut.
Right, that makes sense because it does grow out of a like apple-looking thing. It's on a tree. T-Dub, dude.
It's Timbo. I'll post it. I'll post it in there.
Tebow.
Yeah, Tebow.
T-Dub.
Yeah.
Hey, I think you guys are all nuts. What do you guys think?
You guys are talking about the temperatures. It was like 113 here today, man.
Oh shit! Yeah, well, you're in the Mongo, Arizona.
Yeah,
put it in the chat.
Yeah, I put it in the chat
It's
earlier.
in the chat.
I see it. Cashews are part of the fruit. Yeah, man. Have you guys ever eaten a cashew apple? Anybody? Fuck, I don't know any. I've never.
My nephew, my great nephew, he gets into them, but they're supposed to be kind of bitter, so they're not they don't taste like a real apple.
You could throw some sugar on it, whatever. I mean,
I wonder what you can do with them. No, my niece was going to make some
juice.
No, jelly, which is a good idea because crab apples are unedible. But my mom used to make the best crab apple jelly. It was light pink, best jelly ever on the freaking planet. Probably because it had so much sugar, and I was a kid that was deprived of sugar. I was mistreated. I was literally mistreated as a Mormon kid. I never got sugar.
Hey, Bear, it's not a planet.
Shit.
You said planet.
I did. Damn it, man. What the hell's wrong with me?
What the fuck is wrong with
Yeah.
me?
Yeah, right?
I mean, I don't know. It was like earlier this year, I used it a couple times, here and there. I was like, why the fuck is that still in my head?
Atmosplane. Is atmosplane? That's even incorrect, right? Because air isn't flat. So you can't even say atmosplane. So that just says atmo. You just got to say atmo.
Atmo. Yeah, I like it.
Just say air.
I mean,
so much easier.
Air?
Right? Why do I got to be fancy like QE? FQE. You hear me, QE? You and your stupid atmo.
Just use air, bro. Come on.
Yeah. Fancy QE. Who do you think he is? Hope he's not in here.
No. One thing's for sure, we can probably still get away with using the term planet, right? And I mean, if you guys want to blend in without, being confrontational or whatever, and just use the term, but keep peace of mind or whatever. I heard, I forget who it was, who used the term planet to refer to a mini plane, like yeah, you know what I mean? I forget who was that. Was it Dave Weiss?
Yes. Someone checked me about it one day when I said planet, and when you think about it, in olden day English, any word that's followed by the letters ET means a smaller version or diminutive of the prequel. So Baronet is a smaller or younger Baron. So planet is a small plane.
Yeah,
is he right? Can you work on instruments? Is clarinet a smaller baritone?
No.
Is he right? Come on.
Well, look, I'll give you this stuff. I'll give you this in French. The suffix ette or et is to feminize the term, right? Off the top of my head, or even to make it smaller, so you'd say like une fille, like a girl, or une fillette is like a small girl. But in other words, having the ette affixed to the end of a word feminizes the word. So in both senses, it's right. Hey,
What about E.T.? E.T. was written by Steven Spielberg. Everybody knows what he did. Do you
oh,
think? Do you think the E.T. dude, the greedy little guy that like sticking his finger at the
oh my
kid,
god.
like I think he was like an old pervy, like perv, little like a pedo, like little creepy little grabbler pedo. All right, I'll stop.
Now you
I'll stop
mentioned
right there. Just put it. I'm seriously, dude. You know what Spielberg was up to?
Ah,
That
oh
he
no.
was he liked hanging around the kids.
hey,
Oh, that's so weird. That
Right.
part I didn't know.
hey, I really, really like you guys dig into the small planet, the
Yeah. Hell yeah.
small plane, the small
I mean,
plane, right? The small
it's a
plane.
it's a good one because it smooths the.
If you screw up, you know, you got an out.
It's like, no, okay, you control yourself. No, it's okay, it's okay. You know, because if it's a wider, vast, or if it's a vast plane with all little, you know, I know it's not Speculation Sunday or anything, but you know, you guys have all seen that speculative map there, really high overview, all the little circles and shit like that. Each one of those being their own planet, right? So small circular
I've seen
parts of the plane, you know. I try not to venture that down that far, but it's got its roots. You know?
Can't verify it, but what if? Yeah, I can go with what if. You know, what if is outer ponders, man. I've been talking about outer ponders for years, man. And
where all Mongos live, right?
Yeah, that's where the Mongos live. You guys never heard of Mongo Planet? That's a thing. Anyway, so yeah, there's potentially could be more ponds out there. I don't know, man, but it's not that fucking spinning globe shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. I mean, it's definitely not that. So that's where I stand. I don't know about y'all, but
I think the fact that they made the Antarctic Treaty just to keep people from going further, I think, I don't know, that just makes me think. All right, obviously, speculation that there is more. There is more.
In my
because if there wasn't more, there's no reason for them to block you. So
that makes sense.
You know, they're really keep you from going places. You know.
Oh yeah,
That's like they don't want you.
Keep you in your
Dude, like the airline pass, you know, that big dead space in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one in the Atlantic too, like the big one lower. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple.
There's whole areas. Yeah, where if you avoided
bro.
them, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a tiny continent called Caucasia out there somewhere, dude.
Hey, Bear, man. I gotta throw this one at you real quick. Giant dragons in Utah, bro. What the?
Oh gosh, did I miss it? Was it this Saturday?
Yeah.
Did I miss it? Oh, you're kidding me! Holy crap! I gotta watch it with Kat.
You got it.
Holy moly! Oh my gosh, dude! There's people. Dude, I tell you what, the Grand Canyon. There's 100 square miles that you cannot fly over. In the little tour planes, if you want to see the Grand Canyon, there's areas that you can't even go over, and you can't take a donkey down there either. There's a reason for it, dude. There's a reason for that. Probably because it's a big old pyramid smack dab in the middle of something even better.
Fucking dragons, bones, fuck, who knows?
Hell yeah.
I don't know. You got to go watch it, man. I mean, I stood up when I couldn't even finish it near the end. I okay, I got to stop it because my head is just fucking spinning, bro.
I remember seeing a video that started swirling around. It was like a little clip of an interview of some lad and a reporter or whatever, and he was talking about how, like, in the Grand Canyon, like in areas of, I think it was FED who just mentioned, It's like you can't go down there, let alone fly over. This guy like
Right.
went down there and he was confronted by like some cop of some sort who had like I don't know if it was some organization. I think it was something like NASA. Like they ran that area. It's like you can't be here. He's like, why not? It's just like, oh, it's federal jurisdiction or some weird shit, right? He just pointed that out, like some really strange.
It's where all the gold was. It's where all the
Probably,
gold
man.
No gold.
Yeah,
Dude, what it is you go there, and whatever you find just gives you more ammo to. We were already here. We were already here.
They're
We were
just
already
hiding
here.
something, dude. They're hiding.
Yeah, there
like
was
pyramids
dude. There were
or
cities. Look, if you go back in our timeline in the 1500s, there was castles everywhere and cities and full just populations of awesomeness. That's my guess. Awesomeness. Yeah.
Dude, splendor and awesomeness combined with like wealth and fucking over the top fucking artistic shit, man. Everywhere in the world.
Yeah. Dude,
Even
if you can
in the
if
last,
you can make
you know,
if you can
1,000
make
years, it's so
structures if you can make structures like that, I don't care if it takes you 500 years. If you can build something like that,
You built
holy
it.
crap.
Holy shit, you built it. Took you 500 years? Damn, you the man,
Yeah,
baby.
still impressive.
Impressive, man. Oh my god. The
right.
glass work, the fucking ceilings, the vaulted, the domes and the bells. I mean the fucking there's no end to what they built, bro.
Right.
No
And they
end.
weren't and dude, if they were giants and they could pick up stuff, dude, they were still really good at intricate design
man.
and like tedious
However, they
stuff.
lifted it magnetically or fucking
Or
telepathy or whatever the fuck. I mean, I don't know how the fuck they lifted that shit up there, but they didn't use fucking giant cranes, bro. I don't think.
Probably not.
I don't think they had any giant cranes laying around, but
Yes,
somehow
we're
they were able to do things that we can't do, and that's called the Lost World, and that's what I'm into lately, man. I'm really into.
Yeah, I'm losing my mind. My lunchbox. Yeah, my lunchbox.
Well,
it's
he's going to take your mind to a completely.
It's a quandary. It's a quandary.
I already knew about giant elephant rocks. You guys have seen that stuff. I mean, there's some pretty damn good dolphins, all kinds of crazy giant rocks that look like humans, and I'm like, what the heck, man? That whole mountain looks like a human face. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. It's just interesting, man. I'm not saying we know what the hell it is. I definitely don't know what it is, but I appreciate you guys pointing it out and saying that this is what it looks like. And that's it, man. I just want to know where we live, how it came together, how far back it goes. And we got fed some kooky shit, and we're just here to question some of that kooky stuff, man. We're just here to question. Say, hey, man, what do you... Yeah. So...
All right, man. I'll comment once in a while, but I gotta freaking do some stuff, so I'll be listening.
Well, it's a good chat.
Don't be, egging me in. Don't be egging me in because I'll have to comment if it's something really juicy.
Unless it's juicy.
Yeah, and tell Matrix not to talk shit about Starbucks.
You gotta go watch the.
If they want me to come in, they'll say that Starbucks makes great coffee. They always, they know what to say to F with me.
We'll leave it at that.
All right, you guys have a good night. All right?
Ghosts, you guys want to chime in on something, man? Please chime in. Keep the conversation rolling. You guys thinking about what's been bothering you lately? Maybe you need new tires or something on your car, or whatever. Air conditioner. I don't know, man. Talk to me. What's
funny, man? I have one fucking tire on my car that just keeps deflating.
Your car? What?
Yeah, 4 tires, right? One of them, even though I fill up all my tires evenly,
Right.
There's just one in the back that just slowly deflates, and after like 2 weeks, it's flat. Even when I don't drive it, pisses me off.
Well, you got to go get that thing plugged, and you know.
I know, but I'm so lazy. I don't do it. I don't drive enough.
It's like
you know.
$20, man. It's like 20 bucks.
I guess.
Yeah.
I have the kit to probably do it, but
Anyway.
yeah.
Or you grab the you can grab my buddy had a kit, $20 at the auto store. He could fix like 20 tires with it, you know.
Okay.
It's a pain in the butt, but I wouldn't recommend.
$100 for a single tire, you know.
Yeah, fuck the new tire. They just plug the hole. So
Yeah.
it's a pretty easy process, man. They just take the tire and they pull it off your car with the rim on it. They fill it full of air. They stick it under water, and you can see the bubbles.
Oh yeah.
You can see where the fucking leak is, and then they go, okay, and then they got this little compound thing that you shove in the tire right where it's leaking, and it seals it, bro. And it works.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty easy, man. Actually. Anyway.
Right.
It's like putting a screw in it, but it's a rubber screw kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's it.
Just never got around to it.
All right. Well,
but yeah,
if you're not driving much, no, don't worry about it, man.
Yeah, I'm what I'm weighing is because around here, because it's fucking Canada, to fill up your tires is $2.
Say what?
Believe it or not. Yeah, you go to gas station or whatever.
Oh, dude,
you throw in a toonie.
You got to pull into some auto place, man. And say, dude, man.
I know. So I'm laughing because either I do this 10 times over the span of whatever 3-4 months or something like that, and it costs me $20
right
in air, or I go get it fixed and it costs me $50.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get you, man. Hey, dude, I've done the most craziest things with cars and trying to get them to run and get them to where we got to get to, man. Whatever it takes, man. Sometimes you just got to do it and go. We'll push it, pull it, whatever it takes, man. Let's get there. I don't know. I'm pretty mechanical. I can figure out. Especially combustion engines, pretty simple. If it has gas or air and fire, you got to have those three things, man. It's not going to work. You gotta have all three. Timbo, are you still upside down? I'm just checking. Pretty sure he is. So the greatest globe evidence in the world, man, is the moon is upside down in Australia. Have you guys ever heard that? That's it, man.
Yeah, that's been Matt Mooney's fucking argument for months now.
Man. Yeah, it's weird. I just call it the other side of the room, man. Australia, you guys are on the other side of the room. We're over here on this side of the room. And that's it. It makes sense to me. I mean, if we were all looking at the ceiling and you're way over there and I'm way over here, we're going to have completely different views. That's it. That's simple. Does that not
the
make
famous
sense?
6 and 9, right? I got a 6, you got a 9.
Yeah, you got a 69 and I got a 69. Whatever. Yeah, right. Well, it's just so simple to figure out that Timbo's on the other side of the room. I know he is. I mean, he might be an upside down
cold side. No heater.
But to convince me that Timbo is upside down, antipodal to me and you, of course, in Canada. Wow. It's a hell of a claim, bro. Think about it. It's a hell of a claim. But if you're just on the other side of the room, that makes way easier, more sense. You're just looking at the moon from the other angle on the other side of the room, bro. We're all seeing them. You're seeing it completely opposite of what we're seeing here in the north. I get it. It makes sense.
You know, it's funny. This topic got me thinking again about a story I remember hearing a long time ago from a relative who's neck deep into the Native American culture. I have a bit of a lineage, and my relative is like, balls deep into all that, all the history and all that. And she was telling me a creation story that the natives have about, and they call it Turtle Island.
Yeah.
You know? And I was like, yeah, are you familiar with it at all?
No, I mean, no. Turtle Island.
No, it's kind of just, it's, the creation story, Okay. And it's basically the back of a giant turtle. It's a little bit fantastic, I think, but the imagery, right, is very interesting, and it maps onto like what we talk about. It's just a flat plane, with a bunch of little pockets and shit. I don't know. I'm not saying I believe it's a turtle, but it's interesting that the culture up here had that worldview, and applied to like a story like that to it, that kind of is more or less, I wouldn't say perfectly congruent with reality, but it's pretty
interesting.
Yeah,
Turtle Island. Let's check it out. What do we got?
Yeah, check out Native American creation story Turtle
Island. Turtle Island is named for Earth or North America. Earth or North. What the fuck? Used by some indigenous American peoples, as well as some indigenous rights activists. Those rights activists.
Oh,
bitches. Those bitches. Those rights activists, bitches.
We're all for writers now.
Yeah. The rights activists. Really? They had to throw that in there. Boy, that's an interesting narrative, man. Interesting. Turtle Island. Creation story common to several indigenous people in the northeastern woodlands of North America. The northeastern woodlands of North America. Yeah, fascinating, man. I never heard of this, the Turtle Island cosmology, bro.
I thought it'd be interesting to bring up in this room, because I don't know everybody's background at all, but I'm pretty sure many of us might share common cultural backgrounds, right? If we're from North America, like up here in the Northeast, there's in Quebec, it's a known thing that like I think it's like 1 in 3 or one in a mid-sized single-digit number, right? 5, 6, 8, or something like that.
Yeah.
Have indigenous roots. They're called Métis, right? Where you had French men mate with indigenous women, and it's almost like I wouldn't call it a race, but it's a subculture, right? And it's very unique and all that stuff. So there's a lot of people that don't even know that they have this background in them, but they are technically indigenous, and they have certain rights and all that stuff if they claim it and all this stuff, right? So to me, it's like, okay, well, we're talking to rooms full of people within millions of a group of millions of people. Fuck, for all I know, some of you guys have that somewhere, and it might resonate with you, knowing that, oh, well, you may have ancestors that believed this sort of thing, which is pretty congruent with what we're talking about. So it dawned on me to maybe bring it up, because I thought I heard some people say, oh yeah, native this, native that. It's like, oh shit, this is what your grandpaps thought, perhaps,
Yeah, man. I'm reading through this Turtle Island stuff, man. Oh my goodness. Wow. What an amazing story. It's amazing, bro. It's a cosmological story. It talks about the great turtle, first recorded by the Europeans in 1678, bro. In 1680, story is shared in 16. They knew that the story was shared in 1680, bro. They knew it.
Yeah, and this is an oral tradition from
So
what I understood. This is not a written down thing.
yes, my brother used to get on me about the problem with the Native American Indians is they didn't write anything down, bro. It was
Yeah.
like, there was all
Yeah, you
oral
guys
translations. I mean, that sounds a little fishy to me that, they would, I don't know. Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
there were
and that-
everything was oral transitions, but somebody else came along and said, I'm going to make up some narrative that, that's going to fit our timeline and it's going to work out great. But
and that's why I cherish my relationship that I have with someone who's knee deep in it all, who doesn't speak language fully but lives the culture and has learned a lot of it and has shared this stuff with me. It's like a lot of this is not written down. You got to just know it.
yeah,
You know,
I
you don't have to learn the language or anything, but someone who can translate it on the fly. From Anishinaabe, from Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, whatever, Algonquin, that type of stuff into English because they happen to know it. It's like, oh, well, just, take note.
Yeah, but again, that is the belief there before creation. There was nothing, bro. I mean, they threw that in there, and the empty dark
Europeans
space,
might have spun it.
the empty dark space, however, is the emphasis of the existence of a spirit of the creator. Like it gets like it gets really.
Anglicization.
Was this again? This is where I'm looking into narratives lately. Man, I'm like, how did the fuck did they know this shit in 1680, bro?
I would be skeptical to try and I'd be skeptical. I'd be skeptical to digest a Wikipedia version of this,
Yeah, man.
But
I do know a lot of Indians, and I'm partly Blackfoot Indian, and I
are you? Okay.
Very into the American Indian way of living. I thought that they lived off the land in such an elegant way, at least through the stories that I learned, that they were very respectful of the land and where they lived. And if that doesn't resonate with most people, then I can't help you, bro. But at the end of the day, man, could we live like a tribe of people getting together, fishing, hunting, planting food? Yeah, we could. I think we could do it, bro.
But it'd be tough, man. There's a lot of scrutiny from the feds. Treaty this, land grab that, political this, corruption of the chiefs that, buyouts, the Freemasons, all this shit. It's all fucked up,
Yeah, there's a bunch of shit that gets involved, in our recent history, but ancient history I mean, from a Hollywood standpoint, I'd say, hey man, I would love to live like an American Indian in 1642, out there where nobody's gonna bother me, bro, or whatever. I'm in Montana, wherever. I'm like, there's rivers, the fish are jumping. I'm just like out there, like, dude, all I have to do is reach down my hand and grab a fish, bro. I don't have to have a pole or nothing. There's so many fish.
Really?
Dude, there's so many fish. I've heard stories, especially here in California, where the reason they built these missions along California is because they wanted to enslave people, but because the Indians were living on the land here in California, and the rivers were flowing, the oceans were pumping, and they didn't have to do a whole lot every day to feed themselves, bro. It was really easy. It was too easy, and they had to make it more difficult for you to feed yourself. Because back then, man, there was thousands of fish going by the river every minute. It wasn't. It wasn't like there's a fish here or there, and it's not like it is now. They were spawning. They're jumping. They're trying to get upstream, man, to spawn. And it's millions and millions and millions of fish, bro. You just grab one. You help yourself. There's dinner. Done. Yeah. And you got lazy. Yeah. But the Catholic Church came along and said, "Hey man, we're building some missions here. And you Indians are lazy, man. You guys need to build our shit, Mongos. Build our shit."
Yeah, I've heard.
Story. That's a fucking story. Was I there?
Yeah.
No. Fuck no, I wasn't there.
No, yeah, it's tough to tell, man. Like one side of the coin, or one side of the story that I've understood, at least up here, right? I don't know how it is down there, is that indeed there was an interesting sort of symbiosis, if you will, or a symbiotic relationship between the Native American spirituality and Christianity or Catholicism or whatever. That was actually there were parts of it that were so compatible, right, in their worldview, that a lot of Native Americans willingly converted to Catholicism.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, there's definitely, like, I have little doubt that there was a lot of kind of like abuse in that realm, like, oh, we're gonna kill you if you don't do this, or some weird shit, corruption here and all that stuff. But certainly there are a lot of parts of it that were willingly, like a lot of groups that were willingly converted because of the overlap, right? Monotheistic, creation story sort of thing, and then all there with it, right? I don't know too much, but I just, I'm hard pressed to just absorb or digest the mainstream narrative, is that being that, the evil white man came from Europe and enslaved everyone. It's like, no, it's not very accurate. There's a lot of countervailing evidence to support that a lot of the tribes here collaborated with the Europeans. A lot of chiefs, they all wrote treaties. They worked together, and then in the mix there was some bullshit. Then the Freemasons got involved, and all the chiefs became Freemasons and sold out, and all weird shit like that, right? It's not like a one size fits all. Oh, the evil white man.
No.
Evil Catholic Church. No, there were choices made of willing. So it's tough. It's tough. I don't believe everything at all. It's so strange.
So it's so funny, man, that you bring up the Native American thing. Is that I have many, many pictures of Native Americans that look very African, bro. Very African. It's like that's supposed to be some Indian tribe, and in Utah, or wherever. And you're like, dude, those Mongos those are my bros. Wait a minute. It's just, the narrative, it's going to fall apart. We're going to figure everything out. It's going to take us a while. But every day, man, there's a little piece that gets chipped away. And they're scrambling, man. Dude, they're scrambling so hard. They had to, my goodness, man, they had to like almost assassinate somebody. Like,
to get the big T
attention off of like where they live. I mean, it's crazy, man. I mean, like,
and even all of that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, whatever it takes to distract people. There's some serious distractions going on, and because they're losing the narrative, man, they have to up their game, and that's what I'm seeing, in my opinion.
Now there's the big flip with the big B and the big K, and now all the,
Yeah.
it's all so. I heard Newsom is gonna maybe be a runner up or something. It's all so fucked up. Imagine that.
Hey.
He and Newey.
Listen, bro. I've been saying Gavin Newsom for 2 years. Geo over at Earth Awakenings, he'll verify me, man. He asked me one day, he goes, "What do you think's going to happen with the election?" And I'm like, dude, no doubt Biden's dropping out, and here comes Gavin Newsom to the rescue, bro. But they're all getting behind Kamala right now, man. I don't know what's up with that camel toe, and whatever. But it's a distraction, man. It's a big distraction from reality, man. That we're all live on this beautiful stationary plane, and there's trees and grass and mountains and snow and water and all this cool shit. But yet in outer space, there's none of that, man. There's no cool place like Hawaii in space, bro. There's no Hawaii on Mars, bro. What do you mean there's no Hawaii on Mars, man? I don't want to go. Fuck that. Have you ever been to Hawaii? You probably not. Maybe you haven't.
No.
It's the fucking greatest place I've ever been in my life, man, without a doubt. I mean, if I could move there in 1 second, I'm gone, man. Little teeny island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I never have to wear pants again, or I'm down, man. I'm shorts. Let's go swimming. It's just it's paradise, bro. It's fucking paradise.
Okay, I thought you were insinuating it's a giant nude beach.
No, it's just like physiologically, the air is perfect.
Did you just say that the perfect place is where you never have to wear pants again? Jesus.
Yeah,
what are you doing, Kevin?
Fuck your pants, man. Fuck pants. Pants suck. Fuck those things. I like wearing shorts, man. I like being in the water, swimming, and fucking, sailing or whatever. Fuck it. I just love the water. I'm a fish, man. I'm a Pisces, man. Fuck off. Yeah, I like to swim. But yeah, there's the perfect places to live for me. I mean, it might not be for you, but maybe you like shoveling snow every winter, man. I don't know, but not into it personally. Not that's not cool.
Yeah. I was kind of born in an igloo, so I'm used to it. I'm kidding, but I'm kind of used to it now,
But you know what I mean? I mean, a perfect place to live, in my opinion, is Hawaii. That's the coolest place I've ever been. I mean, I've never been to a cooler place. It gets up to like 88 degrees in the summer, and in the winter it's 74 degrees.
Okay.
And it never drops below 70 degrees ever. It's like this amazing microclimate of perfection, and you're like, damn, what a cool place. It's like you don't have to put a coat on. You might have to bring an umbrella. It rains a lot. It does rain a lot, but it rains for like 10 minutes, 15, and then it's clear and sunny again. You're like, oh, okay, it's cool. Oh, that was nice. It's a nice little drenching. Anyway, Hawaii's amazing.
Yeah.
Please, if you guys ever get a chance to go there, please go. Don't believe me. It is in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Oh, speaking of Pacific, oh fuck, man, this is one of my favorite topics is sail racing.
Pacific Ocean.
Well, sail racing specifically there's called a transatlantic sail race. It's been around for about 150, 200 years, whatever. It's been around a long time. They do it every year. Transatlantic, man. It's from England to New York. Boom. How fast can you get there, bitch? Let's go. Let's sail races. They got different categories, boats. If you got a trimaran versus regular sailboat, whatever. Yeah, it's different. Anyway, but the Trans-Pacific Sail Race is one that throws me. It's only been around about 50 years. And it only goes from California to Hawaii. That's it. It doesn't go from California to Japan, that's what you would think that a trans-Pacific sail race would actually be, but there's no actual trans-Pacific sail race from California to Japan. And good luck finding anything like that that's going to collaborate your story to say, hey, man, there's a and the reason they don't do a trans-Pacific sail race from California to Japan is because the sailors would be like, why the fuck is it taking us so long to get to Japan? What the fuck, bro? Why the fuck is going on here, man? They'd be looking at their maps trying to figure out why does it take us an extra 5 days to get there, man? I don't get it. It's a problem. And that's why they don't actually have an actual trans-Pacific sail race. This is just my observation, my research.
Interesting.
And it's just interesting to me because I'm a sailor. And if I was a sailor, man,
Okay.
you want to go trans-Pacific? Let's go, bitches. California to Tokyo, let's go, bitch. Here we go. But no, nobody ever does it, man. They only go to California to Hawaii. That's it. Because it would take them too long, man. It takes too long to sail from California to Japan. They would be like, this globe thing's fucked up, bro. This globe thing is totally wrong, man. We got to, dude, we sailed it. It should have been there. It's not there. It's way farther than it's supposed to be.
What are the
Can't
flight
you do it yourself if you had your own sailboat? If you had your own sailboat, couldn't you do it, Kenny?
Yeah, I could do it. No doubt, man. I have no doubt. I could sail across the Pacific Ocean for sure.
What are the flight times in these
The
places?
flight times are interesting, man, because they use the Great Circle route flight time, and it goes up way up north and it cruises back down. But it's like 6,000 miles is the flight time. So however you
From
figure.
Cali to Japan?
Yeah, it's like 6,000
Like
miles.
12 hours?
500 miles an hour. Yeah, it's like 12. Yeah, like 12 hours, something like that. 500 miles an hour average.
What about Hawaii?
Is there a shorter? Maybe there is a shorter route going up north and coming back down, but sailors don't do it. I know that because if there was such a thing as a trans-Pacific sail race for the last 75 years that went from California to Japan, I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. Who won it? But it doesn't exist. But the transatlantic sail race, man, that shit's been documented, speeds, times, everything. But I think the Trans-Pacific Sail Race would give away the globe, and that's my opinion. Just from what I've looked into over the years, I was like, well, that's kind of weird. There are.
The weirdest thing for me about the Pacific Ocean is it was pointed out by Flat Earth Dave in one of his videos. A lot of people don't like him now because he's kind of flip-floppy a little bit, not answering questions directly and all that. I get that. But there was a video or in many of his interviews, he goes into one particular thing about time zones. How zones, they should all just be, radial, rectangles or pizza slices of equal area.
Right.
Right. If we're on a globe or something, pizza slices, what I mean, right?
Yeah. Tracking.
But they're not. They're all artificial, and the boundaries are all kind of crafted at will or whatnot. And that's fine, I guess, for commercial purposes. They stretch some out and and all that, and that's okay. But the weird thing that he pointed out was this: it's almost like an anomaly in the Pacific Ocean where there's like a dividing line between the so-called West and the East, where they wrap around, right? And there's this funny looking, like almost like a foot shaped, kink in the line that goes down north to south.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know. I do exactly. Yeah. Because
Yeah, what's that called? What's that place called again?
International Dateline.
Yeah.
Is that the International Dateline? How it's all
I
jagged
think.
up and down.
Yeah. And oh yeah, that's what it was. And he pointed out that there's this weird little thing, a little place in there, a little rinky-dink island called Kiribati or something that like no one's ever heard of, but apparently it's a gigantic trade route pit stop of some sort. Like no one's ever heard of it, but countries give billions of dollars to it. It's just like a little know-nothing island, like probably the entire thing's the size of one of Hawaii's islands or something. Assuming Hawaii has multiple islands, of course. But you know what I mean? Like it's a nothing burger, and apparently it's a massive deal according to him. But it sits right at the toe of that kink in the fucking time zone split thing. Like it's very like makes no sense. Like
suspect.
What's going on out there?
What is going on out there? Yeah, we want to know. But if I had the money and time and the boats, yeah, let's go. Let's go check out the Pacific Ocean, top to bottom, left to right, whatever it takes, man. I'd love to do that. People say, hey, man, go north, go south. I'm like, fuck it. Let's just go out in the Pacific Ocean. And because there are places in the Pacific Ocean that, it's warm. And I like warm. I don't know if you guys maybe don't. I don't know. Yeah. It's better than freezing your balls off. That's all I'm saying. But the Pacific Ocean's warm. But apparently there's some areas that planes don't even fly over. I'm like, let's go check out that area. Why not? It's no different than the Antarctic Treaty. There's a place in the Pacific Ocean that no planes fly over. None. Okay, let's go there. Let's check that out. That would be cool. But I don't have the boat. I don't have the crew, the resources to pull that off. But it would be. I'd rather do that than go to like Antarctica see a 24-hour sun, bro. Like,
what's happening with that? I keep hearing like there's this big thing going on.
There's a thing, but as far as I can tell, man, we've always talked about going south or north. Which way would you go? I mean, I want to go west. I don't know about y'all, but I'm heading west, man. Have you guys ever heard that term called "go west, young man"? Go west, and that's a thing, man. I don't know what it was. I think it was the American people migrating from the East Coast to the West Coast. Go west, young man. And that was a thing. It's like in movies, it's all kinds of. You guys can type it into Google, go west, young man, and you'll find the origins of that. But yeah, it was a thing, man. So I want to go west. I want to check out the Pacific Ocean, see what's out there. Because there are parts where no planes fly over. That would be cool to go check out. And yeah. There's no treaties, man. No treaties, apparently. Indonesia, Polynesia. Let's head over between California and anywhere out there in the Pacific Ocean. We're going to figure this out, guys, gals. Let's keep digging. I think we got a major part of the hurdles as far as like The Glober's evidence.
Oh man, it's getting so pathetic. It's getting so pathetic. And like, I come in here regularly, and I hear the same people, right? The mods, you got Timbo, T-Dub, Matrix, Alpha, Jedi, whatever, the bunch, right? And a handful of the people who chime in, same old, saying the exact same thing to somebody who's been here for years, right? Or a new guy. But it's the same argument. Like, it baffles me that you guys have the fortitude to maintain that. Because like, I come in here and I hear stuff, and I'm just like, oh my god, not again. And I'm getting frustrated, like this fucking retard. He's arguing, he's being obnoxious. He's obfuscating. What, he's being an asshole, right? Name calling, all this. I get frustrated just listening to it. And here these guys are just fucking pounding the pavement, just, busting doors down like it's nothing. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, good for you guys, man. Like, I don't know how you do it.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it either. That's why I come in late night. For me, I mean, I don't know where you are, but you're in Canada.
Yeah, it's 3 in the morning here.
Yeah, it's like midnight here. I don't know how you guys do it either, but I want to support you guys and cheer you on and keep going, man. Let's figure this place out. Let's figure out where we live, man. And
Yeah, like, it's annoying as shit, but like, I like to learn new things, right? And I want to remain open to some guy comes in, he's like, oh, I got the key. This is why it works, and this is why we believe it. It's like, oh, fuck. It's not just, oh, I learned this in kindergarten and I thought it the entire way. It's like, oh, no, I came across this bit of information that pieced it all together that you only really learned about at like higher education X because it's so complicated, but it all fits and we can observe it and measure it and all that. And you guys don't know what you're talking about. It's like, okay, I'm open to receiving that, but it never comes,
Wow.
So I come in here on the regular to see if that's going to arrive, or to hear how it is the case that being made from quote unquote our side as to why that can't be so. And you guys have novel ways of doing it, even though it's the same thing. There's novel ways of doing it with new people, or even new, styles of conversation or angles of attack within a conversation with the same people. There's novelty to it. So I like to learn.
Oh man, that Wikipedia on Turtle Island, man. Oh my goodness, you guys got to check this out, man. The story in there, I'm kind of reading through it a little bit. I'm like, oh my goodness, yeah, it's pretty wild, man. It's as good as any Hollywood story, in my opinion. It's crazy. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but we're living it,
But yeah, we're living it, man. And the reality is, we can see animals, and we can see Earth, and we can see the sky. These are things we can check out and look at and determine. But to look up in the sky and see the lights and whatever, say, hey, man, that's a rock. That's a piece of land with no trees on it, bro. You want to go there? And we're like, okay, let's go there. Sounds great, man. There's no trees at all. Yeah, it's like 150 in the sun. Is there any shade, water? No, we got no shade, no water, bro. Sorry. My bad. You want to go there? Still, why don't you give us a couple billion, trillion, and we'll go there. We'll check it out, man. Send some rovers. We got people doing cool stuff, man. Rovers. And they checked it out, man. They got 20 years out of that rover. Almost 20 years. Hey, they got like, do you know that fuck, you guys remember the I think it's called the Voyager? Oh fuck. They launched this shit back in the 70s.
Oh my god.
Still going. It's still going. It's
Yeah.
got amazing
Mhm.
powers. I mean, it's like
Yeah, I don't believe it, man. I don't believe any of this shit anymore.
it's
Yeah. By the way, I just kind of dropped out, not dropped out, but opened up the lobby. Did you see? There's this big little beef going on in the
no.
lobby.
I don't do lobby, man.
I
Lobbies
don't
are
either. I
it's out of my
just stumbled on it,
jurisdiction.
but
It's out of my
I stumbled on it. There's like T-Dub, there's Jeranism,
yeah.
there's Jedi. Like there's this big thing about like Antarctica or whatever. Like a little spat going on.
Good, man. Yeah, I stay away from the lobby, man. Damn, it can get wicked in there. I don't
Can
type.
it? Okay, I never go in there.
I don't type fast enough to be in there, bro. Like, I just don't.
Okay.
I could do voice.
Seems pretty
to
slow.
text, but yeah, it can get wild up in the lobby. Damn, I've been in there a couple times. I'm like, holy shit, this is heavy. But yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy the lobby. Everybody, let's figure out where we live, and according to them, let's help them realize where they don't live. That'd be cool. I don't know, something like that.
Okay. Apparently, it's not actually Jeranism.
Yeah, it could be a troll. Could be a troll.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I stay out of there, man. It can get deep and dark and spinny, and what the hell's going on here in the lobby, bro? Damn, wicked.
My God.
But enjoy your time here and keep checking out Earth, man, because that's where we live. And it's pretty easy to check out Earth when you live on it. By the way, it's easy.
Yeah.
Pretty easy to check it out.
Just walk.
Just walk, go to the beach, go to the mountain, river, fly in an airplane. Yeah, it's cool stuff, man. All right, I'm out.
Yeah.
Cheers.
You too. I was just gonna say.
All right.
Yeah. Nice chat, man. Talk again soon.
was just about to press play on the jukebox, Ray. If you've got any suggestions, I'm happy to chuck them on.
I'll be honest, I'm easy, mate. I'm happy with whatever.
Oh, well, I'll chuck an Eric Dubay one, a longer one. Flat Earth Conspiracy, I think it goes for about 8 hours. By that time, people can make up their mind what else they want on.
Wolves in sheep's clothing have pulled the wool over our eyes. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale of astronomical proportions. We have been taught a falsehood so gigantic and diabolical that it has blinded us from our own experience and common sense, from seeing the world and the universe as they truly are. Through pseudoscience books and programs, mass media and public education, universities and government propaganda, the world has been systematically brainwashed, slowly indoctrinated over centuries into the unquestioning belief of the greatest lie of all time. David Wardlaw Scott said, "Children are taught in their geography books, when too young to apprehend aright the meaning of such things, that the world is a great globe revolving around the sun, and the story is repeated continuously year by year till they reach maturity, at which time they generally become so absorbed in other matters as to be indifferent as to whether the teaching be true or not, and, as they hear of nobody contradicting it, they presume that it must be the correct thing, if not to believe, at least to receive it as a fact. They thus tacitly give their assent to a theory which, if it had first been presented to them at what are called years of discretion, they would at once have rejected. The consequences of evil teaching, whether in religion or in science, are far more disastrous than is generally supposed, especially in a luxurious, laissez-faire age like our own. The intellect becomes weakened, and the conscience seared. For 500 years, an elite cabal of sun worshippers has propagated this nihilistic, atheistic cosmology and cosmogony, unquestioningly believed by the vast majority of the world. We have been taught, contrary to all common sense and experience, that the seemingly motionless, flat earth beneath our feet is actually a massive, moving ball spinning through space at over 1,000 miles per hour, wobbling and tilted 23.5 degrees on its vertical axis, while orbiting the sun at a blinding 67,000 miles per hour, in concert with the entire solar system, spiraling 500,000 miles per hour around the Milky Way, and careening across the expanding universe away from the Big Bang at an incredible 670 million miles per hour, but that you can feel and experience none of it. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease." David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "I remember being taught when a boy that the earth was a great ball revolving at a very rapid rate around the sun, and when I expressed to my teacher my fears that the waters of the oceans would tumble off, I was told that they were prevented from doing so by Newton's great law of gravitation, which kept everything in its proper place. I presume that my countenance must have shown some signs of incredulity, for my teacher immediately added, 'I can show you a direct proof of this. A man can whirl around his head a pail filled with water without its being spilt, and so, in like manner, can the oceans be carried round the sun without losing a drop.' As this illustration was evidently intended to settle the matter, I then said no more upon the subject. Had such been proposed to me afterwards as a man, I would have answered somewhat as follows. Sir, I beg to say that the illustration you have given of a man whirling a pail of water round his head, and the oceans revolving round the sun, does not in any degree confirm your argument, because the water in the two cases is placed under entirely different circumstances, but, to be of any value, the conditions in each case must be the same, which here they are not. The pail is a hollow vessel, which holds the water inside it, whereas, according to your teaching, the earth is a ball, with a continuous curvature outside, which, in agreement with the laws of nature, could not retain any water. We have been taught that the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, perturbation, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away that over 100 million miles of supposed annual orbit around the Sun amounts to not a single inch of relative parallax change. How convenient. We have been taught that the apparent orbit of the Sun, planets, and stars, but not the Moon, around the Earth are all optical illusions, that it is, in fact, the Earth beneath our feet which moves, and our eyes that deceive us. Special exception is made for the Moon, however, which is said to revolve around the Earth just as it appears. Since we only ever see one side of the Moon, we have been taught this is because the Moon's supposed 10.3 mile per hour west to east rotation, combined with its 2,288 mile per hour orbit of Earth, just happens to be the exact motion and speed necessary to perfectly cancel out the Earth's supposed 1,000 mile per hour east to west rotation and 67,000 mile per hour orbit of the Sun, thereby creating the perpetual dark side of the Moon illusion. Oh really? Though the Sun and Moon appear to be relatively small, equal-sized bodies revolving around a stationary Earth, we have been taught that this too is an optical illusion, and they are in fact thousands of miles divergent in diameter. They say the Sun is actually a whopping 865,374 miles across, 109 times wider than the Earth, and, contrary to all experience, experiments, and common sense, that we revolve around it. They say the Moon is 2,159 miles across, a quarter the size of the Earth, and why they appear the same size is because the Moon is only 238,000 miles away, while the Sun is an unfathomable 93 million miles away from the Earth. And these just happen to be the exact diameters and distances necessary for a viewer from Earth to falsely perceive them as being the same size. You don't say. Lactantius, in his On the False Wisdom of the Philosophers, wrote, "A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. The ancient wonder of the hanging gardens of Babylon dwindle into nothing in comparison to the fields, seas, towns, and mountains that pagan philosophers believe to be hanging from the earth without support." David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being, in his proper senses, can believe that the Sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the Sun when he feels not the slightest motion." We have been taught that those tiny pinpricks of light in the night sky known as planets or wandering stars are actually physical, globular, Earth-like habitations millions of miles away. We have even been shown supposed video footage of the one called Mars. We have been taught that the tiny pinpricks of light in the sky known as the fixed stars are actually distant suns trillions of miles away, each complete with their own solar systems, orbiting moons, and Earth-like planets which potentially harbor alien life. We have been taught that the Moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the Sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the Moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth, that Hubble telescopes are taking snapshots of distant planets, galaxies, stars, quasars, black holes, wormholes, and other fantastic celestial phenomena. We have been taught that our ignorant ancient ancestors for millennia falsely believed the Earth to be the flat, immovable center of the universe, But thanks to modern science and its Masonic prophets like Copernicus, Newton, Galileo, Collins, Aldrin, and Armstrong, we now believe the world to be a giant whirling sea-Earth globe careening through infinite space. Thomas Winship wrote, "Modern astronomical teaching affirms that the world we live on is a globe which rotates, revolves, and spins away in space at brain-reeling rates of speed, that the sun is 1.5 million times the volume of the Earth globe and nearly 100 million miles distant from it, that the moon is about 1/4 the size of the Earth, that it receives all its light from the sun, and is thus only a reflector and not a giver of light, that it attracts the body of the Earth and thus causes the tides, that the stars are worlds and suns, some of them equal in importance to our own sun himself, and others vastly his superior, that these worlds inhabited by sentient beings are without numbers and occupy space boundless in extent and illimitable in duration, the whole of these interlaced bodies being subject to and supported by universal gravitation, the foundation and father of the whole fabric. To fanciful minds and theoretical speculators, the so-called science of modern astronomy furnishes a field unsurpassed in any science for the unrestrained license of the imagination, and the building up of a complicated conjuration of absurdities, such as to overawe the simpleton and make him gape with wonder, to deceive even those who truly believe their assumptions to be facts. We have been taught that science books like Newton's Principia Mathematica, which propound the spherical heliocentric myth, are the bearers of truth, while backwater religious books like the Bible, which propound a flat geocentric Earth, are merely outdated myths. We have been taught that the universe was unintelligently designed and randomly created in a cosmic coincidence of nothing inexplicably becoming everything. We have been taught that through millions upon millions of years of accidental evolution and happenstance, the Big Bang universe began manifesting suns, moons, planets, then water, then somehow out of dead, inert elements, single-celled conscious organisms came to life, grew and multiplied and mutated into larger, different organisms, which continued to grow, multiply, and mutate, gaining diversity and complexity, and losing credibility, to the point where amphibians crawled up on land, replaced gills with lungs, started breathing air, maturated into mammals, became bipedal, grew opposable thumbs, evolved into monkeys. Then in one final fluke adaptation, a hybrid monkey man was made, and the rest is human history. Thomas Winship wrote, "Put together all the imaginary exploits in the air specially written to interest the young, add to this all the wonderful adventures of airships recorded in The Daughter of the Revolution, and tack on to this all the wild and impossible things found in current libraries of fiction, and I venture to say that the grand total will record nothing so utterly impossible or so supremely ridiculous as this modern scientific delusion of a globe spinning away in space in several different directions at the same time at rates of speed which no man is able to grasp, with the inhabitants, some hanging heads down and others at various angles to suit the inclination. Write down all the swindles that ever were perpetrated. Name all the hoaxes you ever heard or read about. Include all of the impostures and bubbles ever exposed. Make a list of all the snares that popular credulity could ever be exposed to, and you will fail in getting within sight or hearing of an imposture so gross, a hoax so ingenious, or a bubble of such gigantic proportions as has been perpetrated and forced upon unthinking multitudes in the name of science, and as proved incontrovertible fact by the expounders of modern astronomy. Again and again have their theories been combated and exposed, but as often have the majority who did not think for themselves accepted the popular thing. We have been taught that the height of stupidity and naivety was when our ignorant ancestors believed the earth to be flat, and that if any man somehow still thinks the earth to be the immovable center of the universe, that they must be the most primitive kind of ignoramus. Nowadays the label flat earther has become literally synonymous with moron, and is a common cliché derogatory term for insulting someone's intelligence. Upon seeing a book titled The Flat Earth Conspiracy, your ingrained instinct was likely to laugh, mock the messenger, and deny the very possibility. Marshall Hall said, What strikes you as being some thoughts that people would have if, in the short space of a few weeks, the universally held conviction that the Earth rotates on an axis daily and orbits the Sun annually were exposed as an unscientific deception? Keep in mind that a rotating, orbiting Earth is not counted as a mere hypothesis or even a theory anywhere in the world today. Oh no. Rather, this concept is an unquestioned truth, an established fact in all books and other media everywhere, church media included. Copernicanism, in short, is a concept that is protected in a bunker under a 50-foot thick ceiling of solid scientific concrete. It is meant to be impregnable. It is a concept that has become ensconced in men's minds as the indestructible cornerstone of enlightened modern man's knowledge. Virtually all people everywhere have been taught to believe, and do believe, that this concept is based on objective science and dispassionate secular reasoning. B. Chasbro wrote, 99 people out of 100 would give the same answer to the interrogation, and that same answer would be to the effect that the Earth is a globe which revolves around the Sun. The 99 who makes this reply would do it because they know it to be the case. How do they know it? Let this question be put to them, and they will bestow upon you a withering smile of pity at what they conceive to be an imbecility of mind on your part, and answer you in something like the following style. It has always been so. We learnt it at school. Clever men say so, and look how astronomers can foretell eclipses, and then lose their temper at the very idea of the globular theory being incorrect, and a haughty, there can be no doubt about it, will close all they have to say on the subject. Now if the ears of these 99 could only be gained, they would be shown, in an irresistible manner, that the philosophy which would speak of a round and revolving world is a false philosophy. Ancient civilizations the world over believed Earth to be the flat, immovable center of the universe, around which the heavens revolved daily cycles in perfect circles. This stable geocentric universe, proven true by experience and experiments, which reigned undisputed for thousands of years, adequately explaining all earthly and celestial phenomena, was violently uprooted, spun around, and sent flying through infinite space by a cabal of sun-worshipping theoretical astronomers. Early Masonic magicians like Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, and Newton, along with their modern Masonic astronaut counterparts like Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins, hand in hand with NASA and World Freemasonry, have pulled off the greatest hoax, propagated the most phenomenal lie, and perpetuated the most complete indoctrination in history. Over the course of 500 years, using everything from books, magazines, and television to computer-generated imaging, a multi-generational conspiracy has succeeded in the minds of the masses to pick up the fixed Earth, shape it into a ball, spin it in circles, and throw it around the sun. In schools where every professor's desk is adorned with a spinning Earth globe, we are lectured on the heliocentric theory of the universe, shown images of ball planets, and videos of men suspended in space. The illusion created, connivingly convincing, has entranced the world's population into blindly believing a maleficent myth. The greatest cover-up of all time, NASA and Freemasonry's biggest secret, is that we are living on a plane, not a planet, that Earth is the flat, stationary center of the universe. Lady Blunt wrote, "We are told that though the Earth has the appearance of being a vast plain with the sun moving high above and over the Earth, that what we see is a deception, it is an optical illusion, for it is not the sun that moves, but the Earth, with the sea and all that in them is, in the form of a globe, whizzing with terrific rapidity round the sun, located millions of miles away, its mean distance being assumed to be 91 millions of miles, and that the Earth travels at a rate of 68,000 miles an hour, or 19 miles every second." Alan Daves said, "If the government or NASA had said to you that the Earth is stationary, imagine that. And then imagine we are trying to convince people that no, it's not stationary. It's moving forward at 32 times rifle bullet speed and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. We would be laughed at. We would have so many people telling us, you are crazy. The Earth's not moving. We would be ridiculed for having no scientific backing for this convoluted moving Earth theory. And not only that, but then people would say, oh, then how do you explain a fixed calm atmosphere and the sun's observable movement? How do you explain that? Imagine saying to people, no, the atmosphere is moving also, but is somehow magically velcroed to the moving Earth. The reason is not simply because the Earth is stationary. So what we are actually doing is what makes sense. We are saying that the moving Earth theory is nonsense. The stationary Earth theory makes sense, and we are being ridiculed. You've got to picture it being the other way around to realize just how ridiculous this situation is. This theory from the government and NASA that the Earth is rotating and orbiting and leaning over and wobbling is absolute nonsense, and yet people are clinging to it tightly, like a teddy bear. They just can't bring themselves to face the possibility that the Earth is stationary, though all the evidence shows it. We feel no movement. The atmosphere hasn't been blown away. We see the sun move from east to west. Everything can be explained by a motionless Earth without bringing in all these assumptions to cover up previous assumptions gone bad. If the Earth were truly a spinning ball orbiting the sun, there are several tests and experiments which could be and have been conducted to prove or disprove the veracity of such a claim. For example, Danish astronomer Tycho Brahe famously argued against the heliocentric theory in his time, positing that if the Earth revolved in an orbit around the Sun, the change in relative position of the stars after 6 months of orbital motion could not fail to be seen. He argued that the stars should seem to separate as we approach and come together as we recede. In actual fact, however, almost 200 million miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, and not a single inch of parallax can be detected in the stars. Thomas Winship wrote, "If the Earth is at a given point in space on, say, January 1st, and according to present-day science at a distance of 190 million miles from that point 6 months afterwards, it follows that the relative position and directions of the stars will have greatly changed, however small the angle of parallax may be. That this great change is nowhere apparent and has never been observed incontestably proves that the Earth is at rest, that it does not move in an orbit round the Sun." Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "Take 2 carefully bored metallic tubes, not less than 6 feet in length, and place them 1 yard asunder on the opposite sides of a wooden frame or a solid block of wood or stone. So adjust them that their centers of axes of vision shall be perfectly parallel to each other. Now direct them to the plane of some notable fixed star a few seconds previous to its meridian time. Let an observer be stationed at each tube, and the moment the star appears in the first tube, let a loud knock or other signal be given, to be repeated by the observer at the second tube when he first sees the same star. A distinct period of time will elapse between the signals given. The signals will follow each other in very rapid succession, but still the time between is sufficient to show that the same star is not visible at the same moment by 2 parallel lines of sight when only 1 yard asunder. A slight inclination of the second tube towards the first tube would be required for the star to be seen through both tubes at the same instant. Let the tubes remain in their position for 6 months, at the end of which time the same observation or experiment will produce the same results. The star will be visible at the same meridian time without the slightest alteration being required in the direction of the tubes, from which it is concluded that if the Earth had moved 1 single yard in an orbit through space, there would at least be observed the slight inclination of the tube which the difference in position of 1 yard had previously required. But as no such difference in the direction of the tube is required, the conclusion is unavoidable, that in 6 months a given meridian upon the Earth's surface does not move a single yard, and therefore that the Earth has not the slightest degree of orbital motion. When Tycho Brahe demonstrated that after 190 million miles of supposed orbit around the Sun, not a single inch of parallax could be detected, desperate heliocentrists, instead of conceding, doubled down. claiming the stars were all actually trillions upon trillions of miles away from us, so distant that no appreciable parallax could ever be detected. This convenient explanation, which heliocentrists have clung to for centuries, has proven satisfactory to silence the uninquisitive minds of the masses, but still fails to adequately address many observable phenomena, such as our wildly implausible synchronization with Polaris. William Carpenter wrote, "The idea that the Earth, if it were a globe, could possibly move in an orbit of hundreds of millions of miles with such exactitude that the crosshairs in a telescope fixed on its surface would appear to glide gently over a star millions of miles away, is simply monstrous, whereas with a fixed telescope it matters not the distance of the stars, though we suppose them to be as far off as the astronomer supposes them to be, for, as Mr. Richard Proctor himself says, the further away they are, the less they will seem to shift. Why, in the name of common sense, should observers have to fix their telescopes on solid stone bases so that they should not move a hair's breadth if the earth on which they fix them moves at the rate of 19 miles in a second? Indeed, to believe that Mr. Proctor's mass of 6,000 million tons is rolling, surging, flying, darting on through space forever with a velocity compared with which a shot from a cannon is a very slow coach, with such unerring accuracy that a telescope fixed on granite pillars in an observatory will not enable a lynx-eyed astronomer to detect a variation in its onward motion of the thousandth part of a hair's breadth, is to conceive a miracle compared with which all the miracles on record put together would sink into utter insignificance. Captain R.J. Morrison, the late compiler of Zadkiel's Almanac, says, "We declare that this motion is all mere bosh, and that the arguments which uphold it are, when examined with an eye that seeks for truth, mere nonsense and childish absurdity." Another experiment repeatedly performed to disprove Earth's supposed rotation under our feet is firing cannonballs vertically and horizontally in all cardinal directions. If the Earth were truly spinning eastwards underneath us, as the heliocentric model suggests, then vertically fired cannonballs should fall significantly due west. In actual fact, though, whenever this has been tested, vertically fired cannonballs perfectly aimed with a plumb line, lit with a slow match, shoot upwards an average of 14 seconds ascending, 14 seconds descending, and fall back to the ground no more than 2 feet away from the cannon, sometimes directly back into the muzzle. If the Earth were actually spinning at the supposed rate of 600 to 700 miles per hour at the mid-latitudes of England and America, where the tests have been performed, the cannonballs should fall a full 8,400 feet, or over a mile and a half, behind the cannon. Again, at this point, instead of conceding, desperate heliocentrists triple down, claiming the reason cannonballs fall straight back is because the magical properties of gravity allow Earth to somehow drag the entire lower atmosphere in perfect synchronization with its axial spin, rendering even such breakneck speeds completely unnoticeable to the observer and unmeasurable by experimentation. This highly implausible, though clever and convenient explanation only holds for vertically fired cannons, however. If cannons are instead fired and measured in all cardinal directions, even the heliocentrists' atmospheric Velcro trump card becomes unplayable. North-south firing cannonballs establish a control, then east-firing cannonballs should fall significantly farther than all others, and west-firing cannonballs should fall significantly closer due to the supposed 1,000-mile-per-hour eastward rotation of the Earth. In actual fact, however, regardless of which direction cannons are fired, north, south, east, or west, the distance covered is always the same. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "When sitting in a rapidly moving railway carriage, let a spring gun be fired forward, or in the direction in which the train is moving. Again let the same gun be fired, but in the opposite direction, and it will be found that the ball or other projectile will always go farther in the first case than in the latter. If a person leaps backward from a horse in full gallop, he cannot jump so great a distance as he can by jumping forward. Leaping from a moving sledge, coach, or other object backwards or forwards, the same results are experienced. Many other practical cases could be cited to show that any body projected from another body in motion does not exhibit the same behavior as it does when projected from a body at rest. nor are the results the same when projected in the same direction as that in which the body moves, as when projected in the opposite direction, because, in the former case, the projected body receives its momentum from the projectile force plus that given to it by the moving body, and in the latter case, this momentum minus that of the moving body. Hence, it would be found that if the Earth is moving rapidly from west to east, a cannon fired in due easterly direction would send a ball to a greater distance than it would if fired in a due westerly direction. But the most experienced artillerymen, many of whom have had great practice both at home and abroad, in almost every latitude, have declared that no difference whatsoever is observable, that in charging and pointing their guns, no difference in the working is ever required. Gunners in warships have noticed a considerable difference in the results of their firing from guns at the bow when sailing rapidly toward the object fired at, and when firing from guns placed at the stern while sailing away from the object, and in both cases the results are different to those observed when firing from a ship at perfect rest. These details of practical experience are utterly incompatible with the supposition of a revolving earth. William Carpenter wrote, "It is in evidence that if a projectile be fired from a rapidly moving body in an opposite direction to that in which the body is going, it will fall short of the distance at which it would reach the ground if fired in the direction of motion. Now, since the Earth is said to move at the rate of 19 miles in a second of time from east to west, it would make all the difference imaginable if the gun were fired in an opposite direction. But as, in practice, there is not the slightest difference whichever way the thing may be done, we have a forcible overthrow of all the fancies relative to the motion of the Earth." During the Crimean War, the subject of artillery fire in connection with the Earth's rotation became a hotly discussed topic among military men, scientists, philosophers, and statesmen. Around this time, on December 20th, 1857, British Prime Minister Lord Palmerston wrote to the Secretary of War, Lord Panmure, stating, "There is an investigation which it would be important, and at the same time easy to make, and that is, whether the rotation of the Earth on its axis has any effect on the curve of a cannonball in its flight. One should suppose that it has, and that while the cannonball is flying in the air, impelled by the gunpowder, in a straight line from the cannon's mouth, the ball would not follow the rotation of the Earth in the same manner which it would if lying at rest on the Earth's surface. If this be so, a ball fired in the meridional direction, that is to say, due south or due north, ought to deviate to the west of the object at which it was aimed, because during the time of flight that object will have gone to the east somewhat faster than the cannonball will have done. The trial might be easily made in any place in which a free circle of a mile or more radius could be obtained, and a cannon placed in the center of that circle, and fired alternately north, south, east, and west, with equal charges, would afford the means of ascertaining whether each shot flew the same distance or not. Several such experiments have since been performed and shown that projectiles fired in various directions on Earth's surface always cover comparable distances with no appreciable difference whatsoever. These results are entirely against the theory of a rotating, revolving world, and serve as direct empirical evidence for the stationary Earth. More evidence, similar to the cannonball experiment, is found in helicopters and airplanes. If the Earth were spinning several hundred miles per hour beneath our feet, helicopter pilots and hot air balloonists should be able to simply ascend straight up, hover, and wait for their lateral destinations to reach them. Since such a thing has never happened in the history of aeronautics, however, haughty heliocentrists must once again rely on Newton's magical atmospheric Velcro, claiming the lower atmosphere, up to an undetermined height, somewhere above the reach of helicopters, hot air balloons, and anything not built by NASA, is pulled perfectly along with the rotating Earth, rendering such experiments moot. Granting heliocentrists their atmospheric glue supposition helps them dismiss the results of vertically fired cannonball experiments, but does not and cannot help them explain away the results of horizontal cardinally fired cannonballs. Similarly, granting them their magic Velcro helps dismiss the results of hovering helicopter and hot air balloon experiments, but does not and cannot explain away the results of airplanes flying in cardinal directions. For instance, if both the Earth and its lower atmosphere are supposedly rotating together eastwards 1,038 miles per hour at the equator, then airplane pilots would need to make an extra 1,038 mile per hour compensation acceleration when flying westwards. North and southbound pilots would by necessity have to set diagonal courses to compensate. Since no such compensations are ever necessary, except in the imaginations of astronomers, it follows that the Earth does not move. Gabrielle Henriette wrote, "If flying had been invented at the time of Copernicus, there is no doubt that he would have soon realized that his contention regarding the rotation of the Earth was wrong, on account of the relation existing between the speed of an aircraft and that of the Earth's rotation. The distance covered by an aircraft would be reduced or increased by the speed of the rotation according to whether such aircraft traveled in the same direction or against it. Thus, if the Earth rotates, as it is said, at 1,000 miles an hour, and a plane flies in the same direction at only 500 miles, it is obvious that its place of destination will be farther removed every minute. On the other hand, if flying took place in the direction opposite to that of the rotation, a distance of 1,500 miles would be covered in 1 hour, instead of 500, since the speed of the rotation is to be added to that of the plane. It could also be pointed out that such a flying speed of 1,000 miles an hour, which is supposed to be that of the Earth's rotation, has recently been achieved, so that an aircraft flying at this rate in the same direction as that of the rotation could not cover any ground at all. It would remain suspended in mid-air over the spot from which it took off. Since both speeds are equal, there would, in addition, be no need to fly from one place to another situated on the same latitude. The aircraft could just rise and wait for the desired country to arrive in the ordinary course of the rotation, and then land. The heliocentric theory, literally flying in the face of direct observation, experimental evidence, and common sense, maintains that the ball Earth is spinning around its axis at 1,000 miles per hour, revolving around the Sun at 67,000 miles per hour, while the entire solar system rotates around the Milky Way galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour, and the Milky Way speeds through the ever-expanding universe at over 670 million miles per hour, yet no one in history has ever felt a thing. We can feel the slightest breeze on a summer's day, but never one iota of air displacement from these incredible speeds. Heliocentrists claim with a straight face that their ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, dragging the atmosphere in such a manner as to perfectly cancel all centrifugal, gravitational, and inertial forces, so we do not feel the tiniest bit of motion, perturbation, wind, or air resistance. Such backpedaling, damage control, reverse-engineered explanations certainly stretch the limits of credibility in the imagination, leaving much to be desired by discerning minds. David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Dear reader, do you feel the motion? I trow not, for if you did, you would not so quietly be reading my book. I doubt not you have been, like myself, on a railway platform when an express train rushed wildly past at the rate of 65 miles per hour, when the concussion of the air almost knocked you down. But how much more terrible would be the shock of the Earth's calculated motion 1,000 times faster than the speed of the railway express." Thomas Winship wrote, "Let imagination picture to the mind what force air would have which was set in motion by a spherical body of 8,000 miles in diameter, which in 1 hour was spinning round 1,000 miles per hour, rushing through space at 65,000 miles per hour, and gyrating across the heavens. Then let conjecture endeavor to discover whether the inhabitants on such a globe could keep their hair on. If the Earth globe rotates on its axis at the terrific rate of 1,000 miles per hour, such an immense mass would of necessity cause a tremendous rush of wind in the space it occupied. The wind would go all one way, and anything like clouds which got within the sphere of influence of the rotating sphere would have to go the same way. The fact that the Earth is at rest is proved by kite flying. If the Earth and atmosphere are constantly revolving eastwards at 1,000 miles per hour, how is it that clouds, wind, and weather patterns casually and unpredictably go every which way, often traveling in opposing directions simultaneously? Why can we feel the slightest westward breeze, but not the Earth's incredible supposed 1,000 mile per hour eastward spin? And how is it that the magic Velcro of gravity is strong enough to drag miles of Earth's atmosphere along, but weak enough to allow little bugs, birds, clouds, and planes to travel freely unabated in any direction? David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "What about the lark which at early morn soars aloft, trilling its lays of luscious melody? Why was it not swept away in the tumultuous atmosphere? But it still continues singing in happy ignorance of any commotion in the heavens. Who has not noticed on a calm summer day the thistledown floating listlessly in the air, and the smoke ascending straight as an arrow from the peasant's cottage? Would not such light things as thistledown and smoke have to obey the impulse and go with the earth also? But they do not." Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "If the atmosphere rushes forward from west to east continually, we are again obliged to conclude that whatever floats or is suspended in it at any altitude must of necessity partake of its eastward motion. A piece of cork or any other body floating in still water will be motionless, but let the water be put in motion in any direction whatever, and the floating bodies will move with it, in the same direction and with the same velocity. Let the experiment be tried in every possible way, and these results will invariably follow. Hence, if the Earth's atmosphere is in constant motion from west to east, all the different strata which are known to exist in it, and all the various kinds of clouds and vapors which float in it, must of mechanical necessity move rapidly eastwards. But what is the fact? If we fix upon any star as a standard or datum outside the visible atmosphere, we may sometimes observe a stratum of clouds going for hours together in a direction the very opposite to that in which the Earth is supposed to be moving. Not only may a stratum of clouds be seen moving rapidly from east to west, but at the same moment other strata may often be seen moving from north to south, or from south to north. It is a fact well known to aeronauts that several strata of atmospheric air are often moving in as many different directions at the same time. On almost any moonlit and cloudy night, different strata may be seen not only moving in different directions, but, at the same time, moving with different velocities, some floating past the face of the moon rapidly and uniformly, and others passing gently along, sometimes becoming stationary, then starting fitfully into motion, and often standing still for minutes together. In his book South Sea Voyages, Arctic and Antarctic explorer Sir James Clark Ross described his experience on the night of November 27, 1839, and his conclusion that the Earth must be motionless. The sky being very clear, the planet Venus was seen near the zenith, notwithstanding the brightness of the meridian sun. It enabled us to observe the higher stratum of clouds to be moving in an exactly opposite direction to that of the wind, a circumstance which is frequently recorded in our meteorological journal, both in the northeast and southeast trades, and has also been observed by former voyagers. Captain Basil Hall witnessed it from the summit of the Peak of Tenerife, and Count Strzelecki, on ascending the volcanic mountain of Carenia in Oahe, reached at 4,000 feet, an elevation above that of the trade wind, and experienced the influence of an opposite current of air of a different hygrometric and thermometric condition. Count Strzelecki further informed me of the following seemingly anomalous circumstance: that at the height of 6,000 feet he found the current of air blowing at right angles to both the lower strata, also of a different hydrometric and thermometric condition, but warmer than the inner stratum. Such a state of the atmosphere is compatible only with the fact which other evidence has demonstrated, that the Earth is at rest. William Carpenter wrote, "It is a well-known fact that clouds are continually seen moving in all manner of direction. Yes, and frequently in different directions at the same time, from west to east being as frequent a direction as any other. Now if the Earth were a globe revolving through space west to east at a rate of 19 miles in a second, the clouds appearing to us to move towards the east would have to move quicker than 19 miles in a second to be thus seen, whilst those which appear to be moving in the opposite direction would have no necessity to be moving at all, since the motion of the Earth would be more than sufficient to cause that appearance. But it only takes a little common sense to show us that it is the clouds that move, just as they appear to do, and that therefore the Earth is motionless." Heliocentrists believe the world beneath their feet is spinning at a mind-numbing 1,038 miles per hour at the equator, while perfectly pulling the entire atmosphere along for the ride. Meanwhile, at the mid-latitudes of USA and Europe, they believe the world and atmosphere spin around 900 to 700 miles per hour, decreasing gradually all the way down to 0 miles per hour at the North and South Poles, where the stagnant atmosphere apparently never moves, completely escaping the grips of gravity's magic Velcro. This means at all latitudes, every inch of the way, the atmosphere manages to perfectly coincide with the supposed speed of the Earth, compensating from 0 miles per hour at the poles all the way up to 1,038 miles per hour at the equator, and every speed in between. These are all lofty assumptions heliocentrists make without any experimental evidence to back them up. Marshall Hall said, "In short, the sun, moon, and stars are actually doing precisely what everyone throughout all history has seen them do. We do not believe what our eyes tell us because we have been taught a counterfeit system which demands that we believe what has never been confirmed by observation and experiment. That counterfeit system demands that the Earth rotate on an axis every 24 hours at a speed of over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. No one has ever seen or felt such movement, nor seen or felt the 67,000 mile per hour speed of the Earth's alleged orbit around the Sun, or its 500,000 mile per hour alleged speed around a galaxy, or its retreat from an alleged Big Bang at over 670 million miles per hour. Remember, no experiment has ever shown the Earth to be moving. Add to that the fact that the alleged rotational speed we've all been taught as scientific fact must decrease every inch or mile one goes north or south of the equator, and it becomes readily apparent that such things as accurate as aerial bombing in World War II down a chimney from 25,000 feet with a plane going any direction at high speed would have been impossible if calculated on an Earth moving below at several hundred miles per hour and changing constantly with the latitude. Before heliocentric indoctrination, any child will look up to the sky and notice that the sun, moon, and stars all revolve around a stationary Earth. All evidence from our perspective clearly demonstrates that we are fixed, and the heavenly bodies circle around us. We feel the Earth as motionless, and observe the sun, moon, stars, and planets to be moving entities. To suspend this common-sense geocentric perspective and assume that it is actually the Earth rotating beneath us daily while revolving around the Sun yearly is quite a theoretical leap to take without any empirical evidence to land on. Alan Daves said, "Ignorant folk think that such minority opinions as geocentrism are conspiracy theories. There is a real conspiracy for sure, but the sad thing is it is mostly a conspiracy of willful and apathetic ignorance for numerous reasons. The very people who would call geocentrists quack conspiracy theorists are either themselves completely ignorant of even modern cosmological axioms and principles of gravitation and mechanics, or they are just playing stupid, hoping no one will notice or call their bluff. What's even more hilarious is the fact that even folk like Stephen Hawking and a few intellectually honest physicists and cosmologists who would read what we are saying and are capable of understanding it know that what we have been saying is absolutely true. Not only do they admit that, but even snicker about it to each other. But they won't dare to address that too openly with the dumb, ignorant masses. Best not to confuse the common folk with unnecessary information and facts. Even more sad are all the others out there who don't have a clue what I'm saying here and shake their heads, thinking they know something about physics that tells them that the Earth moves. If only they studied the textbooks and peer-reviewed papers a little closer, they would realize just how absolutely ignorant with a capital I that argument really is. It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. From W.T. Lynn's First Principles of Natural Philosophy, the upper surface of a fluid at rest is a horizontal plane, because if a part of the surface were higher than the rest, those parts of the fluid which were under it would exert a greater pressure upon the surrounding parts than they receive from them, so that motion would take place amongst the particles and continue until there were none at a higher level than the rest, that is, until the upper surface of the whole mass of fluid became a horizontal plane. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. Moreover, if the Earth is spherical, then it follows that the surface of all Earth's water, including the massive oceans, must maintain a certain degree of convexity. But this is contrary to the fundamental physical nature of water to always be and remain level. From William Thomas Wiseman's The Earth, an Irregular Plane. The surface of all water, when not agitated by natural causes, such as winds, tides, earthquakes, etc., is perfectly level. The sense of sight proves this to every unprejudiced and reasonable mind. Can any so-called scientist, who teaches that the Earth is a whirling globe, take a heap of liquid water, whirl it around, and so make rotundity? He cannot. Therefore, it is utterly impossible to prove that an ocean is a whirling, rotund section of a globular Earth, rushing through space at the lying given rate of false philosophers. If we were living on a whirling ball Earth, every pond, lake, marsh, canal, and other large body of standing water, each part would have to comprise a slight arc or semicircle curveting downwards from the central summit. For example, if the ball Earth were 25,000 miles in circumference, as NASA and modern astronomers say, then spherical trigonometry dictates the surface of all standing water must curve downwards an easily measurable 8 inches per mile, multiplied by the square of the distance. This means along a 6-mile channel of standing water, the Earth would dip 6 feet on either end from the central peak. To the benefit of true science, and to the detriment of modern astronomy's pseudoscience, such an experiment can and has been tested. In Cambridge, England, there is a 20-mile canal called the Old Bedford, which passes in a straight line through the fenlands known as the Bedford Level. The water has no interruption from locks or water gates of any kind, and remains stationary, making it perfectly suitable for determining whether any amount of convexity or curvature actually exists. In the latter part of the 19th century, Dr. Samuel Rowbotham, a famous flat earther and author of the fine book Earth, Not a Globe, an experimental inquiry into the true figure of the Earth, proving it a plane without axial or orbital motion and the only material world in the universe, traveled to the Bedford Level and performed a series of experiments to determine whether the surface of standing water is flat or convex. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "A boat with a flagstaff, the top of the flag 5 feet above the surface of the water, was directed to sail from a place called Welch's Dam, a well-known ferry passage, to another called Welney Bridge. These 2 points are 6 statute miles apart. The author, with a good telescope, went into the water, and with the eye about 8 inches above the surface, observed the receding boat during the whole period required to sail to Welney Bridge. The flag and the boat were distinctly visible throughout the whole distance. There could be no mistake as to the distance passed over, as the man in charge of the boat had instructions to lift one of his oars to the top of the arch the moment he reached the bridge. The experiment commenced about 3 o'clock in the afternoon of a summer's day, and the sun was shining brightly and nearly behind or against the boat during the whole of its passage. Every necessary condition had been fulfilled, and the result was to the last degree definite and satisfactory. The conclusion was unavoidable, that the surface of the water for a length of 6 miles did not to any appreciable extent decline or curvate downwards from the line of sight. But if the Earth is a globe, the surface of the 6 miles length of water would have been 6 feet higher in the center than at the 2 extremities. From this experiment it follows that the surface of standing water is not convex, and therefore that the Earth is not a globe. On the contrary, this simple experiment is all sufficient to prove that the surface of the water is parallel to the line of sight, and is therefore horizontal, and that the Earth cannot be other than a plane. In a second experiment, Dr. Rowbotham placed 7 flags along the edge of the water, each 1 mile distant from the next, with their tops positioned 5 feet above the surface. Near the last one he also positioned a longer 8-foot staff bearing a 3-foot flag, so that its bottom aligned precisely with the tops of the other flags. He He then mounted a telescope at a height of 5 feet behind the first flag and took his observations. If the Earth was a globe of 25,000 miles, each successive flag would have to decline a definite and determined amount below the last. The first and second flags simply established the line of sight. The third flag should then fall 8 inches below the second, the fourth flag 32 inches below, the fifth 6 feet, the sixth 10 feet 8 inches, and the seventh flag should be a clear 16 feet 8 inches below the line of sight. Even if the Earth was a globe of 100,000 miles, an amount of easily measurable curvature should and would still be evident in this experiment. But the reality is, not a single inch of curvature was detected, and the flags all lined up perfectly as consistent with a flat plane. Dr. Robotham wrote, "The rotundity of the Earth would necessitate the above conditions, but as they cannot be found to exist, the doctrine must be pronounced as only a simple theory, having no foundation in fact, a pure invention of misdirected genius, splendid in its comprehensiveness and bearing upon natural phenomena, but nevertheless, mathematical and logical necessities compel its denunciation as an absolute falsehood." Dr. Robotham conducted several other experiments using telescopes, spirit levels, and theodolites, special precision instruments used for measuring angles in horizontal or vertical planes. By positioning them at equal heights, aimed at each other successively, he proved over and over the Earth to be perfectly flat for miles without a single inch of curvature. His findings caused quite a stir in the scientific community, and thanks to 30 years of his efforts, the shape of the Earth became a hot topic of debate around the turn of the 19th century. William Carpenter wrote, "Is water level, or is it not?" was a question once asked of an astronomer. "Practically, yes. Theoretically, no," was the reply. Now, when theory does not harmonize with practice, the best thing to do is to drop the theory. It is getting too late now to say, "so much the worse for the facts." To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. From the June 26, 1896 edition of the English Mechanic, "Since any given body of water must have a level surface, no one part higher than another, and seeing that all our oceans, a few inland seas excepted, are connected together, it follows that they are all, virtually, of the same level." Astronomers say the magical magnetism of gravity is what keeps all the oceans of the world stuck to the ball Earth. They say that because the Earth is so massive, by virtue of this mass, it creates a magic force able to hold people, oceans, and atmosphere tightly clung to the underside of the spinning ball. Unfortunately, however, they cannot provide any practical example of this on a scale smaller than the planetary. For example, a spinning wet tennis ball has the exact opposite effect of the supposed ball Earth. Any water poured over it simply falls off the sides, and giving it a spin results in water flying off 360 degrees like a dog shaking off after a bath. Astronomers concede the wet tennis ball example displays the opposite effect of their supposed ball Earth, but claim that at some unknown mass, the magic adhesive properties of gravity suddenly kick in, allowing the spinning wet tennis ball Earth to keep every drop of gravitized water stuck to the surface. Again, their theory flies in the face of all practical evidence, but they've been running with it for 500 years, so why stop now? William Carpenter wrote, "If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. The assertion that they could be retained under these circumstances being an outrage upon human understanding and credulity. But as the Earth, that is, the habitable world of dry land, is found to be standing out of the water and in the water of the mighty deep, whose circumferential boundary is ice, we may throw the statement back into the teeth of those who made it, and flaunt before their faces the flag of reason and common sense, inscribed with the proof that the Earth is not a globe. In one portion of its long route, the great river Nile flows for 1,000 miles with a fall of only 1 foot. This is a feat which, of course, would be a sheer impossibility if the Earth had spherical curvature. Many other rivers, including the Congo in West Africa, the Amazon in South America, and the Mississippi in North America, all flow for thousands of miles in directions totally incompatible with the supposed globularity of the Earth as well. Thomas Winship wrote, "Rivers run down to the sea because of the inclination of their beds. Rising at an altitude above sea level, in some cases thousands of feet above the sea, they follow the easiest route to their level, the sea. The Parana and the Paraguay in South America are navigable for over 2,000 miles, and their waters run the same way until they find their level of stability where the sea tides begin. But if the world be a globe, the Amazon in South America, that flows always in an easterly direction, would sometimes be running uphill and sometimes down, according to the movement of the globe. Then the Congo in West Africa, that always pursues a westerly course to the sea, would in the same manner be running alternately up and down. When that point of the globe exactly between them was up, they would both be running up, although in opposite directions. And when the globe took half a turn, they would both be running down. We know from practical experiment that water will find its level, and cannot by any possibility remain other than level, or flat, or horizontal, whatever term may be used to express the idea. It is therefore quite out of the range of possibility that rivers could do as they would have to do on a globe." David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Who ever heard of a river in any part of its course flowing uphill? Yet this it would require to do were the earth a globe. Rivers like the Mississippi, which flow from the north southwards towards the equator, would need, according to modern astronomic theory, to run upwards, as the earth at the equator is said to bulge out considerably more, or, in other words, is higher than at any other part. Thus the Mississippi, in its immense course of over 3,000 miles, would have to ascend 11 miles before it reached the Gulf of Mexico." And William Carpenter wrote, "There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the earth's surface, and at the same time. Now if the earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill and others down, taking it for a fact that there really is an up and down in nature, whatever form she assumes. But since rivers do not flow uphill, and the globular theory requires that they should, it is a proof that the earth is not a globe." Whether at sea level, the top of Mount Everest, or flying 100,000 feet in the air, the always horizontal horizon line always rises up to meet the eye level of the observer and remains perfectly flat. You can test for yourself on a beach or hilltop, in a large field or desert, aboard a hot air balloon or helicopter. You will see the panoramic horizon ascend with you and remain completely level all around. If the Earth were actually a big ball, however, the horizon should sink as you ascend, not rise to your eye level, and it would dip at each end of your periphery, not remain flat all around. Standing in a rising balloon, you would have to look downwards to the horizon. The highest point of the ball Earth would be directly beneath you and declining on each side. Amateurs have sent balloons to heights of over 121,000 feet, and you can watch video online of the horizon rising with the camera level and remaining perfectly flat 360 degrees around. NASA videos and other official sources, however, such as the recent Red Bull skydive at 128,000 feet, have been caught adding fake curvature to the Earth via wide-angle lenses and post-production work. Panoramic photos atop Mount Everest also often claim to be displaying Earth's curvature, but this is simply the result of distortions and limitations inherent in wide-angle lenses. Samuel Shenton wrote, "The camera-distorted horizons have always been a misleading factor with those who have not freed their minds from the planet or globe Earth indoctrination. 3 or 4 years ago, the USIS booklet Science Horizons carried a note to the effect that the Americans hoped to produce a lens which would not distort level horizons. So far, I am not aware that such aid to truer photography has yet been made available. Flat earthers, however, can prove that due to the known laws of perspective, the horizon optically rises and remains level with the observer's or the camera's eye, no matter what height is achieved. In fact, the Earth immediately beneath balloon, airplane, rocket, or capsule presents a dish-shaped or concave-like appearance, the point of Earth immediately below the vehicle appearing the lowest. It is not the highest point of your globe Earth, with the dip or curvature of the ball sweeping away downward to a horizon far away below the eye level. If the Earth were actually a big ball 25,000 miles in circumference, the horizon would be noticeably curved even at sea level, and everything on or approaching the horizon would appear to tilt backwards slightly from your perspective. Distant buildings along the horizon would all look like leaning towers of Pisa falling away from the observer. A hot air balloon taking off, then drifting steadily away from you on a ball Earth would slowly and constantly appear to lean back more and more the farther away it flew, the bottom of the basket coming gradually into view as the top of the balloon disappears from sight. In reality, however, buildings, balloons, trees, people, anything and everything at right angles to the ground or horizon remains so regardless the distance of the observer. B. Chasbro wrote, "The marine horizon, from whatever position it is viewed, always appears to be, and is, in fact, a perfectly level line, and since this appearance is the same in all parts of the world, its surface must be level, and therefore the earth is a plane. This may be proved to be the case by erecting at a suitable elevation on the seashore a duly leveled board or a string, at right angles to a plumb line, tightly stretched between two vertical poles. On looking towards the sea, the horizontal line for a distance of 20 miles may be easily observed, and throughout its entire length it will be found to coincide with the straight edge or string. But if the earth were a globe, the horizontal line would form an arc of 20 miles in length, curveting both ways from the center at the rate of 8 inches multiplied by the square of the distance. Hence the horizontal line at either end of the distance ought to be depressed some 66 feet below the horizon in the center. But as no such appearance is ever presented, it necessarily follows that the earth cannot be a globe, or other than a plane. Anyone can prove the sea horizon perfectly straight and the entire earth perfectly flat, using nothing more than a level, tripods, and a wooden plank. At any altitude above sea level, simply fix a 6 to 12 foot long, smooth leveled board edgewise upon tripods, and observe the skyline from eye level behind it. The distant horizon will always align perfectly parallel with the upper edge of the board. Furthermore, if you move in a half circle from one end of the board to the other, whilst observing the skyline over the upper edge, you will be able to trace a clear, flat 10 to 20 miles depending on your altitude. This would be impossible if the Earth were a globe and the surface of water convex. If the Earth were actually a globe 25,000 miles in circumference, the horizon would align over the center of the board, but then gradually, noticeably, decline towards the extremities. Just 10 miles on each side would necessitate an easily visible curvature of 66.6 feet from each end to the center. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "It is known that the horizon at sea, whatever distance it may extend to the right and left of the observer on land, always appears as a straight line. The following experiment has been tried in various parts of the country. At Brighton, on a rising ground near the racecourse, 2 poles were fixed in the earth, 6 yards apart, and directly opposite the sea. Between these poles a line was tightly stretched parallel to the horizon. From the center of the line, the view embraced not less than 20 miles on each side, making a distance of 40 miles. A vessel was observed sailing directly westwards. The line cut the rigging a little above the bulwarks, which it did for several hours or until the vessel had sailed the whole distance of 40 miles. The ship, coming into view from the east, would have to ascend an inclined plane for 20 miles until it arrived at the center of the arc, whence it would have to descend for the same distance. The square of 20 miles, multiplied by 8 inches, gives 266 feet, as the amount the vessel would be below the line at the beginning and at the end of the 40 miles. From the highland near Portsmouth Harbour in Hampshire, England, looking across Spithead to the Isle of Wight, the entire base of the island, where water and land come together, composes a perfectly straight line, 22 statute miles long. According to the ball earth theory, the Isle of Wight should decline 80 feet from the center on each side to account for the necessary curvature. The crosshairs of a good theodolite directed there, however, have repeatedly shown the land and water line to be perfectly level. On a clear day from the high land near Douglas Harbour on the Isle of Man, the whole length of the coast of North Wales is often plainly visible to the naked eye. From the Point of Ayr at the mouth of the River Dee to Holyhead comprises a 50-mile stretch, which has also been repeatedly found to be perfectly horizontal. If the Earth actually had curvature of 8 inches per mile squared, as NASA and modern astronomy claim, the 50-mile length of Welsh coast, seen along the horizon in Liverpool Bay, would have to decline from the center point an easily detectable 416 feet on each side. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "But as such declination or downward curvation cannot be detected, the conclusion is logically inevitable that it has no existence. Let the reader seriously ask whether any and what reason exists in nature to prevent the fall of more than 500 feet being visible to the eye, or incapable of detection by any optical or mathematical means whatsoever. This question is especially important when it is considered that at the same distance, and on the upper outline of the same land, changes of level of only a few yards extent are quickly and unmistakably perceptible. If a man is guided by evidence and reason, and influenced by a love of truth and consistency, he cannot longer maintain that the earth is a globe. He must feel that to do so is to war with the evidence of his senses, to deny that any importance attaches to the fact and experiment, to ignore entirely the value of logical process, and to cease to rely upon practical induction." A copy of the book The Lighthouses of the World and a calculator are enough to prove that the Earth is not a globe, but an extended flat plane. The distance from which various lighthouse lights around the world are visible at sea far exceeds what could be found on a globe Earth 25,000 miles in circumference. NASA and modern astronomers claim we are living on an oblate spheroid 25,000 statute miles in equatorial circumference with a curvature of 7.935 inches to the mile, varying inversely as the square of the distance, meaning in 3 miles there is a declination of nearly 6 feet, in 30 miles 600 feet, in 300 miles 60,000 feet, and so on. Therefore, if we wish to prove or disprove the validity of their convexity claim, it is a fairly simple, straightforward matter of measurements and calculations. For example, the Dunkirk light in southern France, at an altitude of 194 feet, is visible from 28 miles away. Spherical trigonometry dictates that if the Earth was a globe with the given curvature of 8 inches per mile squared, this light should be hidden 190 feet below the horizon. The Port Nicholson light in New Zealand is 420 feet above sea level and visible from 35 miles away, which means it should be 220 feet below the horizon. The Arago light in Norway is 154 feet above high water and visible from 28 statute miles, where it should be 230 feet below the horizon. The light at Madras on the Esplanade is 132 feet high and visible from 28 miles away, where it should be 250 feet below the line of sight. The Cordonnin light on the west coast of France is 207 feet high and visible from 31 miles away, putting it 280 feet below the line of sight. The light at Cape Bonavista, Newfoundland is 150 feet above sea level and visible at 35 miles, where it should be 491 feet below the horizon. And the lighthouse steeple of St. Botolph's Parish Church in Boston is 290 feet tall and visible from over 40 miles away, where it should be hidden a full 800 feet below the horizon. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "The distance across St. George's Channel between Holyhead and Kingstown Harbour near Dublin is at least 60 statute miles. It is not an uncommon thing for passengers to notice, when in and for a considerable distance beyond the centre of the channel, the light on Holyhead Pier, and the Poolbeg light in Dublin Bay. The lighthouse on Holyhead Pier shows a red light at an elevation of 44 feet above high water, and the Poolbeg lighthouse exhibits 2 bright lights at an altitude of 68 feet, so that a vessel in the middle of the channel would be 30 miles from each light, and allowing the observer to be on deck and 24 feet above the water, the horizon on a globe would be 6 miles away. Deducting 6 miles from 30, the distance from the horizon to Holyhead on the one hand and to Dublin Bay on the other would be 24 miles. The square of 24 multiplied by 8 inches shows a declination of 384 feet. The altitude of the lights in Poolbeg Lighthouse is 68 feet, and of the red light on Holyhead Pier, 44 feet. Hence, if the Earth were a globe, the former would always be 316 feet, and the latter 340 feet below the horizon. William Carpenter wrote, "The lights which are exhibited in lighthouses are seen by navigators at distances at which, according to the scale of the supposed curvature given by astronomers, they ought to be many hundreds of feet, in some cases, down below the line of sight. For instance, the light at Cape Hatteras is seen at such a distance, 40 miles, that, according to theory, it ought to be 900 feet higher above the level of the sea than it absolutely is, in order to be visible. This is a conclusive proof that there is no curvature on the surface of the sea, the level of the sea, ridiculous though it is to be under the necessity of proving it at all, but it is nevertheless a conclusive proof that the earth is not a globe. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England is 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away, a distance at which modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. The Cape Legulas Lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level, and can be seen for over 50 miles. If the world was a globe, this light would fall 1,400 feet below an observer's line of sight. The Statue of Liberty in New York stands 326 feet above sea level, and on a clear day can be seen as far as 60 miles away. If the Earth was a globe, that would put Lady Liberty at an impossible 2,074 feet below the horizon. The lighthouse at Port Said, Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet, has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, where according to modern astronomy it should be 2,182 feet below the line of sight. As Thomas Winship noted, the distance at which lights can be seen at sea entirely disposes of the idea that we are living on a huge ball. Another great example was the Notre Dame Antwerp spire, standing 403 feet high from the foot of the tower, with Strasbourg measuring 468 feet above sea level. With the aid of a telescope, ships can be distinguished on the horizon, and captains declare they can see the cathedral spire from an amazing 150 miles away. If the Earth were a globe, however, at that distance the spire should be an entire mile, 5,280 feet below the horizon. William Carpenter wrote, "If we take a journey down the Chesapeake Bay by night, we shall see the light exhibited at Sharp's Island for an hour before the steamer gets to it. We may take up a position on the deck so that the rail of the vessel's side will be in line with the light, and in the line of sight, and we shall find that in the whole journey the light won't vary in the slightest degree in its apparent elevation. But say that a distance of 13 miles has been traversed. The astronomer's theory of curvature demands a difference, one way or the other, in the apparent elevation of the light of 112 feet 8 inches. Since, however, there is not a difference of 100 hairs' breadths, we have a plain proof that the water of the Chesapeake Bay is not curved, which is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. The distance across the Irish Sea from the Isle of Man's Douglas Harbour to Great Orme's Head in North Wales is 60 miles. If the Earth was a globe, then the surface of the water between them would form a 60-mile arc, the center towering 1,944 feet higher than the coastlines at either end. It is well known and easily verifiable, however, that on a clear day, from a modest altitude of 100 feet, the Great Orme's Head is visible from Douglas Harbour. This would be completely impossible on a globe of 25,000 miles. Assuming the 100-foot altitude causes the horizon to appear approximately 13 miles off, The 47 miles remaining means the Welsh coastline should still fall an impossible 1,472 feet below the line of sight. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, in the Times newspaper of Monday, October 16, 1854, in an account of Her Majesty's visit to Great Grimsby from Hull, the following paragraph occurs. Their attention was first naturally directed to a gigantic tower which rises from the center pier to the height of 300 feet and can be seen 60 miles out at sea. The 60 miles, if nautical, and this is always understood when referring to distances at sea, would make 70 statute miles, to which the fall of 8 inches belongs, and as all observations at sea are considered to be made at an elevation of 10 feet above the water, for which 4 miles must be deducted from the whole distance, 66 statute miles will remain, the square of which, multiplied by 8 inches, gives a declination towards the tower of 2,904 feet. Deducting from this the altitude of the tower, 300 feet, we obtain the startling conclusion that the tower should be at the distance at which it is visible, more than 2,600 feet below the horizon. Indoctrinated naysayers will often retort that light refraction off the water's surface somehow could account for such phenomena. To begin with, the idea that we cannot differentiate between the refracted light of something and the thing itself is preposterous, but even assuming we couldn't, surveyors' general allowance for refraction is only 1/12 the altitude of the object observed, making it, again, a completely implausible explanation. Using the previous example of 2,600 feet divided by 12 gives 206, which subtracted from 2,600 leaves 2,384 feet unaccounted for that the tower should have remained below the horizon. Thomas Winship wrote, in September 1898, I received a letter from Australia in which the writer says, in the year 1872, I was on board the ship Thomas Wood, Captain Gibson from China to London. Owing to make a long passage, we ran short of provisions, and so short after rounding the Cape that the captain spoke of putting into St. Helena for a supply. It was then my hobby to get the first glimpse of land, make a survey, just as the sun would be rising. The island was clearly in view, well on the starboard bow. I reported this to Captain Gibson. He disbelieved me, saying it was impossible as we were 75 miles distant. He, however, offered me paper and pencil to sketch the land I saw. This I did. He then said, "You are right," and shaped his course accordingly. I had never seen the island before, and could not have described the shape of it had I not seen it. St. Helena is a high volcanic island, and if my informant had seen the top only, there would have to be an allowance made for the height of the land. But as he sketched the island, he must have seen the whole of it, which should have been 3,650 feet below the line of sight, if the world was a globe. In Chambers' Journal, February 1895, a sailor near Mauritius in the Indian Ocean reported having seen a vessel which turned out to be an incredible 200 miles away. The incident caused much heated debate in nautical circles at the time, gaining further confirmation in Aden, Yemen, where another witness reported seeing a missing Bombay steamer from 200 miles away. He correctly stated the precise appearance, location, and direction of the steamer, all later corroborated and confirmed correct by those on board. Such sightings are absolutely inexplicable if the Earth were actually a ball 25,000 miles around, as ships 200 miles distant would have to be well over 4 miles below the line of sight. William Carpenter wrote, astronomers are in the habit of considering 2 points on the Earth's surface without, it seems, any limit as to the distance that lies between them as being on a level, and the intervening section, even though it be an ocean, as a vast hill of water. The Atlantic Ocean, in taking this view of the matter, would form a hill of water more than 100 miles high. The idea is simply monstrous, and could only be entertained by scientists whose whole business is made up of materials of the same description, and it certainly requires no argument to deduce, from such science as this, a satisfactory proof that the earth is not a globe. Every man in full command of his senses knows that a level surface is a flat or horizontal one, but astronomers tell us that the true level is the curved surface of a globe. They know that man requires a level surface on which to live, so they give him one in name, which is not one in fact. This is the best that astronomers with their theoretical science can do for their fellow creatures: deceive them. Reverend T. Milner in Atlas of Physical Geography wrote, "Vast areas exhibit a perfectly dead level, scarcely a rise existing through 1,500 miles from the Carpathians to the Urals. South of the Baltic, the country is so flat that a prevailing north wind will drive the waters of the Statner Half into the mouth of the Oder, and give the river a backward flow 30 or 40 miles. The plains of Venezuela and New Granada in South America, chiefly on the left of the Orinoco, are termed llanos, or level fields. Often, in the space of 270 square miles, the surface does not vary a single foot. The Amazon only falls 12 feet in the last 700 miles of its course. The La Plata has only a descent of 1/33rd of an inch per mile." And Thomas Winship wrote, "These extracts clearly prove that the surface of the earth is level, and that therefore the world is not a globe. And when we come to consider the surface of the world under the sea, we shall find the same uniformity of evidence against the popular view." In Nature and Man by Professor W. B. Carpenter, article "The Deep Sea and Its Contents," the writer says, "If the bottom of the mid-ocean were laid dry, an observer standing on any spot of it would find himself surrounded by a plain, only comparable to that of the North American prairies or the South American pampas. The form of the depressed area which lodges the water of the deep ocean is rather, indeed, to be likened to that of a flat waiter, or tea tray, surrounded by an elevated and deeply sloping rim, than to that of a basin, in which it is commonly compared." This remarkable writer tells of thousands of miles in the Atlantic, the Pacific, and the great Southern Ocean beds being a plane surface, and from his remarks it is clear that a flat surface is the general contour of the bed of the great oceans for tens of thousands of square miles. Surveyors, engineers, and architects are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the earth into their projects, providing another proof the world is a plane, not a planet. Canals and railways, for example, are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature. One surveyor, Mr. T. Westwood, wrote in the January 1896 Earth Review magazine stating that, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature. One of the civil engineers in this district, after some amount of argument on each side as to the reason why no allowance for curvature was made, said he did not believe anybody would know the shape of the earth in this life." Another surveyor and engineer of 30 years wrote to the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, February 15, 1890, stating, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels, or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present physically impossible. Engineer W. Winkler wrote into the Earth Review, October 1893, regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle. The Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is a clear proof of the Earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line, 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. The average level of the Mediterranean is 6 inches above the Red Sea, while the flood tides in the Red Sea rise 4 feet above the highest and drop 3 feet below the lowest in the Mediterranean, making the half-tide level of the Red Sea the surface of the Mediterranean Sea, and the 100 miles of water in the canal all a clear continuation of the same horizontal line. Were they instead the supposed curved line of globe earthers, the water in the center of the canal would be 1,666 feet above the respective seas on either side. David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "The distance between the Red Sea at Suez and the Mediterranean Sea is 100 statute miles, the datum line of the canal being 26 feet below the level of the Mediterranean, and is continued horizontally the whole way from sea to sea, there not being a single lock on the canal. The surface of water being parallel with the datum line, it is thus clear that there is no curvature or globularity for the whole 100 miles between the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. Had there been, according to the astronomic theory, the middle of the canal would have been 1,666 feet higher than at either end, whereas the canal is perfectly horizontal for the whole distance. The Great Canal of China, said to be 700 miles in length, was made without regard to any allowance for supposed curvature, as the Chinese believe the earth to be a stationary plane. I may also add that no allowance was made for it in the North Sea Canal, or in the Manchester Ship Canal, both recently constructed, thus clearly proving that there is no globularity in earth or sea, so that the world cannot possibly be a planet." Thomas Winship wrote, "If the earth be the globe of popular belief, it is very evident that in cutting a canal, an allowance must be made for the curvature of the globe, which allowance would correspond to the square of the distance multiplied by 8 inches. From the Age of 5th August 1892, I extract the following. The German Emperor performed the ceremony of opening the gates of the Baltic and North Sea Canal in the spring of 1891. The canal starts at Holtenau, on the south side of Kiel Bay, and joins the Elbe 15 miles above its mouth. It is 61 miles long, 200 feet wide at the surface, and 85 feet at the bottom, the depth being 28 feet. No locks are required, as the surface of the two seas is level. Let those who believe it is the practice for surveyors to make allowance for curvature ponder over the following from the Manchester Ship Canal Company, Earth Review, October 1893. It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth. The London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. If the world were actually a globe, however, curvating 8 inches per mile squared, The 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc, with the center point at Birmingham raising a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. Adding the station's actual height, 240 feet, to its theoretical inclination, 5,400 feet, gives 5,640 feet as the rail's necessary height on a globe Earth, more than 1,000 feet taller than Ben Nevis, the tallest mountain in Great Britain. Thomas Winship wrote, "In projecting railways on a globe, the datum line would be the arc of a circle corresponding to the latitude of the place. That the datum line for the railway projections is always a horizontal line proves that the general configuration of the world is horizontal. To support the globe theory, the gentlemen of the observatories should call upon the surveyor to prove that he allows the necessary amount for curvature. But this is what the learned men dare not do, as it is well known that the allowance for the supposed curvature is never made." David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "In a long line like that of the Great Pacific Railway, extending across North America, the supposed curvature would, of course, be proportionally great, extending to many miles in height, but not 1 inch was allowed by the engineers for curvature during the whole course of the construction of that vast line of railway. And if we think of it, how could it be otherwise? All railway metals must of necessity be straight, for how could any engine or carriage run with safety on a convex surface?" J.C. Bourne, in his book The History of the Great Western Railway, stated that the entire original English railroad, more than 118 miles long, that the whole line with the exception of the inclined planes, may be regarded practically as level. The British Parliament session in 1862 that approved its construction recorded in Order No. 44 for the proposed railway that "the section be drawn to the same horizontal scale as the plan, and to a vertical scale of not less than 1 inch to every 100 feet, and shall show the surface of the ground marked on the plan, the intended level of the proposed work, the height of every embankment, and the depth of every cutting, and a datum horizontal line which shall be the same throughout the whole length of the work." Thomas Winship wrote, 118 miles of level railway, and yet the surface on which it is projected a globe? Impossible. It cannot be. Early in 1898 I met a Mr. Hughes, chief officer of the steamer City of Lincoln. This gentleman told me he had projected thousands of miles of level railway in South America, and never heard of any allowance for curvature being made. On one occasion he surveyed over 1,000 miles of railway, which was a perfect straight line all the way. It is well known that in the Argentine Republic and other parts of South America there are railways thousands of miles long, without curve or gradient. In projecting railways, the world is acknowledged to be a plane, and if it were a globe, the rules of projection have yet to be discovered. Level railways prove a level world, to the utter confusion of the globular school of impractical men with high salaries and little brains. That in all surveys no allowance is made for curvature, which would be a necessity on a globe, that a horizontal line is in every case the datum line, the same line being continuous throughout the whole length of the work, and that the theodolite cuts a line at equal altitudes on either side of it, which altitude is the same as that of the instrument, clearly proves, to those who will accept proof when it is furnished, that the world is a plane and not a globe. If the earth were a sphere, airplane pilots would have to constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as to not fly straight off into outer space. If the earth were truly a sphere 25,000 miles in circumference, curvating 8 inches per mile squared, a pilot wishing to simply maintain their altitude at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles per hour would have to constantly dip their nose downwards and descend 2,777 feet, over half a mile, every minute. Otherwise, without compensation, in 1 hour's time, the pilot would find themselves 166,666 feet, 31.5 miles, higher than expected. A plane flying at a typical 35,000 feet, wishing to maintain that altitude at the upper rim of the so-called troposphere in 1 hour, would find themselves over 200,000 feet high in the mesosphere, with a steadily raising trajectory the longer they go. I have talked to several pilots, and no such compensation for the Earth's supposed curvature is ever made. When pilots set an altitude, their artificial horizon gauge remains level, and so does their course. Nothing like the necessary 2,777 foot per minute declination is ever taken into consideration. Thomas Winship wrote, "It must be obvious to the reader that if the earth be the globe of popular belief, the rules observed for navigating a vessel from one part of this globe to another must be in conformity to its figure. The datum line in navigation would be an arc of a circle, and all computations would be based on the convexity of water and worked out by spherical trigonometry. Let me preface my remarks on the important branch of our subject by stating that at sea the datum line is always a horizontal line. Spherical trigonometry is never used, and not 1 out of 1,000 shipmasters understands spherical trigonometry. Airline pilots and sea navigators fly and sail as though the earth were a plane. Pilots reach their desired altitude and maintain it effortlessly for hours, never contending with anything like the 2,777 feet per minute of forced inclination due to Earth's supposed curvature. Similarly, ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry. From Navigation and Nautical Astronomy, plain sailing is usually defined to be the art of navigating a ship on the supposition that the earth is a plane. Even when longitude enters into consideration, it is still with the plane triangle only that we have to deal. But as the investigation here given in the text shows, the rules for plain sailing would equally hold good though the surface were a plane. Thomas Winship wrote, "It must be evident to everyone who understands what a triangle is that the base of any such figure on a globe would be an arc of a circle of which the center would be the center of the globe. Thus, instead of a plane triangle, the figure would contain one plane angle and two spherical angles. Hence, if the plane triangle is what we have to deal with, and such is the case, the base of the triangle would be a straight line, the ocean. That all triangulation used at sea is plane proves that the sea is a plane. The foregoing quotation states that a plane triangle is used for a spherical surface, but the rules for plane sailing would equally hold good though the surface were a plane. What fine reasoning! It is like saying that the rules for describing a circle are those used for drawing a square, but they would equally hold good though the figure were a square. Plain sailing is navigating a ship making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the earth is perfectly flat. If the earth were, in fact, a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constant glaring inaccuracies, and the necessity for using spherical trigonometry would become obvious. Plain sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, however, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea. Navigation in theory and practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plain sailing. The great and serious objection to plain sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming the earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the earth to be spherical. Thomas Winship wrote, "Plain sailing proves that the surface of water is a plane or horizontal surface, and in practice it is shown that this plane extends for many thousands of miles. Whether the voyage is outwards or homewards makes no difference, thus showing that a short voyage to the Cape and back to England can be accomplished by plain sailing. The fact that water is flat like a sheet of paper, when undisturbed by wind and tide, is my working anchor, and the powerful ground tackle of all those who reject the delusions of modern theoretical astronomy. Prove water to be convex, and we will at once and forever recant and grant you anything you like to demand." William Carpenter wrote, "If the earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that the earth is not a globe. As the mariner's compass points north and south at one and the same time, and a meridian is a north and south line, it follows that meridians can be no other than straight lines. But since all meridians on a globe are semicircles, it is an incontrovertible proof that the Earth is not a globe. And David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "The needle of this most important instrument is straight, its two ends pointing north and south at the same time. Consequently, the meridians must also be straight lines, whereas on a globe they are semicircles. Even at the equator, the needle points straight, which would be impossible, were that the midway of a vast convex globe, as in such case the one end would dip towards the north, and the other be pointed towards the sky. Again, the navigator, when he goes to sea, takes his observations and relies on the compass to guide him as to the direction in which he wishes to proceed. He does not provide himself with the model of a globe, which, if the world were a globe, would surely be the safest plan for him to adopt, but he takes flat maps or charts. Thus, in practice, he sails his ship as if the sea were horizontal, though in theory he had been erroneously taught that it is convex." In the flat Earth model of the cosmos, the North Pole is the immovable center of the world and the entire universe. Polaris, the North Star, sits straight over the North Pole, at the highest point in the heavens, and like a slowly rotating planetarium dome, all the celestial bodies revolve around Polaris and over the Earth once per day. The Sun circles over and around the circumference of Earth every 24 hours, steadily traveling each day from the equator during the March vernal equinox up to the Tropic of Cancer at the June summer solstice, back down to the equator for the September autumnal equinox, and all the way down to the Tropic of Capricorn on the December winter solstice. In the flat Earth model, the South Pole does not exist at all, and Antarctica is instead a gigantic ice wall extending the circumference of Earth, holding in the oceans like a giant bowl or a World Cup. As strange as this concept may sound at first, it is a fact that if you set a bearing due south from anywhere on Earth, inevitably at or before 78 degrees southern latitude, you will find yourself face to face with an enormous ice wall towering 100 to 200 feet in the air, extending to the east and west the entire circumference of the world. General Greely in Antarctica or the Hypothetical Southern Continent wrote, "The ice barrier, so frequently referred to in accounts of the Antarctic regions, is the forefront of the enormous glacier covering or ice cap, which, accumulating in vast undulating fields from the heavy snowfall, and ultimately attaining hundreds if not thousands of feet in thickness, creeps from the continent of Antarctica into the polar sea. The ice barrier, yet a part of the parent ice cap, presents itself to the navigator who has boldness enough to approach its fearful front as a solid perpendicular wall of marble-like ice ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 feet in thickness, of which from 100 to 200 feet rises above, and from 800 to 1,800 feet sinks below the level of the sea." Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "It has been demonstrated that the Earth is a plane, the surface center of which is immediately underneath the star called Polaris, and the extremities of which are bounded by a vast region of ice and water and irregular masses of land. The whole terminates in fog and darkness, where snow and driving hail, piercing sleet, and boisterous winds, howling storms, madly mounting waves, and clashing icebergs are almost constant. Antarctica is not the tiny ice continent found confined to the underside antipode of astronomers' globes. Quite the contrary, Antarctica literally surrounds us 360 degrees, encircles every continent, and acts as a barrier holding in the oceans. The most commonly asked questions, and the greatest mysteries yet to be solved are, how far does the Antarctic ice extend outwards? Is there a limit? What lies beyond, or is it just snow and ice forever? Thanks to UN treaties and constant military surveillance, the North Pole and Antarctica remain cloaked in government secrecy, both purported no-fly and no-sail zones, with several reports of civilian pilots and captains being shooed away and escorted back under threats of violence. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "How far the ice extends, how it terminates, and what exists beyond it, are questions to which no present human experience can reply. All we at present know is that snow and hail, howling winds, and indescribable storms and hurricanes prevail, and that in every direction human ingress is barred by unsealed escarpments of perpetual ice, extending farther than the eye or telescope can penetrate, and becoming lost in gloom and darkness. Before reaching the Antarctic ice wall, navigating the increasingly tumultuous southern oceans, explorers encounter the longest, darkest, coldest nights and the most dangerous seas and storms anywhere on Earth. Vasco da Gama, an early 16th century Portuguese explorer of the South Seas, wrote how the waves rise like mountains in height, ships are heaved up to the clouds and apparently precipitated by circling whirlpools to the bed of the ocean. The winds are piercing cold, and so boisterous that the pilot's voice can seldom be heard, whilst a dismal and almost continual darkness adds greatly to the danger. In 1773, Captain Cook became the first modern explorer known to have breached the Antarctic Circle and reached the ice barrier. During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and his crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. Captain Cook wrote, "The ice extended east and west far beyond the reach of our sight, while the southern half of the horizon was illuminated by rays of light, which were reflected from the ice to a considerable height. It was indeed my opinion that this ice extends quite to the pole, or perhaps joins some land to which it has been fixed since creation." On October 5, 1839, another explorer, James Clark Ross, began a series of Antarctic voyages lasting a total of 4 years and 5 months. Ross and his crew sailed 2 heavily armored warships thousands of miles, losing many men from hurricanes and icebergs, looking for an entry point beyond the southern glacial wall. Upon first confronting the massive barrier, Captain Ross wrote of the wall, "Extending from its eastern extreme point as far as the eye could discern to the eastward, it presented an extraordinary appearance, gradually increasing in height as we got nearer to it, and proving at length to be a perpendicular cliff of ice, between 150 feet and 200 feet above the level of the sea, perfectly flat and level at the top, and without any fissures or promontories on its even seaward face. We might, with equal chance of success, try to sail through the cliffs of Dover as penetrate such a mass." William Carpenter wrote, "Yes, but we can circumnavigate the south easily enough, is often said by those who don't know. The British ship Challenger recently completed the circuit of the southern region, indirectly to be sure, but she was 3 years about it, and traversed nearly 69,000 miles, a stretch long enough to have taken her 6 times round on the globular hypothesis." Dr. Samuel Rowbotham wrote, "If we now consider the fact that when we travel by land or sea, and from any part of the known world in a direction towards the North Polar Star, we shall arrive at one and the same point, we are forced to the conclusion that what has hitherto been called the North Polar region is really the center of the earth, that from this northern center the land diverges and stretches out, of necessity, towards a circumference which must now be called the southern region, which is a vast circle and not a pole or center. In this and other ways, all the great navigators have been frustrated in their efforts, and have been more or less confounded in their attempts to sail round the earth upon or beyond the Antarctic Circle. But if the southern region is a pole or center, like the north, there would be little difficulty in circumnavigating it, for the distance round would be comparatively small. When it is seen that the earth is not a sphere, but a plane, having only one center, the north, and that the south is the vast icy boundary of the world, the difficulties experienced by circumnavigators can be easily understood. If the earth were truly a globe, then every line of latitude south of the equator would have to measure a gradually smaller and smaller circumference the farther south traveled. In other words, the circumference at 10 degrees south latitude would comprise a smaller circle than at the equator, 20 degrees south latitude would comprise a circle smaller than 10, and so on. If, however, the earth is an extended plane, then every line of latitude south of the equator should measure a gradually larger and larger circumference the farther south traveled. 10 degrees south latitude will comprise a larger circle than the equator, 20 degrees south latitude will comprise a circle larger than 10, and so on. Likewise, if the Earth were a globe, lines of longitude would bubble out at the equator while converging at the poles, whereas if Earth is an extended plane, lines of longitude should simply expand straight outwards from the North Pole. So which is actually the case? David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "Upon the principle as taught by Scripture and common observation that the world is not a planet but consists of vast masses of land stretched out upon level seas, the north being the center of the system, it is evident that the degrees of longitude will gradually increase in width the whole way from the north center to the icy boundary of the great southern circumference, in consequence of the difference between the actual extent of longitudes and that allowed for them by the nautical authorities, which difference, at the latitude of the Cape of Good Hope, has been estimated to amount to a great number of miles. Many shipmasters have lost their reckoning, and many vessels have been wrecked.
Is this a
Ship
recording, or
captains
is this a
who
real
have been
person?
educated in the globular theory know not how to account for their getting so much out of their course in southern latitudes, and generally put it down to currents. But this reason is futile, for although currents may exist, they do not usually run in opposite directions,
'Cause
and
this shit
vessels are
sounds
frequently
retarded.
wrecked, whether sailing east or west. During Captain James Clark Ross's voyages around the Antarctic circumference, he often wrote in his journal, perplexed at how
If
they
the circumference
routinely
is
found
the
themselves
same,
out of
it would be a
accordance with their
cylinder. If
charts,
the circumference
stating that they
is
found themselves
lower
an
from the
average of 12 to
equator,
16 miles
and,
outside their reckoning
you know,
every
north
day,
or south,
some days as much as
then it
29
would be a
miles.
sphere. And if it's
Lieutenant
higher
Charles Wilkes
from the
commanded a
equator,
United States
north or
Navy
south,
exploration expedition
then
to the
it's some
Antarctic
like
from
weird
August
hourglass
18th,
figure.
1838 to June 10th, 1842.
That's just basic
Almost 4
geometry.
years spent exploring and surveying
But
the Southern Ocean. In his
I guess I
journals,
can't really come
Lieutenant
here
Wilkes
for
also mentioned being consistently
geometry
east of
lessons,
his
'cause you
reckoning,
guys fucking
sometimes
suck at
over
that.
20 miles in less than 18 hours. Dr. Samuel Robotham wrote, "The commanders of these various expeditions were, of course, with their education and belief in the Earth's rotundity, unable to conceive of any other cause for the differences between log and chronometer results than the existence of currents. But one simple fact is entirely fatal to such an explanation, that when the route taken is east or west, the same results are experienced. The water of the southern region cannot be running in two opposite directions at the same time, and hence, although various local and variable currents have been noticed, they cannot be shown to be the cause of the discrepancies so generally observed in high southern latitudes between time and log results. The conclusion is one of necessity, forced upon us by the sum of the evidence collected that the degrees of longitude in any given southern latitude are larger than the degrees in any latitude nearer to the northern center, thus proving the already more than sufficiently demonstrated fact that the earth is a plane, having a northern center, in relation to which degrees of latitude are concentric, and from which degrees of longitude are diverging lines, continually increasing in their distance from each other as they are prolonged towards the great glacial southern circumference." Reverend Thomas Milner wrote, "In the southern hemisphere, navigators to